Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku son of Mirko had power of Cinderace? Part 2. This story is Izuku Cinderace by ZachDark1408. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button, as your one like motivates me to bring more stories, and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. There were only a few minutes left before the second phase of the tournament began, with a match in which Izuku would participate. Izuku now stood to one side of the tunnel that would lead him to the fighting arena to face Todoroki. His recent argument with Endor still had him somewhat annoyed. Bakugo and Kirishima were walking towards the green-haired boy to wish him luck, but before they could, they saw Uraraka rushing towards him, so they stopped. They exchanged a knowing glance. "Deku-kun," the girl called, catching the green-haired boy's attention. When Izuku turned to look at her, he was surrounded by the brunette's arms. "Thank you for what you said, it made me feel much better." Izuku was very flushed, but he still managed to return the hug. "Don't worry, Uraraka, I only told the truth. You're a truly amazing person," the boy replied with a smile, still holding her in the hug. "Good luck, Deku-kun, although I know very well you don't need it." The girl separated and turned to leave, but just as Izuku was about to speak, she mustered the courage to turn back to the rabbit boy who had supported her so much. She took the incredulous boy's face in her hands and stood on her tiptoes to reach the green-haired boy's lips with hers. They remained like that for a minute until they separated. Both were blushing deeply. Izuku was in shock, while Uraraka was nervous and happy. She left, leaving Izuku alone, and his friends approached him, each placing a hand on his shoulder. "Hey Usajibro, are you Alri?" Kirishima was interrupted as Izuku's feet suddenly burst into flames, forcing them both to back away. "Wow, I have to admit I never thought she'd be the one to make the first move," he said resignedly, starting to search for his money. "I do," Bakugo said, approaching the green-haired boy again after receiving the money from Kirishima. "Round face really drives you crazy, doesn't it?" he said mockingly, and Izuku looked at him seriously. "It's obvious, you damn idiot," he continued, looking at him seriously. Bakugo sighed in frustration and a little annoyed. "I already apologized, damn it. Maybe I went a little too far, but your girlfriend is more resilient and persevering than I thought," he said, sounding a bit annoyed. Izuku had been like this ever since he fought with Uraraka. "Yes, it is." Izuku's expression changed quickly, and now he had a silly grin on his face. "Participant Usajiyama to the arena." Present Mike called from the loudspeakers. "Just make sure you make it to the final so I can kick your ass," the green-haired boy said, looking seriously at the ash blonde. With that, the rabbit boy went to the arena. "He was really angry, wasn't he?" Kirishima asked, provoking the ash blonde and earning an explosion to his face, which he withstood thanks to his hardening, and he just started laughing. "You have to admit you went a little too far. I don't think that level of explosion was necessary at the end," Kirishima pointed out as he watched the green-haired boy enter the tunnel. "Maybe, but like I said before, she's not delicate. She put me in a tight spot. I didn't do more than necessary. The nerd's girlfriend is braver and more persistent than I thought." With that, he went to the stands, and Kirishima, still surprised, followed him seconds later. Izuku entered the battle arena. Even though what had happened before still occupied his mind, for now he had to forget it and concentrate on the enemy right in front of him. "Let's end this," the bi-colored man said seriously once they were face to face. Both competitors had amazing moments in this competition, and many were looking forward to this battle. Present Mike introduced the two boys. Now, at last, Todoroki versus Usajiyama are about to face off. The blonde boy shouted, earning a standing ovation from the audience. A few moments before, the three friends of the green-haired boy had arrived at the stands. The brunette girl, blushing and smiling, sat down next to Tsuyu. "Hasn't it started yet? I really need to see the battle," Uraraka asked Tsuyu, who shook her head. "It hasn't started yet, but are you okay? You're very red and you seem happy." Hiro, the frog girl asked, putting a finger to her chin and tilting her head. "Why yes, I just," Uraraka tried to come up with an excuse, becoming nervous. "She kissed Deku a few moments ago," Bakugo replied nonchalantly, sitting down on the other side of Tsuyu. "Pay up," Tsuyu told Kirishima, extending her hand in front of him. The red-haired boy gave her the money while sighing. We'll bet on who will make the first move, Bakugo told the brunette when he saw her looking confused. The girl just blushed and turned to look at the arena where her two companions were, ignoring Bakugo's laughter. Begin, was Present Mike's shout, starting the fight. Todoroki was the first to attack when a huge wave of ice went straight for the green-haired boy. It seemed that had been enough. Is this another quick victory for Todoroki? Shiro asked, recalling their battle. The green-haired boy's friends didn't respond. They knew very well that the green-haired boy hadn't lost yet. Todoroki had to jump to the side to avoid a fiery ball coming from above. He turned in the direction it came from and found the green-haired boy standing on top of the ice pillar, looking at him with a smile. "I told you you couldn't beat me," said the rabbit from above, making his opponent frown. Leaping from the pillar, Izuku landed behind Todoroki and launched another fiery ball, which the bicolored boy deflected by sending another wave of ice. The green-haired boy ran towards the ice and jumped before it touched him, using it as momentum to leap closer to Todoroki so he could deliver a flaming side kick that nearly sent him flying out of the arena were it not for the wall of ice he created behind him. "What's wrong? Are you still being a coward, denying your fire?" The green-haired boy mocked, dodging another wave of ice by standing on a pillar of ice left by the bicolored boy's previous attacks. "I told you before, everyone gives their all. You don't deserve to advance if you don't." He jumped to dodge another ice attack and launched several fiery balls, which his opponent blocked with walls of ice before receiving a blow to the stomach from the green-haired boy. "Hey, Usajiyama is more of an attacker, why is he just dodging?" Jiro asked his teammates. "I don't know, maybe it's too much for him," Kaminari shrugged, doubtful, since he didn't think that would happen to Usajiyama. "Maybe, I think Todoroki wants to." Momo was talking, but she realized something when she saw Izuku jump onto an ice wall. "He's condemning himself," she said, surprised to see the bicolored boy receive a chest block. Everyone looked at her doubtfully. "Usajiyama is making Todoroki give him platforms to stand on and jump off," she said, surprised and absorbed in the battle. Back in the arena, Todoroki used his ice to get behind Izuku. Before he could react, the bicolored boy had frozen the green-haired boy's body except for his head. "Do you really think this can stop me?" With flames ignited at his feet, he broke the ice with a single movement. Izuku quickly punched his rival in the stomach, sending him flying into one of the ice walls he had created earlier. Todoroki could only cross his arms when, after the blow, he was also nearly hit by fiery balls. That blow was stronger. "Damn it, I can't get close," the bicolored boy thought angrily, recovering from the blow. "I admit it, dodging ice is difficult for me. This battle is actually quite fun, but if you have nothing more to offer, it's time to end this," Izuku mocked, smiling as if nothing had happened. "You're really more than I thought, but if I beat you, that bastard will understand that I don't need power," Todoroki said, looking at Endor, who had a grimace. "Where do you think you're looking, you damn idiot?" Izuku yelled, now standing in front of him, delivering a hook that sent the bicolored boy flying upwards. He jumped right after, positioning himself above his opponent to deliver an axe kick, sending him crashing to the ground. The green-haired boy was about to fall on top of him, but Todoroki moved. "It's time to end this." Todoroki placed his hand on the ground to create a large ice attack, similar to the one he used in his previous fight. Izuku just smiled, seemingly letting the ice cover him, but before it could touch him, a scream was heard. "All right, you're finally taking this seriously." Izuku's shout was accompanied by a large amount of fire coming from his legs and a little from his arms, burning the sleeves of his uniform jacket. Ice formed on him but didn't touch him except for a few drops of water. Despite having used all that fire, he could still move. "Damn sly idiot," Bakugo muttered to himself in the stands. "What are you talking about, Bakubro?" Kirishima asked, still impressed by Izuku's fighting style. "He's making that bastard do everything for him." What Ponytail said about the platforms was true. Bakugo pointed his thumb at the raven-haired vice president. "And now he's taking advantage of the cold air to use his fire more without overheating." Everyone turned their attention back to the fight. They didn't want to miss a thing from the epic battle. "You're trembling," Izuku said as he walked out from behind the ice, extinguishing the flames on his sleeves. "You could fix this with the heat of your fire, right?" He watched as a layer of ice spread along the right side of Todoroki's body. You haven't even touched me. It's truly disappointing. Did you think that was all it took to finish me off? If you really want to beat me, Izuku began, giving him a defiant look and raising his fist in front of him. Attack me with everything you've got, you bastard. He shouted decisively as the burn marks on his pants flared up again when he reignited the fire. What does that mean? Todoroki asked just before seeing Izuku leap swiftly between all the walls and ice attacks. Use everything I have. Did you talk to the old man and he put those stupid ideas in your head? The bi-colored boy asked furiously before receiving a kick to the back that almost knocked him down. He turned around quickly, but Usajiyama was already jumping across the ice again, trying to keep up with Izuku's speed. He heard the green-haired boy's voice. Yes, I spoke to him earlier, but that's not why. I actually punched him. It's the most satisfying thing I've done in a long time. With that, Izuku punched Todoroki in the face. His strength, combined with the momentum of his speed, sent the bi-colored boy flying several meters back. Todoroki can't keep up with his opponent's swift movements and took a powerful direct hit. Present Mike shouted, still engrossed in the battle. Izuku jumped again. Todoroki did manage to see when Izuku approached him this time, so he tried to create a wall of ice, but the green-haired boy had already punched him in the chest, pushing him further away, almost to the edge. Even ice is slower, he remarked with a mocking smile, halting his movement and standing in front of his opponent. You're really bothering me, said the bi-colored boy, wincing in pain as he stood up with difficulty. You know very well that I'm the one who understands you best, and even then I don't completely, but if you try to become the strongest without giving it your all, it's really nothing more than a bad joke to me, one that I know very well, Izuku told them, getting into a fighting stance. Todoroki had a memory come to mind, training with his father when he was just 5 years old and how his mother defended him. Mom, I don't want to, I don't want to be like Dad, I don't want to be someone who hurts you, but you still want to be a hero, right? The future you want, you'll only achieve it if you believe in yourself, the memories of his mother flooded the bi-colored boy's mind. So I'm going to defeat you, coward. Izuku ran towards the bi-colored boy to hit him again. As he fell from the blow, memories flooded back of how his father isolated him from the rest of his siblings, his mother's words on the phone before she caused that scar, and how he had told his father he hated him after he sent his mother to the hospital. I will make my father. Todoroki began as he stood up from the ground. Stop talking nonsense, that power is yours alone. The green-haired boy interrupted. You may have inherited it, but that doesn't matter. What matters is what you decide to do with that power. Their eyes met. You want to be a hero too, don't you? I know you can achieve it by believing in yourself. Don't let your family limit your future. The memory of what his mother told him while they both watched the All Might news came to the bi-colored boy's mind. Whatever you want to do, just do it. Todoroki's eyes trembled, and flames began to follow his left side. Oh yeah, this is getting interesting. Izuku shouted when he saw the fire grow and the ice on Todoroki's right side melt. Even though you want to win, you're helping your opponent, you must be crazy, Todoroki said to Izuku. You're not the only one who wants to be a hero. He shouted as they both glared at each other with challenging smiles. SHOTOOOOO. Came the shout of the number 2 hero from the stands. So you've finally accepted yourself, huh? This is just the beginning. You, who have my blood, surpass me and realize my ambition for you. He was completely ignored by his son. I really want to punch him right now, but to do that I'd have to get out of the arena, Izuku complained, without taking his eyes off Todoroki. You're truly insane. You could have pulled me out of the arena repeatedly and chose not to, so now I'm not responsible for whatever happens, said the bi-colored boy after wiping away the few tears he had and then activating both halves of his quirk. Izuku, for his part, also took position while activating his flames. Clearly, his opponent had better use of them, having been trained by another fire user, so with 5% of one for all in his legs, he prepared to attack. Midnight, Smintos exclaimed as he watched the two boys unleash so much power, beginning to manipulate the sand. Midnight tore his suit to release his smoke. Come to me, Izuku shouted, starting to run towards the bi-colored boy. Thank you, Usajiyama, whispered the heterochromatic, preparing his final attack, a great burst of flame. Quote. With everything you've got. Izuku jumped, preparing to kick his opponent. Overheat. After that shout, his fire increased greatly, even erupting from his arms. Even the walls that Smentos erected between them were not enough to stop the powerful attacks of both aspiring heroes, as these walls easily crumbled under their combined force. The combination of both fires, the cold air resulting from Todoroki's previous attacks, and the pressure generated by Izuku's kick caused both attacks to explode, shattering all the ice from Todoroki's earlier attacks. The heat generated was so intense that those closest to the battle, like Class 1A, felt the scorching heat, while the pressure affected the entire stadium, and Mineta was sent flying while the others took cover and were shocked. Closer to the arena, Midnight also went flying and was almost burned alive by both fires, but she didn't care because of how impressed she was right now. What was that? What the hell is going on in your classroom, man? The blonde boy asked his dark-haired friend in charge of Class A. They simply applied extreme heat to the previously cooled air, then it simply expanded, Aizawa explained monotonously. So that's how they pulled off such a display of power. He shouted, continuing his commentary. It's so hot I can't see anything. Who won this battle? He asked, practically pressed against the glass to try and see something. The smoke from the arena began to dissipate, revealing both boys still inside. Todoroki had a burned portion of his uniform, the wounds from Izuku's blows were exposed, and he had cuts from the debris as they clung to the rope that had prevented him from being thrown out. Izuku, for his part, had his torso bare since the upper part of his uniform had been completely burned, showing the burns on his arms. His right fist, slightly bleeding, was embedded in the ground, which had prevented it from flying. Smoke was coming from his body, showing that he was overheating. Even so, he managed to slowly get up, becoming serious and looking at Todoroki with a smile. Both seemed ready to continue. However, the previous blows he had received eventually took their toll on the bicolored boy, causing him to fall to the brink of unconsciousness. Izuku, on the other hand, had not suffered many injuries, so he simply stood there waiting to be able to move more freely. Midnight, seeing them both, hesitated about whether to stop the battle, but the answer came when Todoroki tried to get up only to fall again, this time unconscious. Todoroki is unable to continue. Usajiyama advances to the next round. Shouted the black-haired heroine, and the audience's cheers were immediate. Izuku approached Todoroki and gently tapped him on the left side of his face to wake him up. All right, get up, Todoroki, let's go to the infirmary. She placed the bicolored boy's right arm over her shoulders. When he woke up, they started walking towards a tunnel. I thought if someone touched you when you were overheating, they'd get burned, said the two-toned teenager. I know your left side will hold up. I still don't understand how that scar got on your face, Izuku replied casually. I'll tell you later, buddy, Todoroki replied, making Izuku smile slightly. Yes, it would be good to hear it, my friend. With that, the two, now friends, continued on their way. That display of camaraderie only made the audience's cheers grow louder. The youngsters' parents had mixed reactions. Endeavor was upset that his son had lost, while Mirko, on the other hand, was proud and being held back by Yukio from jumping out of her seat to go to her son. They were also near the fighting arena, so Rumi's enhanced hearing allowed her to pick up their conversation and how her son helped the bicolored boy, making her even prouder. Bakugo, Kirishima, Uraraka, and Tsuyu burst into the infirmary to see Recovery Girl kissing Izuku's arm so that his burns would gradually disappear. Todoroki also had some bandages and was lying on another of the beds. Hey guys, haven't the fights started yet? Izuku asked when he saw his friends enter. You guys wrecked the whole arena, so you're repairing it, Kirishima explained. I have to go talk to the old man. He'll probably be looking for me to talk some nonsense. See you later, Usajiyama, Todoroki said, heading for the door. Do you want me to come with you? I feel like hitting him again, Izuku asked, but the bicolored boy shook his head before leaving. Hey nerd, get your ass off that cot right now, it's Jin's turn to fight, Bakugo said, one of the few people he called by name, referring to the girls' fight. Oh right, your friends fight, Tsuyu said, tapping her chin with a finger as Izuku stood up and put on the new uniform shirt and jacket he'd just been given. "Alright, let's go, I want to see Jin kick Square's ass." With that, the 5 of them headed towards the stands. Izuku managed to see the brunette walking by. She had remained silent because, although she was worried about Izuku, she was also embarrassed, giving a malicious smile. "Are you alright, Uraraka? You seem very quiet," he asked as he put his arm around her shoulders. Why yes, I'm fine, Deku-kun, you don't need to worry," Uraraka replied. Izuku smiled as he watched her blush and fidget with her fingers. She looked so cute, and he could embarrass her even more. "Okay, Ochako, you know you can tell me anything," he said, giving the brunette a kiss on the corner of her lips. The girl blushed even more and began to babble unintelligibly. "Do you think I exaggerated?" the freckled boy asked his friends. "I think you did it by calling her by her name," Kirishima replied, waving his hand in front of Uraraka, but she didn't react. "I think it was when you almost kissed her, Hiro," Tsuyu said, touching her friend's cheek without receiving a reaction. "It was both," Bakugo replied, continuing on his way. Izuku carried the brunette on his back and continued on his way to the stands to watch his dark-haired friend fight against his teammate Iida. Once they arrived, Uraraka recovered somewhat from the previous incident, ignoring the questions from the rest of her classmates. Todoroki arrived a little later, looking serious, but he greeted Izuku and went to sit down. After the exciting clash between Usajiyama and Todoroki, it's time for the clash between Iida Tenya from Class 1A and Tanako Jin from the General Studies class. Present Mike announced as the aforementioned participants entered the arena. "Begin," he shouted, starting the fight. Recipro burst. Iida shouted, starting to run at high speed towards the dark-haired girl. "Predictable," the girl said to herself, jumping just in time to avoid being touched by the blue-haired boy. Iida stopped to look up only to receive a blow to the face from Jin. As soon as he hit the ground, his hand transformed into a claw covered in darkness and slashed at the boy. The blue-haired boy tried to get away, but the girl wouldn't let him. She swept his legs aside to pull him to the ground and got on top of him, ready to hit him. Iida, propelled by the little time his engines had left, managed to get out from under the girl and give her a kick that almost knocked her out of the arena. He ran towards her, but this time Jin simply broke the ground and used a large piece of rubble, throwing it at his opponent's feet and forcing him to jump. Taking advantage of this, the girl with red streaks quickly approached, slashing with her claw and making a shallow cut on his chest, while simultaneously throwing him a few meters back. Before Iida could react, Jin approached and kicked him out of the arena. Seeing this, Tsuyu stood up from her seat. "Iida can't continue. Tanako moves on to the third phase," Midnight announced, pointing at the girl. "You know, I feel like after Todoroki and Usajiyama's fight, there won't be anything that exciting for a while," Present Mike said, earning a grunt from the girl. Now it was Tsuyu's turn to face Mina. The frog girl simply attacked with speed and agility so that the pink one didn't even have a chance to attack her with her acid. A few minutes after the fight started, Tsuyu jumped on the girl to get behind her and used her tongue to spin her around and throw her out of the arena. "Another battle that looks like it will be interesting," Present Mike shouted as Bakugo and Kirishima entered the arena. Both from Class A, Kirishima Eijiro versus Bakugo Katsuki. The blonde announced. The dyed-haired boy quickly turned the fight into hand-to-hand combat, Bakugo simply defending himself while looking for an opening in his friend's defense. Bakugo tried to hit the boy with an explosion, even burning the boy's jacket, but it had no effect, while Kirishima returned the blow, leaving a punch on the ash blonde's cheek. "Go for the jaw, Kirishima, the jaw," Tetsu shouted, supporting his new friend, seeing that Bakugo was starting to unleash repeated explosions even though they had no effect. "It seems Bakugo can't land a decent punch against Kirishima's ferocious blows," shouted the blonde commentator. "Why is he hitting if it doesn't affect Kirishima?" asked Uraraka, who was now calmer after a while with her head resting on the rabbit boy's shoulder. "You'll see," replied Izuku, who already knew what his friend was thinking. "Ah!" came the scream of pain from the dyed-haired boy as Bakugo finally managed to make an explosion affect him. "What happened?" the brunette asked, confused because now it had really affected her. "Yes, Kirishima maintains his quirk for a long time and they attack him quickly. Sooner or later there will be an opening. Kachan, I'm just waiting for that opening to appear, Izuku explained to the girl, watching Bakugo generate stronger explosions. Shiny, he shouted, unleashing a powerful explosion that knocked his opponent out of the fight. And Bakugo advances to the third phase. Present Mike announced. With this, the top 4 contenders have been selected. He was somewhat excited about the next battle, which would feature Usajiyama. Okay, it's my turn, Izuku said, getting up, but Uraraka stopped him for a moment and then kissed him on the corner of his lips. I know you can do it, Deku-kun, Uraraka smiled at him. Izuku nodded with a smile and went to the arena. Uraraka smiled as she watched him walk away, only to then notice the girl's mischievous glances, causing her to look down at the sand, waiting for the fight to begin. The semifinals begin with the fight between Tanako and Usajiyama. Announced Present Mike. Begin. He started the battle. I'm sorry this is the end for you, Cassie, the girl said, lunging at the green-haired boy with her shadow claws. I should be telling you that, said the boy, deflecting the attack and punching the girl in the stomach. She growled as she charged at him again, Izuku dodging another swipe to respond with a side block. The girl blocked him with her claws and grabbed his leg to throw him to the other side of the arena. She ran quickly so that they both began to exchange blows, although Izuku limited himself to blocking, only attacking from time to time. Don't you think Deku-kun is slower? Uraraka asked, watching the battle intently. Oh shit, Bakugo said when the idea of what was happening hit him. What's wrong, Bakugo? Todoroki asked from his seat. Overheat, was all the blonde said, drawing everyone's attention until he continued. After overheating, the fights were quick. Even though he cooled down, it wasn't enough time. Now it's easier for him to overheat again, he explained with a frown. Even so, I don't think she can beat Izuku, hero. It's just a matter of her making a mistake so Izuku can land a good hit, Tsuyu explained, seeing how the green-haired boy didn't seem worried. What's wrong, Cassie? Am I too much for you? He asked confidently, seeing that Izuku wasn't attacking. Focus more on the fight, Izuku said, ignoring the question. He found an opening that allowed him to knee the girl in the stomach. The battle turned in an instant. Now it was the green-haired boy who had the girl forced to defend herself. Growling, the girl broke free from the situation when she managed to get her claw close to the boy's face, forcing him to back away slightly. Izuku had to jump aside when the claws almost attacked him again. Taking a risk, he ignited his fire to approach at high speed, striking it on the cheek. He blocked a swipe and finally sent it flying upwards with a stop. He tried to jump but couldn't. A slight paralysis that lasted a second prevented him. When the girl fell and got up, the green-haired boy knew that using his fire again could be dangerous. He knew that even a slight paralysis could give his opponent a huge advantage, so trying to keep it at bay, he charged 5% of One for All into his arm. He punched the air trying to generate pressure, but what emerged was a burst of flame that forced the girl to dodge. Not knowing what had happened, he didn't pay it any mind. He had given it enough time for the overheating to subside a little more, but he had to use it at the right moment. Want to know something? He asked the girl as he deflected a blow from her. I think you're fine where you are. You don't deserve to be on the heroism course. The girl growled before launching a faster and more ferocious attack. I've got you, he thought as he smiled and dodged more easily. You're a bastard, the fox girl shouted furiously, trying to land one of her erratic punches. Without her noticing, Izuku slowly backed away so that they could both be close to the blow, only dodging until no blow managed to land. What's he doing? Kirishima asked, but Bakugo shook his head, even he didn't understand what his friend was doing. When they were close enough to the limits, Izuku stopped the girl's arm that was about to attack him. You're easy to manipulate, Izuku mocked, making the girl's eyes widen in surprise. Igniting his fire, Izuku punched her in the stomach, making her double over in pain, and with another kick he sent her soaring above the ground. Izuku proceeded to perform a somersault, kicking the girl in midair with enough force to send her flying out of bounds. Tanako went out of bounds. Midnight announced, cracking his whip in the air. With this physical fight, the first participant in the tournament final has been decided. Present Mike shouted. Izuku went to help his friend who was still staring at him in disbelief while she grunted in frustration. I'm sorry for what I said, I just wanted to make you angry, the green-haired boy said, extending his hand to his friend. Yes, I understood. I knew it when you said you had manipulated me, the girl said, accepting the hand to help her up. They both said their goodbyes as the next match was about to begin. When the rabbit boy reached his seat, he didn't see three of his friends. Tsuyu and Bakugo obviously wouldn't be there, but Uraraka was also missing. And Uraraka, Izuku asked Kirishima and Todoroki, who had found a place for themselves alongside their other friends. She went too. Kirishima began, but was interrupted when the girl arrived. I'm here, said the brunette, waving her hand, which held a white cloth. Is that the jacket from my suit? Izuku asked, and the girl nodded. After your fight, Bakugo and I went to ask Aizawa-sensei if you could use it outside of battles to recover, and he let us, although I think Bakugo did it just so you'd fight seriously, the girl replied, handing him the jacket, which the green-haired boy put on and activated the regulator. Thank you, Uraraka, the green-haired boy said, giving her another kiss on the corner of her lips. This time, she managed to maintain her composure better. In the fighting arena, Tsuyu and Bakugo were waiting for Present Mic to announce that they could begin. You've come a long way, frog face, Bakugo congratulated him in his own way. To be honest, I was lucky I didn't get any really strong opponents, hero. I know my level is lower than yours, but I still won't make it easy for you, Bakugo, Tsuyu said with her usual honesty, unfazed. When the blonde commentator gave the order to begin, Tsuyu approached Bakugo head-on. The blonde tried to meet her with a direct blast, but the girl dodged it by jumping over him and hitting the boy in the face with her tongue. Before Bakugo could react, the girl grabbed him by the waist with her tongue, threw him upwards only to grab him again and slam him hard against the ground. Bakugo got up grunting, but quickly had to block a punch and a parry from his green-haired friend. Tsuyu is doing very well, Kirishima said, watching the fight closely. It's a good idea to attack Kachan quickly, especially if you know how he attacks, Izuku said, wearing his jacket with the regulator activated. Bakugo managed to find an opening in his opponent's attacks, kicking her away and stopping the girl's blows. Stun grenade. Bakugo generated a great burst of light, briefly blinding Tsuyu. He quickly moved closer to her to give her a stomach explosion. The girl moved away from Bakugo and tried to grab him again with her tongue. The ash blonde wouldn't fall for that again this time. Before her tongue could wrap around his waist, he grabbed her and pulled her closer. When she got close, Bakugo created an explosion in her face, but Tsuyu managed to avoid it and kicked the blonde in the face. The boy grabbed the girl's leg while with his other hand he propelled himself upwards, rising into the air. Once up high, he spun around and released the green-haired girl, throwing her forcefully out of bounds. Asui went out of bounds. The second finalist is Bakugo. Present Mic announced as soon as the fight ended. The next fight is really going to be exciting, Kaminari shouted to his teammates. Seeing these two fight again, this time with a prize on the line. Jiro wondered, then nodded. Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. He was watching Bakugo leave the arena. You must be really frustrated, right? An orange-haired girl asked the blonde boy from Class B who had faced Bakugo in the cavalry. They just got lucky, they're not that good, the blonde said dismissively. This turned out to be paradise for Class A, damn it. Tetsu complained, then sighed. Although it's even more frustrating that a girl from the General's Academy got further than any of us if that class doesn't train. He complained again, this time shouting even louder. Are you okay? Bakugo asked Izuku when they both met during the short break before the final. Yes, I'm completely cool now thanks to the jacket, the green-haired boy replied, looking at him seriously. Good, that way you won't have an excuse when I crush you, the blonde replied to his friend. You mean you no longer have any chance of beating me, you fucking Muslim? Izuku countered, looking at him smugly. Alright, you two, stop glaring at each other, or you'll end up fighting each other in the arena, the dyed-haired man said, amused. As the two left to get ready, Kirishima looked at the girls and Todoroki, who was with them this time. Yes, what do you want to bet now? The green-haired girl already knew what Kirishima's look meant, so she accepted the bet before he even said it. Simple, let's bet on who wins between those two, Kirishima said, pointing in the direction the blonde and the green-haired boy had gone. The four of them placed their bets, with even Todoroki joining in. They sealed the deal and went to the stands with the rest of their class. So, did you guys bet on who would make the first move in your relationship? Todoroki asked Tsuyu and Kirishima, who nodded. We're not in a relationship, the blushing brunette murmured, being completely ignored. I lost my money, Kirishima lamented, hoping to win the bet this time. We've reached the finals. The best students among the UA freshmen will be decided here and now. Present Mike's shout interrupted their conversation. Our final battle. Usajiyama vs. Bakugo. Let's begin. The blonde boy was excited by the promise of this battle. Begin. The battle began. Without wasting any time, Izuku ignited his flames while Bakugo used his explosions. Both propelled themselves towards the center. Without wasting any time, both of them quickly launched their offensive. Present Mike shouted expectantly. The green-haired man blocked the explosion that was heading towards the pair, managing to land a hook on Bakugo's jaw that lifted him slightly into the air. Quickly followed by a kick that sent him higher, Izuku jumped towards him to strike him in the air. Bakugo, on the other hand, managed to stabilize himself with his explosions, and before the green-haired boy could connect the blow, he used an explosion to send Izuku crashing to the ground. Izuku crashed hard into the ground, making him spit out saliva. Bakugo propelled himself towards him to explode while he was still on the ground. Luckily for the green-haired boy, he was able to react in time and roll on the floor to get away from the attack of the blonde boy who was now bent over with his hand on the floor. The green-haired boy quickly got up and ran towards Bakugo before he could get up, kicking him in the side of the stomach and making him roll a few centimeters. All right, nerd, that was a good warm-up, said Bakugo, standing up and cracking his knuckles. Yes, but I think it's time to start with this Muslim thing, Izuku replied as he got into a fighting stance. Totally agree, Deku, the blonde boy said, generating small explosions in his hands as the green-haired boy increased his fire and body temperature. Before the eyes of the entire stadium, they both approached each other at great speed, Bakugo unleashing a powerful explosion in the green-haired boy's face while Izuku delivered a flaming kick directly to the blonde boy's ribs. Does anyone else think this fight will be as evenly matched as Kirishima's and the kid from Class B? Siro asked, receiving a nod of approval from the entire Class A. Both recovered quickly from the blow, Izuku with wounds, some with blood on his face, and Bakugo with wounds on his abdomen while his uniform jacket had been slightly burned. Did they get hurt so badly from just one blow? Mina asked, surprised and somewhat frightened. Well, it was a powerful, flaming kick with increased force, and the explosion hit his face. It's obvious it was stronger than anything any of his opponents would have received, Kirishima replied, holding his abdomen. The two fighters approached each other again. This time the green-haired one dodged the blonde's attack, leaping to deliver a flaming kick directly to his face. Before he could recover, the explosive boy received a fiery ball directly to the chest. He was about to receive another one this time to the face, but with his explosions he propelled himself to the side to dodge the attack. Boosting himself towards Izuku, he managed to maneuver in the air to avoid a kick that was going straight for his face, responding with a punch to the jaw that almost knocked the green-haired boy down. The rabbit boy quickly moved his flaming leg to strike Bakugo in the back, trying to knock him down, but although he landed the blow, the blonde boy avoided falling thanks to his explosions. With his temperature rising, the green-haired boy didn't hesitate to quickly approach and punch the blonde boy in the stomach, causing him to spit out saliva and bend down. Taking advantage of the position, the blonde grabbed his friend's leg and forcefully moved it to make him fall. Without wasting time, he got back up to attack the green-haired boy with a barrage of explosions, not letting him get up. To get himself out of the barrage of explosions, Izuku slammed his foot into the ground with a powerful kick, raising debris near where Bakugo stood and forcing him back while covering his eyes. Now the tables turned, with Izuku now bombarding Bakugo with a barrage of fiery balls. The blonde used his explosions to counter some, but the violent bursts prevented him from avoiding them all. The blonde boy pointed both hands at the ground, generating a large explosion to raise a curtain of smoke. The green-haired boy stopped his fiery balls while trying to see where his opponent was in the smoke. Suddenly his ear twitched, so he acted quickly, running towards where he had heard the blonde man. He grabbed him by the neck, lifting him a few centimeters off the ground, and then slammed him violently against the ground, cracking it slightly. Responding quickly, Bakugo grabbed Izuku's wrist, bending it while his other hand was placed on his opponent's chest, generating several explosions. The green-haired boy, using the excessive strength of his legs, jumped into the air to pin the blonde boy beneath him and slam him to the ground. However, the explosive boy grabbed the green-haired boy's shirt and, with his explosions, positioned himself on top of him before using another blast to slam the green-haired boy hard into the ground, remaining on top of him and trying to subdue him. Izuku wouldn't give up so easily, so using his legs he managed to knee the blonde in the back, loosening his grip just a little, but enough for him to free his hand and deliver a powerful punch to his opponent's cheek to knock him off. He quickly got up to dodge a blow before sweeping across the blonde's legs and, before he fell, grabbing his shirt to throw him to the other side of the arena. Bakugo quickly stood up, wiping the blood that was starting to trickle from his mouth, while he watched his green-haired friend wipe the blood from his nose before getting back into a fighting stance. The two ran towards each other again, preparing their punches, both smiling with excitement at the fight they were having. Bakugo struck Izuku with a hook to the jaw, and Izuku responded mercilessly with a flaming knee strike directly to the stomach, which he repeated several times after recovering from the blow. The blonde man freed himself from the blows by placing both hands on the sides of the green-haired man's abdomen, generating an explosion that made him scream and back away. Bakugo stopped him by grabbing his head and driving it down to meet it with a knee strike followed by a hammer blow to the head, knocking the rabbit boy down. The green-haired boy quickly got up after being hit by another explosion, performing a backflip and striking Bakugo with both feet as he moved away from the scene. Bakugo ran towards the green-haired boy again, being imitated by his friend, which made him smile arrogantly as he stopped in his tracks. As the green-haired boy approached, Bakugo placed his hands in front of him. When Izuku realized what he was doing, he couldn't stop himself. Stun grenade. He used the same technique as in his battle against Tsuyu. The loud sound and lights disoriented Izuku. Taking advantage of the moment when the boy was stunned, the blonde attacked him with various explosions while he only tried to defend himself, but not being able to see where the attacks were coming from for a few seconds had put him at a disadvantage. The flames at his feet weren't enough to make Bakugo back away, as the repeated explosions forced him back, preventing him from burning the blonde. He set his arms ablaze, resisting the burns to force Bakugo back, but before he could, he kicked the blonde hard in the chest before leaping on him and kicking his head. Don't you think they're going too far?" Jiro asked, seeing how both fighters were even bleeding, their shirts practically non-existent because they were so badly burned. It's even more terrifying to think what they would do against a villain if they're both friends," Ojiro remarked as he watched Midnight talking to Smintos, both adults looking rather serious. The fiery balls flew towards the blonde boy, but he dodged them by rising into the air and propelling himself back towards the green-haired boy, who responded by igniting his legs to make a block in the direction he was coming from, launching a fiery ball that hit him in the face, knocking him down just a few meters away. Both were breathing heavily, looking at each other seriously but with a smile, a slight tremor present in the blonde's hands and a little smoke coming from the rabbit boy's legs. "This isn't over yet, Deku. If we're both at our limit, I'll end this right now," the blonde shouted, rapidly raising his arms. "Try to endure this, nerd." He brought them down abruptly, generating an explosion that launched him into the sky. "If that's what you want," Izuku shouted, getting into a fighting stance as his flames gradually increased and began to erupt from his arms. "Howitzer impact," yelled the explosive kid as he began to spin on his own axis while a huge tornado of smoke and explosions formed around him. "Overheat," Izuku shouted, unleashing a massive amount of fire from his legs and arm, so intense that it began to melt the ground he was standing on. It was far stronger than in his previous battle. Both screams were followed by the impact of both powerful attacks. Izuku's fire spread with a strong kick and Bakugo's explosion connected with him at the same time. A huge cloud of smoke settled over the entire arena, even covering the referees. The whole state watched in anticipation to see who had won that clash of two such imposing attacks. As the smoke began to clear, everyone was on the edge of their seats to see which of the two participants had won, and the result could not have been more surprising to all those present. Neither of them had won yet. Both were still standing unconscious, wincing in pain, but still refusing to give up in any way. On one side of the arena, the green-haired boy had severe burns on his arms, while a large amount of smoke came from them in his legs. He was breathing heavily as he moved slowly, struggling to get back up. On the other side, Bakugo had a strong tremor in his hands while he had some burns all over his body. He closed his fists tightly to slightly stop the uncontrollable movement of his hands. "And, I saw that both of you were already at your limit before, aren't you supposed to get weaker?" Mineta asked, extremely surprised and scared. "No, it's just more painful for them to use it, hero," replied Tsuyu, who was also very surprised since even she hadn't seen them use that much power. "Does that mean they just endured it?" the brunette asked worriedly, having seen what the overheating was doing to the green-haired boy. The silence lasted a few minutes, but just as midnight was about to declare a tie, both barely recovered boys ran with effort towards each other. "Smentos, stop them," the woman shouted, watching them both launch into the fight again. A wall rose between them, but using what little remained of their quirks, both boys broke it down with a kick and an explosion. The fight escalated to bare fists, with Bakugo receiving a right hook while Izuku received another directly to their faces. Without pausing for a moment, the blonde boy repeatedly punched the blue-haired boy's torso while pushing him. Izuku, with effort, stopped him while elbowing him in the back, almost knocking him down, but he quickly recovered and punched him in the jaw. The 18-plus heroine tore her suit, about to use her quirk on both of them, until she saw the green-haired boy force the blonde boy to bend forward with a liver punch before delivering, with all the strength he had left, an elbow to the back of the blonde boy's neck, knocking him down and leaving him unconscious. Bakugo is unable to continue, Midnight announced, as surprised as she was excited by the strength and determination of both boys. And so the tournament comes to an end. The champion of this year's first-year sports festival is Usagiyama from Class A. After recovering from the surprise of Aizawa calling him, present Mike announced. There were only a few seconds of silence throughout the stadium before the cheers echoed. The green-haired boy smiled as he noticed his mother next to his aunt and then the brunette, all of them cheering him on, although they looked worried. He sat down wearily on the ground before collapsing backward and succumbing to exhaustion, also falling unconscious a few centimeters from Bakugo. "Now we'll proceed with the awards ceremony," Midnight announced as the podiums were displayed. Izuku was in first place, his arms completely bandaged and bearing burns from explosions. In second place was Bakugo, his hands still trembling slightly, his body covered in burns. Third place was shared by Tsuyu and Jin, who were chatting to get to know each other better. Time to award the medals. This year they will be presented by none other than our hero, All Might. She announced as the blonde hero arrived from outside the stadium. "This year's rookies are incredible, they have so much power and they'll be trained by All Might," said a hero, unaware of how inexperienced the blonde teacher really was. "I'm here with the medals," he shouted before approaching the third-place podium. "Congratulations, Asui and Tanako. Your courage and fighting skills are incredible," said the blonde, placing a bronze medal on each of them. "Both of you are destined for great things. Keep training, and there's no doubt you'll become great heroines." He hugged both girls, and seeing the doubtful look on the face of the dark-haired girl with red streaks, he continued, "Tanako, due to your performance, it's likely that in a few weeks after your first internships, you'll be transferred to a hero class." The girl beamed with excitement and smiled joyfully, still in the embrace. "Thank you, All Might," was all the girls said. Tsuyu, with just a small, cheerful smile. "Congratulations, young Bakugo," said the blonde, placing the silver medal around Bakugo's neck, making sure not to touch the burns on his face. "You have amazing power and technique, but be sure to manage your anger and self-control better so you don't end up so badly hurt." He hugged the explosive boy. "Whatever," Bakugo grumbled in response, though he did have a small smile on his face. "Congratulations, young Usagiyama," the #1 hero approached the green-haired boy, placing the gold medal around his neck. "You did very well, showing strong determination and willpower to keep fighting. This is the first of many victories." He gently hugged the boy, careful not to hurt his burnt arms. "Thank you, All Might. I also hope there will be more victories in the future," Izuku replied as the blonde boy separated from him. There you have it, this year's winners. However, there was a chance for everyone to be standing here. The next generation of heroes will make the seeds planted today sprout. Come on, say it with me. The blonde man shouted, pointing to the sky. Good job. Plus Ultra. All Might said a different phrase, earning complaints from the entire stadium. After the students went to their classroom to talk to their teacher and Aizawa told them they had a few days to rest while he organized the requests from the professional hero agencies, everyone went home. Izuku was talking with Kirishima and Bakugo at the exit. Todoroki was also supposed to be there, but he left because he wanted to visit his mother. When the green-haired boy saw the girls leaving, he said goodbye to his friends as he approached them. Hey girls, could you let me talk to Uraraka? The boy asked when he was close to them. Of course, Usajiyama, we'll be. Momo began, but was interrupted by Tsuyu. We'll go home now, Izuku Kiro, said the green-haired girl, and Jiro was about to say something but was interrupted by Mina. Yes, that's right, it's best if we leave, the pink-haired girl said, supporting the frog girl and gently pushing her companions aside, leaving the green-haired boy and the brunette alone. What did you want to talk about, Deku-kun? The girl asked once everyone had left. We put it aside, the kiss thing when I was about to fight with Todoroki, the green-haired boy replied, rubbing the back of his neck, somewhat nervously. Why yes, and, I'm sorry about that, I really got excited, but then you ignored it, so I thought you didn't want to talk about it, the brunette said apologetically, her head bowed. I'm sorry if I made you think that, the green-haired boy reassured her, placing a hand on the girl's head. I was just focused on the fights. He smiled, making the brunette nod. Yes, that makes sense. I guess I didn't think of it, but I'm happy that's why you won, the brunette said, smiling excitedly. Thanks, but getting back to the topic, why did you? The boy trailed off, leaving the question hanging in the air. You've really helped me a lot, and even though we haven't known each other for very long, I really like you, the girl said, blushing deeply, making Izuku smile. Hey, it's okay, I like you too, he said, equally blushing, and the girl hugged him tightly. Izuku moved his arms to return the hug. They remained like that for a few minutes, just enjoying the contact with each other. They separated slightly to look into each other's eyes before slowly approaching each other to kiss tenderly until they ran out of breath. Wow, that, Izuku was stunned for a few seconds. Was better than the first time. Do you want to go get some ice cream? Izuku asked after recovering a little from his daydream. Like a date? The girl asked, becoming nervous again. Yes, a first date, as my girlfriend, Izuku smiled before getting nervous at the brunette's expressionless face. I mean, if you want to and I can't force you to go out with me. Uraraka held his hands to help him relax. Relax, I do want to be your girlfriend, she said, and with that, they both left the school. The brunette clung to Izuku's arm after making sure his burns weren't hurting anymore. Hey, do you think we could keep this a secret from the class for a while? Except for Bakugo, Tsuyu, and Kirishima, of course. Maybe Todoroki too, she asked her now boyfriend. I really don't think I can handle Mina and Hagakuri's teasing yet. She hid her face a little in his arm. Sure, I don't want to deal with Kaminari and Mineta, they're annoying enough as it is, Izuku agreed as they continued walking to their first date. 2 days after the festival, it was a rainy day. Izuku stood in front of the Bakugo family's door with an umbrella. He knocked, waiting for his blonde friend to go to Ua, but it was his Aunt Mitsuki who opened the door. Izuku, what are you doing here? The blonde woman asked her nephew. I was planning to go to Ua with Kachan, the green-haired boy explained simply to the woman. He left much earlier. According to him, he didn't want to deal with the crowd, Mitsuki explained, slightly confusing the green-haired boy. Okay, Aunt Mitsuki, see you later, the boy said, starting to walk towards the train station. He was wondering what his friend meant, but decided to ignore it for the moment, so when he arrived at the station he boarded the train. There were no places to sit, so he stood there while texting Uraraka. Hey old man, he was so engrossed in his phone that he didn't notice when another passenger spoke to him. Usajiyama of heroism, the man said to get his attention. Was all the green-haired boy said, looking up from his phone to look at the people around him. You were great at the sports festival, I supported you from the beginning, the man said, giving her a thumbs up. You're the winner, right? That's really impressive, said another man, also supporting the green-haired boy. Now I understand what Kachan meant, Izuku thought, somewhat nervous and annoyed at the same time. After enduring the train journey, Izuku finally got off at his station and was heading towards Uwa, protecting himself from the rain with his umbrella, his ears folded down so they wouldn't bother him. Iida ran past him wearing a raincoat and rain boots. The green-haired boy decided to run to arrive at the same time as him. While the two were putting their things away in the small lockers, Izuku sighed and turned to look at the one with glasses. Hey, Iida, the rabbit boy corrected himself to show he was serious. I heard what happened with your brother, is he okay? He asked calmly as he watched his companion take off his raincoat. Yes, that's fine, don't worry Usajiyama-kun, the class president tried to reassure him. And are you? Izuku asked with some seriousness. The blue-haired boy closed his eyes and nodded again. Yes, you don't have to worry about me either, she replied as she started to walk away to her classroom. I know we're not exactly friends, but I think you're someone worthy of admiration. I know how difficult something like this can be. If you need anything, you can talk to me, the green-haired boy said sincerely to his companion. Thank you, Usajiyama-kun, but I'm actually fine. With that, Iida left. Izuku stood still for a moment, putting away his umbrella, somewhat worried, until he felt arms wrap around his torso. Are you okay? The brunette asked without moving away from the green-haired boy. Yes, thank you Uraraka, I'm just worried about Iida. Izuku smiled at her before the two of them went to their classroom. I was really recognized a lot, Kirishima told his friends when they were all in his classroom. It was kind of annoying to arrive with so many people interrupting. Hiro, Tsuyu said, leaning back in her desk. That's why I left so early, Bakugo told everyone. It wasn't so bad. A little girl asked me for an autograph at the station, Uraraka said with a smile. Same here, a kid asked me for an autograph on the train. It's kind of annoying having so many people bothering me, but it's also satisfying that they recognize my efforts. Izuku shrugged while smiling. Good day, Aizawa interrupted, and all the students went to their seats and became serious. I'm glad you were able to take off the bandages, Aizawa-sensei, Tsuyu said, tapping her chin with a finger. The treatment was exaggerated, Aizawa said, touching the scar under his eye, but that's not important now. Today's hero class will be different, he declared, making some nervous as they thought it might be an exam. It's time for you to choose your hero names, he announced, and the classroom erupted in cheers of excitement. Awesome, finally we can choose our hero names. Kirishima shouted excitedly, while Izuku, on the other hand, winked at Uraraka, since she had already told him the name she would choose. This is related to the requests I mentioned the other day, said the teacher, activating his quirk and calming everyone down. The nominations will only become significant once you've gained experience and your combat skills have been judged during your second and third years. This means that this year's requests will only be points of interest that can disappear or be completely forgotten, Aizawa explained matter-of-factly. So this year's nominations are nothing more than personal obstacles? Hagakure asked, raising her arm, which was visible through the sleeves of her uniform. That's right, the nomination count is as follows, Aizawa said, pressing a control. Normally it's more balanced, but this year the attention has focused on 3 of you. The nominations were displayed on the whiteboard screen. The screen displayed the huge imbalance. Todoroki had 4,123 requests, Bakugo had 4,565, while Izuku far surpassed them with 6,382. Okay, I know they were the best at the festival, but why is it so unbalanced, especially Usajiyama? Momo asked, seeing the results. Most of those must be because of my father, was Todoroki's only serious reply. Being related to Aunt Mirko would have a lot to do with it, Bakugo explained dismissively. Even so, it would make more sense for Todoroki to be first since he's the son of the number 2, Shiro said. But Izuku beat Todoroki, so knowing that Bakugo was also trained by Mirko makes him even more interesting, Tsuyu remarked, tapping her chin with a finger. That doesn't explain why Usajiyama is so high up, Mineta cried, having received no requests. It doesn't surprise me that you don't know, Aizawa stated, drawing his students' attention. As you know, the attack on USJ gained you some popularity, but the police leaked the security footage. The reason Usajiyama is higher is because he faced the leader of the League of Villains and held his own in a fight against that Nomu monster, Aizawa explained, making the class understand and causing some to feel a little jealous of the rabbit boy. But even if you didn't receive a nomination, I'll make sure everyone gets that work experience, Aizawa explained, outlining what would happen to those who didn't receive nominations. So that's why we need hero names, Sato said excitedly. Yes, this is finally getting fun, Uraraka said with a smile. First of all, you can come in now, Aizawa said at the door, and a few seconds later Jin Tanako entered. Tanako will be a new student due to her great performance at the festival. Why specifically in our class? Iida asked. It wasn't that he minded, but as the president, he needed to know. As you can see, our classmate Kota isn't here, Aizawa explained, a hint of mockery in his voice, as the dark-haired girl with red streaks sat in Kota's old seat. Everyone turned to look at the quiet young man's empty seat. After Usajiyama's fight with Bakugo, in which they both ended up injured, his mother decided to enroll him in another school. He's one of those people who don't understand that he'll face worse things after graduation. She, like all of you, will choose her hero name today, even though she'll join the class after her internships. Midnight shouted, entering the room. I'm not really good with names, so I'll have Miss Midnight evaluate them, Aizawa said, getting into his sleeping bag and lying down in a corner. Your hero names, the names the world will remember you by, many times even after you've turned pro. With that, Midnight gave everyone small whiteboards to write their names on. One by one, the students of Class 1A came forward to say their names. Some who were rejected had to change them. Todoroki just used his name, as did Iida. Alright, that was easier than I expected. All that's left are Bakugo, Usajiyama, and Tanako's names. Midnight said, watching Bakugo's angry expression and the other two getting up. Izuku was kind and let his friend go first. The Dark Huntress heroine Zoroark, the girl announced, showing her whiteboard with the name. I love the combination of the fox's name because of your mutation and the word, dark, because of your claws. Midnight said, cracking his whip in the air to approve the name. Izuku gave his friend a thumbs up as he stood up from his seat to walk towards Midnight with his whiteboard in his hands. The fiery rabbit hero Cinderace, Izuku said, revealing his name on the blackboard. The combination of the word, cinder, meaning ash, and ace, showing that you're an ace with your quirk, is another sublime combination, the adult said, giving another lash of her whip in approval of the idea as Izuku went to his place. Did you really think about all that? Bakugo asked his friend once he was in his place. Only the cinder thing. Ace was just a complete unclear, but apparently it had a meaning, Izuku shrugged, dismissing it as unimportant. While that was happening in the teacher's room, All Might was reviewing some papers until the door opened. The blond man raised his head and saw a short old man, which made him nervous. Gran Torino, W. What are you doing here? The peace symbol stammered. We need to talk about that Usajiyama boy, the old man said calmly. Back in the rabbit boys class, many were already thinking about the agencies they would like to join. Have you decided where you're going, Izuku? Uraraka asked, leaving her friends confused by how she addressed the boy. No, but I have some in mind, she said, thinking of heroes she had met before with her mother. Those with nominations will receive a personalized list. Those without nominations can take this list of 40 agencies that will accept them, Aizawa said, holding up the list. Decide before the weekend, he finished, handing out the sheets, which were a much larger pile for Bakugo, Usajiyama, and Todoroki. Do you know where you're going, Ochako? Izuku asked, further confusing all his friends with the way he called her. The girl simply nodded and pointed to the name of an agency on the sheet. Gunhead Battle Hero Office, Izuku asked, somewhat puzzled. Yes, they nominated me, Uraraka replied, getting into a fighting stance. I thought you wanted to be a rescue hero, Bakugo said, looking at the girl with a raised eyebrow. That's my ultimate goal, but a hero must be ready for anything. That's why Izuku trained me before the festival, but now that he'll be busy, I need to get stronger with a professional, the brunette replied, punching the air. Yes, that's a really good idea. You can adapt your quirk to your own fighting style, but you need to learn other techniques, Izuku said, and the brunette nodded in agreement. Putting that aside, Aizawa, have you decided where you're going? Kirishima asked, and the green-haired boy shook his head as he looked at Endeavor's agency listed on his sheet of paper. Didn't your mother ask for you? Suyu asked, placing a finger on her chin. No, I've trained with her since I was a child. She knows very well that it's more convenient for me to train with someone else now, and I need to improve my fire so I can use at least a little on the rest of my body without getting burned, Izuku explained simply before the bell rang, signaling recess. Todoroki stood up and managed to see the name of his father's agency on Izuku's sheet of paper. He approached his new friend to talk to him. Usajiyama, I need to talk to you, Shoto said as he approached the group of friends who were about to leave. Sure, but first let's go to the cafeteria, the green-haired boy agreed, approaching the classroom door. I'm here in a bizarre pose. All Might shouted, appearing in the doorway. All Might, why do you look so nervous? Izuku asked, confused by the blonde's attitude. Could you come with me for a few minutes? He asked, still feeling a bit nervous. Oh, sure, I'll see you guys later. Get me some katsudon, the green-haired boy said, walking away as his friends nodded. Even Todoroki went with them. Someone's here who wants to talk to you. He was my teacher, Gran Torino, and he also knows about One for All, the blonde explained as they walked to All Might's office. Are there others who know about this power? The blonde nodded, relieving Izuku, who no longer felt so bad about telling Bakugo. He was a close friend of mine and my predecessors. Maybe he thinks I'm not doing things right and came to complain about it, All Might began to whisper, this time making even the boy nervous. The two entered All Might's office where the old man was sitting with a cup of tea in his hands. Izuku sat in the armchair opposite him while All Might sat next to the old man. Tell me, Usajiyama, how do you use One for All? The old man got straight to the point. It's kind of strange, actually I always use it in combination with my own quirk, Izuku explained, accepting a cup of tea offered by his teacher. Interesting. According to what Nana said, most users took a while to master their quirk, as well as One for All, the old man in the yellow cloak said thoughtfully to himself. Now tell me, what did you want to do when you threw that flame at that girl, Tanako? He asked, reminding Izuku that he had wanted to use air pressure. It was kind of weird, I just wanted to use an air pressure punch like All Might does, Izuku explained thoughtfully. Just as I thought, you're not a good vessel for One for All, the old man said, making All Might nervous and Izuku sigh. You're the perfect vessel, the old man finished, surprising them both. What does Gran Torino mean? The blonde man asked in his skeletal form. One for All has adapted to his body and his quirk like no other user, he began to explain calmly. I understand you've used air pressure before, he said, looking at the green-haired boy. Yes, I used it at USJ to create a whirlpool in the water, the boy agreed, prompting the old man to mimic him. Let me guess, you were using the fire in your arms, the old man said, surprising Izuku, who nodded in shock. That was because you weren't prepared to do that, but when you used One for All without that fire in your arms, it fused with your quirk, generating that blaze, the old man explained. Izuku closed his hand into a fist with a minimal amount of One for All power, gave a light punch to the air, and a small flame appeared. Wow, I didn't really think about it much after the fight, Izuku confessed, throwing more light punches in the air, generating small flames. Normally it would be better to use One for All on your entire body, but in your condition it's best to wait until it fully adapts to your quirk, or it could be harmful to you, the old man said, getting up from the armchair. I recommend you improve your fire for that purpose and learn to use it throughout your body, he finished, leaving the room. I should go too, there are things I need to think about. Izuku stood up and gave a slight bow before heading out to the cafeteria to see his friends. Izuku walked silently towards the cafeteria, too much information in his head to process so quickly. He entered the cafeteria and went to the table where his friends were, sat next to his girlfriend and started eating his katsudon until he felt the brunette rest her head on his shoulder. Are you okay, Izuku? The girl asked, pulling Izuku from his thoughts. Huh, oh yeah. Don't worry Ochako, I was just lost in thought, the green-haired boy replied, smiling at his girlfriend. Okay, enough of this bullshit. What's going on between you two? The blonde boy shouted, only to be silenced by his two friends who asked him to stop so as not to draw attention. We were planning to tell you later, but I guess it's okay now, Uraraka said, and Izuku nodded, glancing around with his ears twitching to make sure no one could hear them. Ochako and I have been dating since the sports festival ended a few days ago, the green-haired boy confessed quietly with a smile. Great, Kirishima said, extending his hands along with Todoroki. Bakugo and Tsuyu paid them. The dyed-haired boy was relieved because after losing a bet on who Bakugo would win, he needed a victory. This time, they had bet on whether they would start dating soon or take even longer. Ignore the fact that we bet on you, you should be used to it by now. Why didn't you say anything? The whole class already thought you two were dating, Bakugo said, raising an eyebrow at the couple. That's exactly why, they're just beliefs. I don't want to deal with Mineta and Kaminari bothering me because I got a girlfriend before them or something, the boy replied irritably, his red eyes fixed on the pair of perverts at another table. I'm in the same boat with Mina and Hagakuri making fun of me, and besides, they're probably just trying to make us uncomfortable, the brunette replied. It makes sense if you think about it, Hiro, the frog girl said, opening her jelly after finishing her meal. Okay, if we put that aside, what was it you wanted to tell me, Todoroki? Izuku asked the bi-colored boy. I saw that the old man also requested you at his agency, are you planning to go? He asked with his typical serious face. Bakugo became serious as he remembered the bi-colored boy's past. I don't know, the last time we talked it didn't go very well, Izuku replied hesitantly. He's an idiot, he probably doesn't care if you're rude to him, Bakugo said dismissively. If only that were all. That phrase caught the attention of all his friends. He was angry, so I kicked him in the head, I left him dizzy, confessed the green-haired boy, taking a bite of his food. He'll probably only accept you to make you a worthy rival or some nonsense like that, Todoroki deduced, looking at his friend. But I heard you want to improve your fire. I haven't used it in 10 years, so maybe it would be more bearable if we both went for it. He gave a very slight smile to the rabbit boy in front of him. Yes, I suppose you're right, let's go with him, it won't be so bad if we're among friends, the green-haired boy replied, giving a thumbs up. Are you sure, Izuku? Uraraka asked worriedly, she didn't know why, but it seemed like Endor didn't even like her son. Yes, Ochako, don't worry, the green-haired boy said, kissing her cheek once he was sure no one was watching. The days passed and now it was finally the day when all the students in the class, except for Tanako, would go to their internships. Now they were at the train station with their teacher. Everyone has their suits, right? The teacher asked his students, who nodded. It's clear that wearing them in public is strictly forbidden, and don't lose them either, the dark-haired man said, his voice weary. Izuku glanced sideways at Iida walking away as Aizawa finished speaking, and with a sigh, he turned to look at his girlfriend. Wait a minute, Ochako, I have something to do, he told the girl. She turned to look at Iida and nodded. The boy approached him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Hey, Iida, if you need someone to talk to, just send a message or make a call. He handed him a piece of paper with his number on it, which he had written down earlier. I really appreciate it, Usajiyama-kun, but everything's fine. The boy with glasses put the number in his bag. Also, call me if you need help with anything at all. Don't do anything crazy without support, Izuku told him, suspecting the anger his classmate was hiding from everyone. Here, you can also call me if you need anything, she quickly wrote her number on a piece of paper she took out of her backpack. Thank you, Izuku said, also saving the class president's number. Iida nodded with a smile before walking away to board the train. Izuku sighed and rejoined his friends. Do you think he'll be okay? Uraraka asked her boyfriend when he returned. I hope so, he really does seem very angry, Izuku said with a worried look. Really, I think you're exaggerating things, Hiro. He doesn't seem upset, Tsuyu said to her best friend. Says the expressionless girl, Izuku replied with a raised eyebrow and a mocking smile. He has a good point, Kirishima said, pointing at Izuku. Let's hope the square doesn't do anything stupid, Bakugo said seriously. Hey Usajiyama. Our train has arrived, Todoroki said, changing the subject when everyone fell silent. Oh yeah, we have to go now. He glanced around to make sure no one from his class saw him. Seeing everyone talking amongst themselves or heading to their trains, he walked over and kissed Uraraka on the lips. See you in a few days, Ochako. Call me tonight. Bye, guys, he said to his girlfriend before saying goodbye and heading to his train with his bicolored friend. Take care, Izuku, the brunette said, waving goodbye. The boy nodded and gave a thumbs up as he boarded the train. The journey was rather long, but luckily they both managed to find a seat to pass those minutes. During the trip, a small child approached them. Excuse me, the boy timidly called their attention. Why you guys were great at your festival, he told them. Todoroki looked at him curiously, but Izuku smiled at him. Thank you, it's good to know there were people like you supporting us, the green-haired boy smiled at the child. Do you think you could give me an autograph? Like future heroes? The still shy boy asked. Sure, said Izuku. Seeing that the boy only had a notebook, he took a pen out of his backpack, signed the notebook, and gave the pen to his friend to do the same. Thank you, thank you, thank you, the boy repeated, hugging the notebook before walking away and showing it to his mother. You're good with kids, Todoroki said to the green-haired boy, who just shrugged. Yeah, even though mom doesn't get along with the media, she does with her fans, especially the kids who admire her. I guess I learned a few things, Izuku said dismissively, looking out the window. The rest of the trip was really peaceful. They both got off the train and walked calmly to Endeavor's agency. When they arrived, the number 2 hero was standing in front of the building's door. They've finally arrived, the redhead said coldly. Whatever, old man, why do you want me here? The rabbit boy asked without flinching. Your quirk is interesting. With enough training, you'll be a good rival for Shoto to overcome, was the hero's response, confirming to Izuku what the bicolored boy had said a few days ago. Think whatever you want as long as you help us improve, Izuku said before he and Shoto surrounded the hero and entered the building. Upon entering the building, the first thing they saw was a girl with flaming green hair who seemed energetic but somewhat rough. Hey, you're Shoto, the boss's son, and you must be Usajiyama. It's strange that the boss brought you here. I'm burning, the woman said before introducing herself. Seriously, how many people with fire quirks are there? Izuku asked the heir. He already knew too many fire users. Get used to it, kid. There are plenty of people with that kind of quirk in this agency. Burning told him. You scream a lot, said the green-haired boy, looking at her expressionlessly. Do you have a problem with that? The girl with flaming hair shouted again, looking directly at the green-haired boy. They stared at each other. Even the other heroes could see and feel the growing tension between the boys and the adults' gazes. Nah, no problem, I like you, was all Izuku said, easing the tension in the air. Hey boss, I like this kid. The woman with flaming hair shouted to Endeavor while pointing at Izuku. Anyway, you two get ready for a patrol. I want to see your capabilities before you start your training, the red-haired adult told the 2 teenagers. Take them to the dorms to leave their bags, he told another of the heroes there who went with the boys. Will you tell me why you decided to bring that boy too? Burning asked, raising an eyebrow, since the number 2 hero had said he would only bring his son. He's an interesting person, Mirko's son. The way he fought, he had the chance to knock Shoto out of the arena but chose not to. I want to see how far he can go, was all he said as he was about to enter his office. Hey old man, didn't you say we should go out on patrol? Izuku said, arriving already dressed in his uniform. Did you manage to store all your things? Burning asked, raising an eyebrow. There are priorities, we'll do it when we get back, Shoto said, staring intently at his father. All right, let's go then, said Endeavor, leaving the building, followed by both aspiring heroes. They left the agency, both teenagers forced to try to keep up with the number 2 hero. Even though Izuku was used to jumping and maneuvering between buildings, the hero still had a great advantage. The red-haired man stopped at the top of the building and stood on the edge. A few seconds later, both teenagers arrived, looking somewhat tired. I understand that even before you had trouble with villains, Endeavor said to the rabbit boy as he watched a man enter a store. Yes, they're usually small-time villains who think I'm untrained and can extort money from my mother for ransom, Izuku stated, looking in the direction the hero was looking, which made him frown and his body temperature rise. Alright, let's see how much this helps you. Robbery at the store right across the street. Stop him, Endeavor told him. It was a minor offense, something he should be able to handle if things got out of hand for the teenager. Why haven't you acted? He asked, seeing Izuku still standing there. This isn't the time. It doesn't seem like it would hurt anyone. Entering so abruptly would endanger the hostage in your arms, replied the green-haired man as he took off his jacket. Endeavor had to admit something. He hadn't expected the boy next to him to notice the hostage so quickly. Shoto was watching from behind. He knew this patrol was just to assess Izuku's abilities, because as much as he hated him, he knew his father was perfectly aware of his current capabilities. Izuku waited. He was somewhat worried about the hostage, but if he acted on those worries, he would only put him in danger. So, under Endeavor's slightly curious gaze, he readied his jacket. Inside the store, the man emerged, still looking back, holding his hostage tightly while carrying a sports bag with the money. I'll let her go when I'm far enough away. Try anything and you'll be damned. Inside the store, a woman was crying, but the robber paid little attention to her. Izuku fell behind him, so the man quickly turned around only to see the white jacket covering his hostage before receiving a fiery ball directly to the face. Without wasting a single second to prevent the man from recovering, Izuku leapt forward, delivering a powerful blow to his face. He snatched the hostage from his arms before delivering a flame-covered kick directly to his chest, sending him crashing into a wall. Who the hell are you? The man asked as he stood up. But before he could do anything, the green-haired boy had already leapt towards him, delivering a powerful axe blow to the head that sent him to the ground unconscious. Izuku stared intently at the man lying on the ground to make sure he wouldn't get up. His expression changed when he heard soft sobs. Hey, are you okay? It's all over, Izuku reassured her, taking his jacket off the body in her arms and revealing the little girl clinging tightly to his neck. It's okay, it's all over now. We'll find your mother, and this will be nothing more than a bad memory. What do you say? He said in a soft voice, rubbing the girl's back to soothe her crying. The girl's sobs subsided as she nodded. The green-haired man moved the girl so he could carry her with one hand while using the other to grab the man by the shirt and drag him back to the robbed store. I entered the store and released the man, letting him fall face first to the floor. I took the girl from his arms after completely removing her jacket. The girl's mother quickly approached them, hugging her daughter while crying and repeatedly thanking Izuku. Don't worry, ma'am, I'm glad you're both all right, Izuku said, smiling, before looking towards the building from which the redhead was watching him. You can come and talk to the police now, or they'll misunderstand things and think I don't have permission, Izuku spoke into a communicator in his ear to Endeavor as he heard the sirens approaching. The hero came down from the building, as did his son, to speak with the police. The green-haired man only spoke to the little girl. Even though she was now safe, she was still scared, so the green-haired man tried to calm her down. Well, it's time to go, Endeavor said seriously when he had finished explaining everything to the authorities. See you later, Izuku said to the girl with a smile before walking away to gently ignite his flames, preparing to jump. Thank you, sir, the girl didn't know how to say to the green-haired man as she waved goodbye. I'm Cinderace, was all he said with a smile before leaping between buildings to reach the rooftops with Todoroki behind him using his ice. They continued patrolling for a few hours with nothing interesting happening. From then on, Endeavor stopped the rest of the crimes since they were things he needed to resolve as quickly as possible. As evening fell, the two teenagers walked behind the adult towards the agency building. The man glanced back slightly. Today was just to test you, Sagayama, since I know what your capabilities are, Endeavor said, looking at his son. I already know, the bi-colored young man replied coldly. And you? The number 2 hero pointed at Izuku. You acted quickly, you didn't let that man do anything, you did well, but you could have hurt the girl in the first attack, Endeavor said, only slightly less serious. She wasn't in danger. My jacket is fireproof, and the temperature regulator generates cold, so she didn't even feel the heat of my flames, Izuku explained to the man, who nodded. Go have dinner or something and don't stay up late because training starts first thing tomorrow, the man said, entering the agency building before heading straight to his office. So, how did he do it? Burning asked his boss, who had blocked his path. She doesn't have much training with her quirk beyond the basics. As I suspected, she can only use it in her legs. Aside from that, she has good judgment and knows how to use her quirk effectively, as well as how to calm people down. She reminds me a bit of All Might, the man replied, slightly clenching his fists, but he didn't seem entirely annoyed. He went into his office without giving the woman time to speak again. Meanwhile, Izuku and Todoroki were in the building's cafeteria eating away from the other heroes so they could talk more quietly, the green-haired boy sitting across from the bicolored boy. There's everything here, said Izuku, eating soba noodles since Todoroki had convinced him to try them. Yes, the old man wants everyone to be available, even at night, if something serious happens, the bicolored man explained, revealing the reason why there were even dormitories in the building. Do you have any idea why he acted so relaxed today? The green-haired boy asked, raising an eyebrow. He'd expected a colder demeanor after their argument the first time they spoke. He's an idiot, but he knows how to recognize the strength of others, replied the bicolored boy, also only slightly surprised by Endeavor's attitude today. What you did today, being so young, earned me a little of his respect, Burning said, sitting down next to Todoroki. Who would have thought? I only did the right thing. I still have many things to improve, Izuku said, making Burning smile for some unknown reason. Night had settled in, many of the workers were already asleep, including Todoroki, but on the other hand, the rabbit boy was in the building's gym repeatedly hitting the punching bag. The sound of a call on his cell phone pulled him from his thoughts, so he grabbed a towel and dried the sweat from his neck before picking up his phone and answering the call. Hi Ochako. I thought you'd call me later, the green-haired boy greeted before taking a drink of water. Izuku, it's 11:30. I thought you'd be asleep by now. I got caught up training, the brunette said from the phone. I hadn't realized what time it was, I lost track of time training too, Izuku confessed as he gathered his things with his free hand. How was your first day? Uraraka asked the boy. She was a little worried that he was with Endeavor after he said they had argued. I'm fine. Don't worry, it's not so bad. Endeavor seems strangely relaxed. How did it go for you? The green-haired boy replied as he left the gym and walked towards the room they had given him. It was good, the training was a bit slow since Gunhead wanted to see everything I knew first. Everything you taught me was really a great improvement, the girl explained to her boyfriend. Great, my training hasn't even started yet. We went out on patrol and I stopped a robbery because Endeavor wanted to know what I was capable of, the green-haired boy added, making his girlfriend laugh. I know, Izuku, that was news, the brunette told him, because during a short break she took when Gunhead had to resolve something, she saw the news on television. You expect something so simple to be news? The green-haired boy asked in surprise, entering the room and throwing himself onto the bed. It wasn't simple, Izuku. You acted incredibly well. Besides, most people are interested in what the UA classes are doing now that internships are happening, he explained, recounting what he had heard from the news anchor. I suppose you're right, especially since I'm sure that, being their first internship, many won't do any real work, Izuku said. He didn't think all heroes would let their students act the way Endeavor had let him. Exactly, I don't think I'll be acting much, they'll probably just help me with my martial arts training. Uraraka agreed with her boyfriend. Hey Ochako, do you think we could talk tomorrow? I'm really running late and training with Endeavor starts first thing in the morning, Izuku asked calmly. Of course, Izuku, I need to rest too, but I wanted to talk to you since I promised to do so every night, she reminded the green-haired boy of his promise. I know, see you later Ochako, sleep well, Izuku said after remembering what his girlfriend had said. You sleep well too, Izuku. Good night, the girl said cheerfully before hanging up. Izuku put his phone aside to go to sleep, hoping that staying up late wouldn't affect his productivity tomorrow. Izuku had woken up at the same time as the rest of the heroes, left his room and headed to the dining room with Todoroki to have some breakfast before starting to train. After breakfast, the two went to the training room. Izuku wore a sleeveless black shirt and shorts so he could use his fire freely. They both stood in front of Endeavor, both looking at him with cold and disinterested stares. Shoto, come with me. Improving your fire control requires equipment capable of withstanding it, Endeavor told the bicolored man, who shrugged and followed him to another room. Meanwhile, Izuku decided to start stretching and warming up, until the redhead returned. Okay, what do I have to do? Izuku asked the man. First of all, is there anything else you can do with your quirk? The man asked. Izuku nodded, punching the air with one for all, generating a burst of flame. It only works if I hit, but that gives me more control over how much I can use, the green-haired boy explained, and the man nodded. What's the minimum amount of fire that burns your arms? Endeavor asked, remembering how his arms ended up burned when he used it in the tournament. A fire the size of what a lighter produces gives me minimal burns, the green-haired boy replied, curious about the question. When did you discover that? The hero continued the questioning. Since the age of 7. Although Izuku didn't use his fire, he did know its limitations. I want you to use it at that amount, the hero ordered. Izuku was surprised but obeyed the order. The fire lightly covered his arm, flames only a few centimeters high. Surprisingly for Izuku, there was no pain or a single burn mark. What the hell? Izuku asked the air, since even a small amount of fire burned him before. That happens because you use fire in your arms, but since you use it so little, your body hasn't adapted enough to it, and even a small amount doesn't hurt you, Endeavor explained seriously. Worse how? Is it like this with all quirks that harm the user? Izuku asked out of curiosity, and the man nodded. Imagine someone with soft, weak hands, the hero said, and although Izuku didn't understand, he nodded. If that person starts doing heavy work like construction, at first it will be painful, but later their hands will become rough and hard, adapted to that work. It's basically the same function for quirks. Unless there's a genetic limitation, it can always be improved, the man finished explaining as Izuku gradually increased the power of his fire. Genetic limitation? Izuku asked, confused by that. Moreover, the man seemed a little downcast as he said it. It's when someone's quirk hurts them because their body can't handle it. Do you know how weak elasticity quirks are against cold? The hero explained. A slight expression of sadness appeared on his face, but it quickly changed before he could ask. Yes, because their bodies are elastic, the cold makes them fragile, preventing them from stretching or causing them to break. The mere sensation of the cold could easily crack their skin, Izuku said, thinking about the weaknesses that quirk had in the face of the cold. Exactly. Let's say Shoto marries someone with that quirk. If their son only inherits Shoto's ice quirk but his body is adapted for elasticity by his mother's genes, he'll hurt himself using his quirk. Again, a slight feeling of sadness was heard in the man's voice. I understand, thanks for the advice. Even Izuku, who didn't get along well with the hero, had to admit it was a great help. Endeavor turned just as he was about to leave the training room, but stopped himself before turning to look at the green-haired boy again. I want to ask you a question, Izuku said, catching his attention. He turned to look at me. How did you get Shoto to use his fire? Izuku sighed at the question. I didn't do it, it was you, Izuku began to explain, confusing the man. Or rather, your absence. According to what he told me, he simply put aside all thoughts related to you and focused on his mother, who always told him not to let yourself be limited by you. Izuku finished, speaking to the hero who remained serious. Why did he think of her? She never had anything to do with his fire or even his training, Endeavor said, more curious than anything else. He was made to surpass All Might, Izuku said, looking at the man seriously. That's how you see it. That was your support. Compare that to his mother, who always told him not to let you limit him and to be the hero he always wanted to be, not like you. Endeavor remained silent, processing Shoto's friend's words. If he thought about it, he was the first friend he knew his son had. Endeavor, you know, I like the meaning, effort, but where has your obsession with surpassing All Might gone that meaning has lost its significance for you? Izuku retorted coldly, looking at the adult. What are you talking about? The red-haired man asked, frowning. If Todoroki surpasses All Might, would you truly feel accomplished? It wouldn't be your victory, And no one would really acknowledge it because he wouldn't give you any credit, Izuku said to the hero in a serious and cold tone. And if you're listening to me, it's because you already know that, Izuku concluded with an expressionless gaze. The hero remained silent before turning to leave the training room until he heard Izuku continue talking. Do you want to know why you can't surpass All Might? He asked, catching the man's attention. The man glanced at him out of the corner of his eye. You focused so much on trying to be stronger than him that you forgot to try to be better. It doesn't matter if you become stronger than All Might, people will never consider you number one, he said, while obliviously increasing the power of his fire, causing the man to wince slightly in pain. What the hell are you talking about? What's the difference? The man asked, somewhat annoyed at not understanding what the green-haired boy with white tips was referring to. All Might inspires fear in his opponents, just like you, Izuku began, looking at the man. The difference is that, unlike you, he also gives others hope and confidence, while you even frighten them. It might not seem important to you, but it is. Gaining people's trust and keeping them relaxed can actually make your job easier, since they won't hesitate to ask for your help. Until you understand that, you'll never even be able to get close to All Might. Before trying to be better than him, try to be a better person, the green-haired boy concluded, looking at him with a hint of disdain before turning to start punching a heavy bag with his still burning arms. Endeavor stood there for a few seconds watching as Izuku had ended the conversation, only seeing how the boy continued hitting the bag with speed and constant force. When you're done, ask Burning to help you heal your burns. Don't overdo it, we don't have a recovery girl here, the redhead said before leaving, seeing Izuku nod without even turning to look at him or taking his attention off the punching bag. Izuku just continued with his training, glancing sideways as the pro-hero left. He was still curious about why talking about genetic limitations made him sad. He had noticed it, but it was extremely strange. Didn't the boss warn you not to overdo it? Burning shouted as he helped Izuku heal his burned arms and covered them with bandages. You're exaggerating, they're just first-degree burns, Izuku said dismissively as he watched Todoroki enter with 2 sodas. Todoroki waited for the woman with flaming hair to finish her work so she could leave and he could be alone with his friend. He pestered the green-haired boy, and he agreed. Do you know what's wrong with the old man? He seems too pensive. He went to where he used to train, but he didn't notice anything, he just stood there silently, Todoroki asked, sitting down next to Izuku. We talked a little, but I don't really know, he still seemed a bit upset, Izuku shrugged, for now he would broadcast the conversation he had with the number 2 hero. The two friends continued talking for a while, the night was beginning to settle in. While they were still in their conversation, Endeavor entered the room where they were. You two get ready quickly, there's trouble and they've requested our help, he ordered, so they both got up and ran to get their things. Both of them, finally changed, returned quickly. Izuku even jumped from the 2nd floor, saving himself the time of going down the stairs. Where are we going? Shoto asked when they were already on their way. Hosu, the man replied simply, drawing Izuku's attention. You'll see the work of a hero. The green-haired boy clenched his fists. While they were on their way, Izuku took out his cell phone and sent messages to Iida. However, although the blue-haired boy had seen them, there was no response. Izuku could tell something was wrong. Someone like him didn't seem like the type to ignore a message or even take too long to reply. Upon arriving in the city, the devastation was evident. Izuku and Todoroki quickly recognized the beasts causing the destruction. In a place where several local heroes were fighting, the green-haired boy could see how one of the Nomus was about to hit a heroine who was on the ground. Quickly separating from Endeavor's group, she stepped between the blow and stopped it with her hands thanks to her enhanced strength combined with One for All, surprising the heroine on the ground. Ha! You're weaker than the other one, Izuku mocked derisively before leaping up and striking the beast's exposed brain, then sending it flying with a kick. Tenya! He heard another hero shout, turning to look at him as he helped the heroine to her feet. Why did you have to run off to who knows where right now? At that moment, thoughts flooded the green-haired boy's mind. He left, but why? Izuku thought until the news returned to his mind. His brother was attacked here. Damn it, that idiot went looking for Stain. He quickly deduced and went to where Endeavor was. What's wrong, Cinderace? Shoto asked when he saw him approaching. The level of destruction is immense, there's already a lot of firepower here. I'll go help those who need it, Izuku replied, while also looking at the top two heroes. Alright, provide support in the surrounding area to anyone who needs it, especially check the alleyways, there might be civilians trying to hide, he ordered, and Izuku ran before jumping onto the rooftops of the buildings. Izuku had to accept something. The red-haired man had given him the idea, although it was actually quite obvious that he should search through the alleyways. He needed to find Iida, preferably before Iida found Stain, or things could get really difficult. He intensified the flames on his legs to run at high speed across the rooftops. Iida, very annoyed, found what he was looking for. In an alley, Stain had subdued a pro-hero with a native theme. The bespectacled student ran at high speed towards the anti-hero, trying to confront him, but the man only slashed at the air. Thanks to his helmet, Iida wasn't seriously injured, but his helmet flew off his head as he moved a little further ahead due to his speed. A child in disguise, who are you? The man asked as he watched the boy fall from the blow he received with the sword. Get out of here, this is no place for children. He turned his attention back to the hero he had pinned against the alley wall. A scarf as red as blood, armed with blades, you must be the antihero Stain. Am I right? The boy said as he tried to get up from the ground. I've been following you, though I didn't expect to find you so soon. I am, he began, his gaze filled with fury, until he was interrupted when the antihero's katana was thrust in front of his face. The look in your eyes, revenge motivates you, doesn't it? The one with the scarf asked contemptuously. Watch your damn mouth, or your age won't be enough to save you, he declared with a threat. To save me, so you don't even consider me a threat? The young man asked, struggling to his feet. Listen to me, criminal. I am the younger brother of a hero you attacked. The brother of the greatest hero of all heroes. I inherited this name and his mantle, so remember this name for the little time you have left. I am Ingenium, the hero who will defeat you. He shouted, his gaze determined and angry. As that's so, then it's time for you to die. I yelled as I prepared my weapons to attack him. Meanwhile, on the rooftops, a blur of fire raced swiftly, scanning the alleyways. Damn, at this rate I won't find him in time, the boy thought desperately. No, relax Izuku, you know how to increase your speed, just do it, he told himself and activated One for All. Small green rays surrounded his legs. He ran again, this time at a faster speed, however, only a few meters later a sharp pain shot through his legs, forcing him to stop. That old man was right, I still can't use it properly with fire. Lower percentage, he told himself, activating One for All again, this time at a lower level. The lightning didn't appear, but his speed increased significantly. Iida delivered an upward kick propelled by the speed of his engines, which the anti-hero easily dodged by jumping. The brother of, of Ingenium, the dark-haired man mocked as he prepared a kick with his spiked shoes. You're really, he drove the spikes into Iida's right forearm, shattering the armor. With his other foot, he struck him in the back of the neck, sending him crashing to the ground and tearing through the skin and armor where the spikes had embedded themselves. Very weak, he swiftly moved his sword to plunge it into Iida's left arm. You and your brother are weaklings, that's because you're fake, he said, still holding the sword and pressing down hard on Iida's head. Shut up, you bastard, Iida yelled, tears welling in his eyes. The lower half of his body is paralyzed. He'll never be fit to be a hero again. Stain looked at him indifferently. He saved and guided so many people. He gave me a dream. He was a magnificent hero. That's why I'm going to kill you. The young man shouted in frustration, even more tears streaming down his face. Save him first, the antihero pointed at the immobile, wounded hero against the alley wall. Before you worry about yourself, go save others. Don't use your power for your own gain. Don't let hatred consume you to satisfy your own desires. That behavior is far from the title of a hero. He drew his sword from the boy's shoulder. That's why you will die here. He licked the blood from the blade, paralyzing the blue-haired boy. You will be a sacrifice for a just world. He pointed the sword at the younger boy's neck. Shut up, shut up. The blue-haired boy on the ground shouted desperately. No matter what you say, you're a criminal who hurt my brother. Stain ignored him and looked up at the sky. Jumping back, The dark-haired man narrowly avoided a flaming axe kick that almost hit him, but he couldn't avoid the side kick straight to his stomach that made him stumble back a little. I came to save you, Iida. I told you not to do anything crazy, said the rabbit boy in a fighting stance. Usajiyama. Why? Asked the boy on the ground, looking at his companion who had just appeared. This kid, he's the one that Shigaraki guy was looking for, thought the antihero, looking at the newcomer. The news said the killer's victims were in the alleys, but it was still hard to find them in the chaos. But it wasn't hard to know you'd be wherever Stain was, the boy explained, still on his guard. Can you move? It would be best to get out of here if you're hurt, he asked. Stain kept staring at him as if he were studying him. He paralyzed me from the moment he cut me, it must be his quirk, Iida said, trying to move again but failing once more. There's someone else. Izuku frowned when he saw the injured hero. If it were just Iida I could get him out, he thought frustratedly, trying to form a plan. Usajiyama. Don't get involved, you have nothing to do with this. Iida shouted at his teammate. What the hell are you talking about? Izuku demanded, looking annoyed over his shoulder. A friend saying, I came to save you. It's a nice line, Stain said, making Izuku stare at him again. However, I have an obligation to kill these two, and if you interfere, you should know that the weak one will be sacrificed. So, what will you do? He asked, trying to intimidate the boy with a serious expression. Izuku growled slightly and ignited a small amount of fire in his arms, as well as the fire in his legs, while he put on a serious expression. Stop. Run away. I already told you this has nothing to do with you. The teenager on the ground shouted desperately again. Saying something so stupid denies the work of heroes. Heroes always get involved where they're not wanted. That's the main quality of heroism, Izuku said seriously. He was somewhat nervous, but he didn't show it. Ha 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 ha. Stain's laughter echoed, his smile a psychopathic grimace. Not bad, he said as Izuku lunged towards him while the adult slashed sideways with his katana. The boy ducked to avoid the cut. The man reacted quickly, grabbing another knife from his belt, but the green-haired boy had already used the momentum to slip under his legs, avoiding another cut. The antihero quickly swung the sword in his hand to deliver a slash as he turned his body, however the boy was no longer behind him. Izuku had jumped towards the wall and using it as momentum, leapt towards Stain with his arm covered in light flames. The dark-haired man blocked the blow with his sword, but was still thrown back a few steps. He got back into a fighting stance, but when he tried to move, he found it impossible. At what moment? The boy thought until he saw a slight cut on his knuckles from which a thin trickle of blood fell, from something so superficial. No, it's from the blood, he answered himself as he saw how the assassin separated the tongue of the sword in his hand. You're skillful. Your quick movements dodged my cuts. You seem like a fighter, but you were only planning to knock me out or lure me away so you could take them from here, so I stopped dodging, the man deduced, making the rabbit boy growl. There are many types who are nothing more than charlatans, but, with you, it's worth leaving you alive. He started walking away from the paralyzed boy. But with these two, not so much. He pointed his sword near Iida's face. A burst of flames forced Stain to back away from Iida. Izuku saw him and smiled, while Iida also looked at him with concern. You took a long time, said the boy, looking up at his cell phone high on the building. It was difficult to get out of the battlefield with so many Nomus, was all Todoroki replied. It's one after another today, ha ha ha, they keep interrupting my work, Stain said, preparing to fight again. You too, Todoroki, why are you here? Iida asked from the ground, looking at his partner. I should be asking that, said the bi-colored boy. Next time you do something like that, take a communicator with you, he added to the green-haired boy. The boy froze the ground. Stain dodged quickly, but what he really wanted was to create ice ramps to position his friend and the injured hero behind him. The pros should be here in a few minutes, Todoroki said, unleashing a burst of flame. I won't let you kill them, hero killer. He declared as the hero and his friend closed in on him. Don't let him taste your blood, that's how he paralyzed us, Izuku warned from behind, still trying to move. Well, I can always keep my distance, Todoroki said, just as a knife whizzed past his cheek, making a small cut. You have good friends, don't you, Ingenium? the anti-hero remarked as he attacked Shoto. The heterochromatic boy raised a pillar of ice that stopped the serrated knife with which the assassin planned to attack him. However, the boy was distracted when he saw the sword in the air. Taking advantage of the distraction, the man approached Shoto, grabbing him by the suit to try and lick the blood from the wound on his cheek, but the boy saved himself by activating his fire and forcing him back. Stain took the knife to put it away, while he used the sword to cut through the pillar of ice that Shoto had previously used to protect himself. Why are you two? Please stop, Iida said, watching the bi-colored boy defend himself. I inherited my brother's name. I'm the one who has to do it. That man, I'm the one who has to, he continued, his face contorted with anger. Did you inherit it? How funny, Shoto replied, attacking Stain with ice, which Stain dodged. The ingenium I knew would never make a face like that, he declared, still focused on the fight. It's stupid to try to avoid being seen by an opponent much faster than you, Stain said, easily shattering all the ice Shoto had created. The boy prepared a fire attack, but instead two knives pierced his arm as he watched the assassin rise into the air with his sword pointing downwards. You're good too, he said to Shoto, but with his sword pointed at the hero, he was about to strike. However, it was impossible for him when he received a fiery ball in his hands that the sword threw. Izuku jumped in with his flaming fist struck the man making him crash to the ground. Stain rolled on the ground and grabbed the sword that was near him as Izuku landed on his feet next to his friend. I don't know why, but I can move now, was all the green-haired boy said as he got into a fighting stance. There has to be a limit, Shoto suggested. Impossible, he was the last one affected, replied the native-themed hero. It occurs to me that it could be that the more targets there are, the weaker she becomes, either due to the amount she ingests or her blood type, Izuku opined, punching the air to unleash a burst of flame that the assassin dodged. Blood type, ha 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 ha, that's the correct answer. Stain confirmed, laughing. Knowing this doesn't help us at all. I want to get these two out of here as soon as possible, Izuku said, wiping the blood from the wound on his fist. Their reaction time is fast enough to dodge our attacks. They won't let us escape. I'll attack from close range. My support is Shoto, he told Shoto, who nodded. Well, it will be difficult, but you're right, the bi-colored boy confided, holding the wounds on his arm. The two of us will protect them, Cinderace. He accepted the plan, all under Iida's watchful eye. So it's a 2-on-1. Not so stupid, I guess, the antihero told the two boys he was facing. Ever since I learned your brother was injured, I've been worried about you. I know what the face of someone driven by resentment looks like, Todoroki thought as he began generating ice. I understand that the perspective of people with that expression narrows over time. Izuku propelled himself toward the assassin with his blazing flames. My mother apologized for years, and while she smiled, she also forgave me. She told me she would be happy and safe as long as I kept moving forward without letting anything stop me. He recalled visiting his mother after the festival. If I had stagnated, I never would have considered choosing my father's agency. I haven't forgiven him, and I don't plan to, but if he's number 2, I have to find out why. Even though his arm was injured, he attacked with his fire. He's a shitty person, but I must admit he has the insight and judgment to be called number 2. He remembered Endor giving them precise orders. And the other heroes, everything was so simple and I was so blind. That single phrase was all that was needed. I remember how Izuku made him understand what his power was in the fight. Save him first. I came to save you. We'll both protect you. Iida, still on the ground, remembered the words Stain, Usajiyama, and Todoroki had said. I'll kill you. Now he remembered himself comparing himself to what his companions were doing. Please stop. I won't. Izuku, who was fighting hand to hand, received a cut on his right forearm and leg, causing him to fall. If you want us to stop, then get up. The bi-colored boy shouted, interrupting him as he threw a large amount of ice, which the assassin dodged. Damn it, I'm sorry Shoto. The rabbit boy apologized when Stain licked the blood on his sword, causing him to freeze again. Set your sights on the man you want to be. The bi-colored man told Iida as he created a wall of ice that was easily cut through. Ingenium. That's the name of the hero who will defeat you. Iida remembered what he had said, realizing how far he had strayed from his brother, from the hero he wanted to be. Am I a hero? Needing to be protected by my friends, letting them bleed for me. The blue-haired boy saw the wounds of both boys. Save him first. He turned to look at the hero lying on the ground. Just to get revenge, I used my brother's name. Nothing has changed since the entrance exam. He thought in frustration as he remembered how his brother had inspired him. Just like you said, hero killer, I'm not like them. Compared to them, I'm just a beginner. Tears fell from his eyes as he remembered his classmates striving. I can't even guide someone, but still. His hand began to move slightly. Meanwhile, Shoto attacked the assassin with a flame that also contained ice, but again it was easily dodged. Fire through ice, Stain said about the boy's attack. Did no one ever tell you that? If you focus too much on your quirk, your attitude becomes clumsy, Stain said, about to punch the heterochromatic boy in the chest. If I don't get up now, then again they'll overtake me, my brother will overtake me, the boy thought as he struggled to his feet. Recipro. He ran towards the anti-hero. And I'll never be able to catch them. He kicked the sword, shattering it. Burst. Then he kicked Stain, sending him flying several meters back. Okay. You finally understood, right? Izuku asked the boy. I'm truly sorry for involving you both in something you have nothing to do with. The blue-haired man apologized to his two companions. Again with that crap, Izuku muttered, looking at the boy. That's why I can't let them keep shedding blood for me, the blue-haired man said, looking seriously at the killer. It's useless trying to convince me that your spirit has a chance. A man's character doesn't change that easily. Stain declared menacingly. You're nothing but a fake hero who prioritizes his own selfish desires. You're the cancer of society, using the word hero, and someone has to change that. He shouted, even the veins in his face bulging. He's just trying to justify his actions, don't pay him any attention, Iida, Todoroki advised Iida. No, it's just as he says, I'm not qualified to bear the name of hero, however I can't stop now, because if I stop, then Ingenium will die, Iida said, clenching his fists with a serious look. That's beside the point, Stain retorted disinterestedly, dodging the large wave of fire that Todoroki launched at him by plunging his broken sword into the wall out of the reach of the flames and standing on it. You idiots! The hero killer is only after me, and white armor is over there. Don't counterattack, just grab the paralyzed guy over there and run. The hero told Shoto, earning an annoyed glare from Izuku who would have kicked him if he weren't paralyzed. Did you see him give us any opening to escape? Replied the bicolored one, concentrating on the attack. When they realized that Stain was dodging all the attacks, the blue-haired boy tried to run again, but his engine wouldn't respond. My reciprocating heater is damaged. Did the radiator break with that previous kick? The class president thought worriedly until an idea struck him. Todoroki, are you able to adjust your temperature? He asked the boy who was still trying to put distance between them and the killer. I'm still not completely used to using my left side. Why? Asked the bicolored boy. Cool my leg, but do it in a way that doesn't activate my escape valves. Iida pleaded. Unfortunately, this also distracted Shoto. Stop getting in my way. Once the assassin realized the distraction, he shouted furiously, throwing a knife at Shoto, but Iida put his arm in the way, so the knife stuck in him. You, stop too. He threw another knife, this time larger, which pierced the blue-haired boy's arm and stuck in the ground. Upon seeing this, Todoroki approached Iida with concern. Don't worry, just do what I asked you quickly. The boy pleaded, enduring the pain of the two deep cuts on his arm. Meanwhile, Izuku began to slowly get up while groaning from the pain of the cut on his leg and arm. Round 2. You damn bastard, the boy said, looking at the hero killer. Damn it, my leg is badly injured and I still can't move properly. The boy's movements were still too slow, but he had to act fast. But right now they need my help. Whatever, I'm going to break my limits. Izuku's fire erupted powerfully, and green lightning shot out of his body. With a burst of energy, Izuku shot off at incredible speed with such force that the ground he had stepped on cracked beneath his movement. Shoto, who was starting to freeze Iida's leg, managed to see how the hero killer was about to fall on them, more specifically on Iida. The anti-hero was so focused on his goal that he didn't realize Izuku had arrived by his side until it was too late. With a movement in the air, Izuku kicked him upwards before falling back to the ground and leaping, creating a slight crater. He positioned himself over his opponent and prepared a blow. Izuku had lost control of the amount of power he was using at this point. He could feel a great amount of pressure exerted on the bones in his legs. Izuku delivered the powerful blow, sending Stain flying downwards. However, the loss of control was too much for the rabbit this time, and his arm fractured. While that was happening, Todoroki had already prepared Iida, who quickly got up to see Stain fall to the ground. The man, in pain, got up, still with a fearsome determination but very weak, so Iida, now recovered, ran quickly towards him. Stain still hadn't given up and tried to attack the boy in white armor, so Iida had to dodge and, using his Recipro extended, kick the anti-hero, sending him crashing into the back wall of the alley. Even though he was unconscious, they couldn't take it lightly, so Shoto used his ice to freeze him in place while simultaneously creating an ice ramp for Izuku to fall safely. "Thank you for that, Shoto," Izuku said gratefully, having lost his balance due to the pain in his legs and his fractured arm. "We must capture him and hand him over. He could break my ice, so we need to find something else," said the bicolored boy as he pointed to a recycling point. "We should also completely disassemble it, just in case," Izuku mentioned, struggling to his feet. "Take it easy, Usajiyama-kun, we'll take care of it. You were the one who got hurt the most," Iida said as he approached the anti-hero and removed all the weapons. "Alright, let's just wait until this guy can move and we'll get out of this alley," Izuku said, pointing at the hero. The boys had found a rope at the recycling point long enough to tie up the killer after taking away all his weapons. "By the way, Usajiyama, what was that you did? I've never seen you move so fast," Todoroki asked as he dragged the anti-hero along. "I just concentrated a large amount of energy in one part of my body, but it puts a lot of pressure on it if I don't regulate it. Well, this happens, although it's also because I don't use much fire in my arms," explained the green-haired boy, pointing to his fractured arm. "Hey kid, get on my back. The wound in your leg is deep, and once the adrenaline wears off, you won't be able to walk," the hero told the boy, who initially refused but eventually gave in with a sigh. "By the way, I'm sorry, I'm a professional and couldn't help you at all," he apologized once everyone started leaving the alley. "Nah, it's fine, don't worry. Honestly, in a one-on-one battle, you couldn't win," Izuku said dismissively. "We were only able to win because of the mistakes he made. By focusing so much on Iida, he gave Usajiyama enough time to recover," explained the bicolored boy, glancing sideways at the hero. What are you doing here?" Gran Torino suddenly asked, appearing out of nowhere. "Huh, Gran Torino, I thought he was retired," Izuku said upon seeing the old man. "I was in the area when the attack started, now answer my question," the retired hero declared, then demanded. "Oh, the usual. I help a somewhat idiotic classmate who got carried away with revenge to defeat the hero killer. Typical Friday night," Izuku said, seemingly joking, but he sounded way too serious. "First of all, it's not Friday and that's not normal," Gran Torino told him, and Izuku just shrugged it off. "Is this the alley?" asked a girl arriving with a group of heroes. "We received orders to come here, but," said one of the heroes, looking at the boys. "Those children are injured, call an ambulance," ordered another hero upon seeing the boys. "Is that the hero killer?" the girl shouted in surprise as she saw the tied-up man being dragged by Shoto. "Is Endeavor in the middle of a fight?" the bicolored boy asked, not seeing the hero. "Yes, he sent us here because we don't have quirks that help against those things," the woman stated. Iida watched from behind as the two spoke with the heroes, explaining what had happened. He remained silent. They didn't seem upset or even slightly agitated because, thanks to him, they had gotten into a fight that left them so injured. He fixed his gaze first on Todoroki, his left arm bleeding with the 2 marks of the knives that had been stuck in it, and although he couldn't see it, he knew he had the cut on his cheek. Then he saw Usajiyama. He was the most injured of the 3. On his right forearm there was a fairly deep cut, as well as another more superficial one on his knuckles. His left arm was fractured, so every time he moved it, the green-haired boy winced in pain. Finally, the reason he was being carried was a deep cut on his right leg. The blue-haired boy didn't understand. They weren't upset, they seemed calm and relaxed, as if doing this had lifted a weight off their shoulders. At that moment, he realized how much Izuku had cared for him before, even without them being completely friends. Guys, Iida called their attention once they stopped talking. Izuku stood up on his own so the hero would leave them alone to talk. Both of you were hurt because of me. I'm truly sorry. He bowed to them both. I really was so blind and didn't see anything. Tears began to fall from his eyes as he continued bowing. Hey, it's okay, I'm sorry too. I noticed your attitude and still didn't do anything, I just told you not to do anything crazy. It was really stupid of me, Izuku said with a smile as he gave a thumbs up, only to regret it because of the cut on his knuckles. Behave yourself, you're the class president, the bicolored boy said in his own way, also offering his support to the boy. It's true, Iida replied, wiping away his tears with his healed arm. Get down. As they spoke, Gran Torino's shout interrupted them. Everyone obeyed, but due to his injury, Izuku took longer to react, so he was caught by the flying Nomu that had come towards them. The Nomu caught him with its feet that wrapped around his torso and left arm. The strong grip caused his already fractured arm to break as he groaned in pain. Did he run away after being defeated? The heroine asked the void as some blood splattered her. Using a knife hidden in his sleeve, the assassin, who had regained consciousness, cut the ropes that bound him. The man quickly approached the only female hero and licked the Nomu's blood from her cheek, paralyzing the monster, causing Izuku to begin to fall. The charlatans who rule society and the criminals who carelessly flaunt their power, Stain said as he leapt toward where the Nomu and the boy had fallen, plunging his knife into the creature's exposed brain. Those are the targets of my purge. Grabbing Izuku, they both landed safely, but the wound on the boy's leg worsened. All this is for the good of the world. He pinned Izuku to the ground as he ripped open the Nomu's brain. Stain's face looked terrifying, especially with the burns caused by Shoto's flames or Izuku's flaming punches. Did he save him? One of the heroes asked. No, you idiot, he's their hostage now. That bastard killed without batting an eye, another of the heroes replied. Shut up and assume combat positions. The woman told them. I don't think he's his hostage, Iida said, and only Todoroki heard him, turning to look at him. He never intended to kill Usajiyama. When he paralyzed him the first time, he ignored him and came after me, Iida said with a serious expression, and the bicolored boy nodded. When we fought and he paralyzed him again, he also left him aside. He was far away, so he would have been a good target, Todoroki recalled. Being the least injured of the teenagers, he was also ready to fight. Why is everyone so still? Endeavor's voice was heard. He must have fled in that direction. He pointed towards where the Nomu had been heading before being killed. Mr. Endeavor, one of the heroes under his agency called out to him. They're all finished. Or what? I see the operation involved some violence. He glanced at his son and another boy, but didn't see his other inmate until he turned around and saw him at the mercy of the killer. It doesn't matter, that man is real, he said, thinking about how to save the boy. Izuku, on the other hand, wasn't trying to get out of the situation. With his current state, that would be detrimental since he would be easily subdued. Stain said as he stood up, removing his mask. The hero killer, shouted the red-haired man, charging an attack. He knew the boy would withstand it long enough. Todoroki, wait, Gran Torino tried to stop him. Another arrogant fool, Stain said, his mask gone, unleashing a powerful killing instinct. The copy must be rectified, someone must bathe in his blood. Even Endor stopped before his imposing presence. The word, hero, must be restored. He took a step forward as everyone else took a step back, except for Izuku, who remained on the ground behind him. Come on, try it, imposters. The only one who can kill me is All Might. The man shouted, unleashing even more of his killing intent. The girl even fell backward, while the killer took another step and everyone prepared to fight. However, suddenly the dark-haired man stood still. He, said the number 2 hero, seeing that the man's eyes were rolled back, lost consciousness. Todoroki slumped to his knees as Iida fell to his knees. The ambulance arrived shortly after. Izuku was treated first, followed by the other teenagers. The police officers along with the heroes dealt with Stain and the Nomus. The day after that, at the hospital, the three boys were in one room, all with bandages on their wounds. Now that I think about it, it was all really impressive. The more I think about it, the more I find moments where he could have killed us, Izuku said, looking at his bandaged leg. Yes, there's no doubt he let us live, Shoto said, receiving a nod from Izuku but not from Iida, because he did plan to kill him. That killer instinct was truly terrifying. Even before, you were really amazing. I was supposed to save you, and you saved me from those knives. You're really great, Todoroki told Iida. No, I didn't, Iida began, but was interrupted when the door opened. Oh, the wounded have already awakened, Gran Torino told them, entering with Manuel, Endeavor, and a dog man. You have a visitor. This is the Hosu District Police Chief, Suragame Kenji. He introduced the dog man. Don't worry, you can stay seated. I know you've had a pretty rough time, the man said with a wave of his hand. So, those who stopped the hero killer are from UA. In fact, regarding him, he has severe burns, fractured bones, and some serious injuries. He's currently undergoing treatment, the man explained with a serious expression. Izuku and Shoto looked at him seriously, while Iida seemed more nervous. The green-haired boy shifted his gaze to Endeavor, who was looking directly at him. Since the inception of quirks, the police have emphasized leadership and protocol, so quirks aren't individual weapons. Heroes came to fill that gap, making it a profession, the man began to explain, and Izuku sighed, knowing where this was going. On the other hand, those who aren't qualified can injure others using their quirks. Even if their opponent was the hero killer, this was a violation of the law. You three and your supervisors should have calmed down and enforced the law properly. A small, fleeting burst of fire erupted from Izuku's arm due to his annoyance. Stop right there, the heterochromatic boy interrupted the police chief. If Iida hadn't acted, Native would have died, and if Usajiyama hadn't intervened, they both would have died, and no one would have noticed the hero killer. He confronted him seriously. Are you saying we shouldn't have done anything and just let them die? The boy asked aggressively as Izuku carefully got up from his stretcher. You mean that if the results are good we should let it go, is that what you mean? The man asked the boy. Saving people is what heroes do. That's their job. Todoroki continued to confront him, clearly annoyed. Good heavens, that's what they call blind courage, they still need some education, the man said calmly. Todoroki was about to continue the discussion, but Izuku's hand was placed in front of him. The bi-colored boy saw the confident smile of the boy, remembering it from his first class with All Might when he confronted Yaoyorozu, so he relaxed. Listen, you damn dog, the thing is, you can't do anything against Todoroki and me, he said seriously, but still with that confident smile. And why is that? I asked seriously, without taking my eyes off the boy. Because we were following orders, the man said, showing some surprise at the boy's comment. I was ordered to help in the surrounding area, and Todoroki was sent as reinforcements. Shoto nodded at his friend's words. Is that true? The man looked at Endeavor, who nodded. I gave that order, and it was my mistake not to send more reinforcements immediately when I let Shoto go to help, the man admitted seriously. You have your mother's attitude, the dog man told the boy. Thank you, I'm really proud of that, the boy replied, maintaining his gaze without flinching. You knew it, so you cleverly escaped the consequences, and so did he, Suragame pointed at Todoroki. On the other hand, there's him, she pointed at Iida. Unfortunately, the green-haired boy had no way to help him. I am willing to accept any punishment, I am the cause of everything, Iida said to the man. Publicly announcing your involvement would only lead to punishment. However, if for some reason I fail to deliver this information, there would be no cause for concern. Witnesses are limited, so we can simply bury this like a bone. Of course, there would be no credit for you, the police chief explained to Iida. Personally, I don't want anyone barking at you. You still have a promising future. He gave the motor user a thumbs up. Even so, I must take responsibility for my negligence as supervisor, said Manuel, rubbing the back of his neck as Iida apologized. You caused a lot of trouble. If you're really sorry, never do it again. He gave him a light tap on the head. Even if two of you acted technically within the law, your actions were irresponsible, but in the end, as a fellow human being fighting for peace. Suragame drew the boy's attention again. I truly appreciate it. He bowed to the three boys. And as for you two, the credit for capturing the killer will be duly given to you, he told the two interns at the number 2 hero agency. That's not necessary. We only did the right thing, Izuku denied. He didn't care about the credit, he had only defended himself to avoid any consequences. That's true, it doesn't matter if the old man gets the credit, after all, that's how burns are justified, said Shoto, pointing at Endeavor. I don't want credit for something I didn't do. Besides, you risked your lives. Not giving you credit for that would be disrespectful to your effort, Endeavor told them, looking at the rabbit boy who nodded. I guess it's okay, how bad can it be? We've been targeted by the media since USJ, the boy shrugged, and Shoto nodded. The name of the murderous antihero, Stain, has earned its place in history, but right now it's the names of 2 students that are making headlines, a man with a horn spoke on the news. Izuku Usajiyama and Shoto Todoroki, these 2 teenagers intervened between Stain and the murder of a hero and an attacked student, the woman beside her said. Both young interns from the agency of the number 2 hero, Endeavor, were in charge of searching for and helping civilians in the vicinity of the attack by 3 villains to get them out of danger when they came across the crime in progress, the man said, according to the somewhat modified information given to the media. After a battle in which both suffered serious injuries and deep cuts, they managed to defeat the killer, putting an end to his crime spree, the woman added. This is a sample of future generations. Both have just begun their studies as heroes and have wasted no time in making a name for themselves, the man continued. The television in Beast Genist's agency was turned off by the same hero who was styling Bakugo's hair. That news must be on your mind, huh? The older blonde said, looking at his intern. Honestly, it's on mine too. People's attention is focused on the popular ones. It's in moments like these that we heroes need to stay calm and cool. Sometimes chaos tricks people into showing cruelty, so we'll handle the situation calmly, as always. We'll train our minds and bodies by wearing super tight jeans, he declared, receiving support from his employees, except for Bakugo, who was just sitting there wearing jeans. Damn nerd, Bakugo muttered, somewhere between annoyed and amused, his hair fluffing up again and undoing the hairstyle Beast Genist had created. If it was an SOS call then, Kirishima said, watching the news on his phone. Hey, you can talk to that kid later. Let's go before fourth kind kicks our butts. Tetsu yelled, getting ready. Those 2 are in your class, right? Kendo asked Momo, who nodded. They're really impressive, although I think it was irresponsible of her. Her sense of justice is admirable, she affirmed as she watched Uwabami enter the room. And while they're doing that kind of work, well, Momo pointed at the television. Fix your hair with just 1 spray, make a splash today with hairspray. Uwabami had played the commercial that the girls had filmed with the heroine. It's just a demonstration, it'll be released as a commercial in about a month. What do you say we go on patrol? The blonde heroine said, leaving the room. That boy isn't your friend? Asked a blue-haired girl, looking at Suyu's cell phone next to her. Yes, he always does things like that, but I think he went too far this time, hero. But I'm glad he's relatively okay, even though he's so hurt, replied the frog girl. I suppose that sense of justice in battle is hereditary, or Mirko raised him very well, said the hero Sealki, also standing beside them. You did something great too, Suyu. Thanks to you, we stopped those guys, the girl said with a smile. Thank you, serious, but it was really very little compared to what they did, the girl said gratefully. Are you sure you're okay, Izuku? The brunette girl asked over the phone. Don't worry, Ochako, the worst part was the deep cuts, just like on my arm, but they've already been treated, the boy tried to reassure her. When the message with your location arrived, I was really worried, the girl said, making the green-haired boy smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll be out of the hospital today or tomorrow. They're doing some physical exams, the boy explained. Okay. Make sure you get some rest and explain things to me better later, okay? The girl asked, looking worried even though they couldn't see each other. Of course, don't worry, the boy replied, knowing that much information had not been given to the news. Oh Ravity, it's time for training, Gunhead told the girl. Huh, oh, yeah, sure, he quickly told the girl before going back to the phone. Well, we'll talk at school. I love you, Izuku, the girl said in a farewell tone. I love you too, Mochi, Izuku said, smiling slightly as he imagined how the brunette would react. Mochi. The girl asked, startled by the sudden nickname. Who is he? Is he your boyfriend? Gunhead asked, placing a hand over his mask where his mouth would be. Why yes, I mean and no, I mean why yes, I mean let's start the training, the girl stammered, walking towards where the other heroes who would be training were. Izuku, for his part, chuckled a little as he imagined how flushed his girlfriend must be right now, hung up the phone, and using his crutch for support, entered the room. Hey Iida, what's wrong? The boy asked, seeing his companion's serious face. The results of your physical exam just came in, Todoroki said, drawing Izuku's attention. My left hand will have some residual complications, said the blue-haired man. My arms were the most damaged, but the left one was more serious. It will only be difficult to move my fingers, and I'll have numbness. I could even fix it with surgery, he explained to the green-haired man, who nodded. Why do I get the feeling you don't want to do that? The rabbit boy asked, seeing Iida's face. When I found the anti-hero, I wasn't thinking rationally. I hated that bastard, but what he said about me was true. That's why I think I'll leave it like this until I become a real hero, the boy explained, recalling the battle. You'll make it. We all have things to improve, we'll improve together, the three of us. He looked at Iida and then at Shoto, who nodded in agreement. His progress was rapid despite the time lost in the hospital. I'll see you here later, Shoto, he told them both, and then specifically his son. You're welcome too, but it's your decision, he said to the rabbit boy. Anyway, thanks for your advice. I'd never really thought about how my fire worked, Izuku said to the man. Fine, whatever, get out of here, Endeavor told them, and both boys nodded. The two teenagers were on their way out when Izuku opened the door and was met by a large group of reporters surrounding the entrance. The questions started intensely, so Izuku simply closed the door again. Okay, maybe it could get worse, said the rabbit boy, remembering what he had said in the hospital. The boys returned to where they had been before. Endeavor and Burning were there talking about something related to the agency. Why are you still here? Endeavor asked, seeing the two teenagers there. There's an angry crowd outside, Izuku said, pointing his thumb at the door. The driver has the day off today. Burning, take them out the back and bring them to the station. The hero tossed some keys to the girl. Of course, boss. Follow me, celebrities, the girl said as the teenagers reached the back door. Don't call us that, they both said, Todoroki serious and Izuku annoyed and irritated. When they both sneaked out, guided by Burning, they got into the car and as they drove past, they ducked down so as not to be seen. Izuku had to hold his ears. You'd better get on the train quickly and try not to draw attention to yourselves when you arrive. Even though the reporters are at the agency, they're always more likely to come to you, Burning told them as he drove. Thanks for the advice, although it was pretty obvious, said the green-haired boy, and Todoroki nodded. Burning refrained from yelling at them because he was driving. The rest of the journey was uneventful, although the boys also hid from civilians in case they took photos and revealed their location. When they arrived at the train station, they stayed in the car waiting for their train. When it arrived, both boys got out and went to get their suitcases from the trunk. Hey kid, Burning called to the green-haired boy who approached and took a piece of paper the woman handed him. Call me if you need anything. Izuku raised an eyebrow as he put the paper away. I have a girlfriend, Izuku said jokingly, because he didn't believe the woman really had other intentions. The relationship might not work out, was all the woman with flaming hair replied before starting the car and driving away. I was just kidding. Did you just flirt with someone younger? The boy asked Todoroki, who just shrugged as they walked toward the train. Oh right, you're not good with social interaction, he said as they boarded the train to go home after the hectic week. Once on the train, Izuku noticed Todoroki looking thoughtfully at his cell phone. Is something wrong? The green-haired boy asked the bi-colored boy, who had looked away from his device. No, I was just thinking about how worried my mother and sister would be, the bi-colored boy replied, shaking his head. Haven't you thought about that? He asked the other boy. Not really. I know how mom will react. After making sure I'm okay, she'll just tell me to explain everything. As long as I'm alright, she doesn't exaggerate these things, the green-haired boy explained, smiling before sighing. Ochako, on the other hand, sounded worried the last time we spoke, even though I assured her I was fine. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, thinking more about how his girlfriend would react, especially in front of her class. For the rest of the trip, they both tried to go unnoticed, which was a little more difficult for Izuku because of his long and striking ears, but he still managed to get home without any problems in the end. The next day at the prestigious UA Academy, more specifically in the classroom of Class 1A, the loud laughter of a black-haired boy and a boy with red-dyed hair could be heard mocking Bakugo's hairstyle. Stop laughing, you bastards. It's stuck like that, and washing it won't fix it. The boys ignored him, which made me think of small explosions. Stop laughing, or I'll kill you. He was completely ignored as the two continued to mock him. Did you fight against villains? I'm so jealous, Mina said to Jiro as behind them Bakugo attacked the two who were mocking him. It's not that big of a deal, I was really just guiding the evacuees and providing support, so I didn't actually fight or anything like that, the Jax girl said dismissively. I did more than just training and patrolling, I helped arrest some traffickers, Tsuyu said, tapping her chin with a finger. Whoa, that's amazing, Mina exclaimed excitedly. How did it go for you, Ochako-chan? Tsuyu asked her brunette friend. It was quite fruitful, replied the girl in a fighting stance with a strange expression. Ochako-chan looks rather frightening, Tsuyu said, tilting her head slightly. She went with a combat hero, right? Jiro asked, receiving a nod from Tsuyu. Besides, Usajiyama helped her too. I guess her fighting instincts kicked in. He rubbed the back of his neck, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Speaking of Usagi, does anyone know where she is? I want answers, and Todoroki isn't telling me anything, Mina asked, pointing at the bicolored boy. No, I saw him enter the school but he hasn't arrived at the classroom yet, Tsuyu replied, and a few seconds later the door opened. Izuku entered alongside Jin, speaking calmly. Seriously, thank you for pulling me out of the group. Transforming into Aizawa-sensei was an amazing idea. I didn't know you'd improved your illusions, Izuku told the girl, who shook her head. Don't worry, besides, my illusions aren't very useful, they only work on myself, the girl said dismissively. Hey Usagi, I have some things to ask, Mina said, approaching her. He grabbed her by the shoulders and pushed her towards Kirishima, who was still struggling with Bakugo, knocking them both to the ground. Dude, I'm glad you're both okay. Plus, you caught that killer, that was awesome, Kirishima said, getting up and helping Mina up. I was really worried about you, Momo said to both boys. Izuku, on the other hand, approached his girlfriend. The two stared at each other for a few seconds until the girl hugged him, not caring who saw them. I'm sorry I worried you, but we're in the middle of the classroom, Izuku said with a slight blush. The girl, blushing deeply, remained in that position for a little while longer before separating. So, Mina began, but Kirishima dragged her away. I know you said you were okay, but you faced the hero killer, I couldn't help but worry, Ochako said as they took the pink-haired girl away. Don't worry, it makes me happy that you care so much about me, the boy smiled, affectionately placing a hand on his girlfriend's head. It's almost time for class. Take your seats, Iida shouted out of nowhere, so they both went to their respective seats. After a few classes, the students of 1A were in the heroism class where All Might would explain the exercise. It's a rescue race training session, announced the number 1 hero. If it's rescue training, shouldn't it be at USJ? Iida asked, raising his hand. Not even your injuries can take away your attitude, huh? Izuku thought, seeing him just like before his fight with Stain. No, that place is for simulating disasters, so we'll do this test here. We'll make groups of 5, and you'll participate one at a time, the muscular blonde began to explain. When I give the distress signal, everyone from outside the area must come for me. It's a race to see who gets to my rescue first, obviously minimizing damage to the buildings. He said the last part pointing at Bakugo. The first group took their positions, consisting of Iida, Usajiyama, Shiro, Ojiro, and Ashido. All those with greater mobility are in this group, Momo said, looking at the participants. I think Usajiyama has a slight advantage. I've seen him move naturally around obstacles, Jiro said, but Bakugo shook his head. No, many of the platforms here are too thin or wouldn't withstand the nerd's fire, which severely limits its mobility, Bakugo said, surveying the field. You two know a lot about each other's quirks, Mineta, who was standing next to him, said. We've grown up and trained together, it's normal, the ashen-haired man replied disinterestedly. Even so, Deku-kun could do something. He always comes up with crazy ideas, said the brunette, who almost let slip her boyfriend's name. I think I know how I could win, but I'm not sure I will, said Shoto, who was sitting with her and Tsuyu. The race began, and just as Bakugo said, Izuku's movements were slow because he didn't have a solid enough base to stand on. He wasn't in last place, but the change in his speed was noticeable. At one point he stopped on a pillar that wasn't too far from the finish line. What is he doing? Tsuyu asked, seeing her friend standing there. Izuku expelled a large amount of fire at the same time as One for All activated, but the boy made sure that the green lightning wouldn't be noticeable. Again, just as he did in his battle against the hero killer, he ran at great speed, leaving a crack where he had stood before. What's up with that speed? Kaminari asked, agitated. It uses a lot of energy, but it can't use it for extended periods of time. That's what he explained to me, Shoto said, looking at the screen. That's why I wait until I'm closer, Bakugo said, looking seriously at the screen. While I was wasting time, he improved. That idiot is cunning, he smirked. Izuku quickly reached first place, but again he had lost control of how much energy he was releasing, so the sharp pain in his legs slowed him down, causing him to fall to second place. You've all improved in the proper control of your quirks, keep it up and get ready for the exams. All Might said when everyone had arrived. Has the end of the cycle come so quickly? Izuku wondered to himself as he waited for the pain to subside a little. You combined One for All with your quirk impressively. When the lesson is over, please come to my office, All Might whispered as he passed close by so no one else could hear. There are things I want to tell you, my story and all for ones. The boy was surprised but nodded slightly as he watched the man walk away. The boys from Class 1A were in the locker room. Izuku took off his jacket and shirt. Hey guys, I found something awesome. Come check this out, Mineta suddenly shouted. The rabbit boy simply ignored him. There's a hole, courtesy of our senpais. And you know what's on the other side, right? He asked excitedly. Izuku looked around and realized that even Kaminari seemed disgusted. Stop this, Mineta. Spying is a blatant crime, Iida scolded, moving his hands mechanically. Yaoyorozu's breasts, Ashido's figure, Hagakuri's floating panties, Asui's amazing proportions, that made Izuku a little angry, and we can't forget Ura's body. What everyone saw was a sudden burst of fire that headed towards the dwarf. A sharp thud was heard, then everyone saw Mineta on the ground and Izuku on top of him with a flaming fist to his face. The green-haired boy groaned a little as he felt a prick in his arm. I'm sorry, Usajiyama, that was for Mineta. I heard Jiro's apology from the other side of the wall. Izuku grabbed the smaller one by the shirt and put his face level with the hole. Okay, do it now, Izuku said, and in no time after, he heard Mineta scream as one of the jacks pierced his eye. Don't you think you exaggerated a little? Hiroshima asked his friend. No, was Izuku's only response as he walked away from the purple-haired boy in agony. Izuku entered All Might's office with a serious face, closing the door behind him. You've been through a lot lately, I'm sorry I couldn't help you, All Might said to his student as he sat down on the sofa opposite him. Don't worry about it, there was no way you could have known this would happen, Izuku said calmly. I heard the hero killer licked your blood, the blonde boy said, and Izuku nodded. His quirk allowed him to paralyze people if he licked blood. I thought a bit about the DNA thing, but I still feel One for All's energy, Izuku explained, and his teacher nodded. I thought you might be worried about that, but you're right, One for All can't be stolen by force, it can only be transferred if the user wishes, the man explained to the boy. It's a truly special quirk, as is its origin. It derives from another quirk that has existed since the beginning, one called All for One. He can steal quirks and make them his own, and he can also grant them to others. When the quirk phenomenon began, there was a long time when the law lost its meaning and society fell into devastation, All Might said. Izuku closed his eyes for a moment. Even today there are still people who don't like mutant quirks like mine. I suppose it was the same before, but with all kinds of quirks. All Might nodded at what his student had said. During that time of chaos, someone appeared who brought people together. Perhaps you've heard of him. He stole quirks from others, and thanks to his immense power, his influence increased. Along with his pawns, he took control of Japan in the blink of an eye, he explained seriously. The green-haired boy thought about it for a moment. There are rumors, but I never really knew if it was true. Villainous actions don't usually appear in school textbooks. But even if it is true, what does this have to do with One for All? The boy asked, somewhat nervously. The bodies of many of the men I granted quirks to couldn't withstand it. They became mere puppets, just like the Nomus that have appeared. At the blond man's words, a flame ran down Izuku's arms, quickly extinguishing. On the other hand, the quirks of those who could withstand it mutated and merged. Izuku thought for a moment before speaking. What happened with One for All, and how can I combine it? Izuku asked, getting an idea of where everything was headed. Something like that, All Might replied, nodding. That man had a brother without a quirk. He was small and frail, but with a strong sense of justice, so he opposed his brother's actions. The blonde continued explaining. Perhaps he did it out of kindness or to subdue him, but he granted him a quirk that accumulated power. Izuku looked at his hand with One for All active. Although it was believed he lacked quirks, he did have one. It was an insignificant quirk that could only be transferred, so when the two combined, that's when One for All was born. He finished explaining, extending his arms to the sides. Something like this was born from an evil source. How ironic, Izuku said, running his hand through his hair. I understand the origin, but how is it possible that it's still alive? The boy asked. It's likely that at some point he stole a quirk that slowed or prevented his aging. He can live indefinitely. The power gap between him and his brother made him impossible to defeat, so the younger brother decided to pass on his power to future generations, who will gradually accumulate power so that one day it will all end. I thought I was the successor who had finished him off, who had killed him, but he's still alive, this time as the mastermind of the League of Villains. You will have to face All for One someday, all that evil, in a tough final confrontation. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. Like I said, I thought he was dead. Izuku stood up from his seat. No matter what comes or what I have to face, even without knowing the whole story, I was aware of the responsibility this quirk carries and I'm willing to accept it. You'll see, Izuku said, extending his arm and igniting his flames, slightly surprising All Might with his progress. Thank you, the older man said, unable to tell him that he probably wouldn't be there at that moment. Summer vacation is almost here, but clearly none of you have time to relax for 30 days, Aizawa said to the class. We'll be going to a lodge in the woods for the summer. The whole class got excited thinking about what they would do. Vacation with all our classmates. Izuku turned to look at everyone. Tsuyu, Kirishima, and Ochako seemed excited, while Kachan and Todoroki didn't say anything. But oh well, that's how they were. Maybe it won't be so bad after all, the rabbit boy told himself. However, Aizawa shouted to all his students as he activated his quirk, slightly levitating his hair and intimidating the boys. If any of you fail the exams, even by a little, you'll be locked in the school. Kirishima started shouting, encouraging his classmates. Time passed. The classes held nothing new. Now the training sessions were harder and the classes more difficult, because there was only 1 week left before the final exams began. I think it's good that there are both written and practical exams, Tsuyu said to her friends while Kaminari and Mina's groans could be heard in the background. I'm number 6 in the written exams, the girl added. I'm 15, I think I should improve a lot, Kirishima said with a sigh. You're not that far from me either. I'm number 13, Ochako said, resting her head on Izuku's shoulder. They're way ahead of us, Bakugo said. I'm number 3, half and half is number 5, and Deku is. Bakugo said mockingly. The 4 Izuku huffed, annoyed at being beaten by his friend. I could help you with the topics covered in class, Momo told Kaminari and Mina, but as for the practical stuff, the girl said, sounding a little downcast. Izuku and Todoroki looked at her, confused. Izuku thought that maybe he had made her feel bad because of how he talked about their fight at the festival. Other boys also started asking Yaoyorozu for help. Izuku thought that maybe he should apologize to her, but he put it aside for now. Speaking of help, Kirishima said, looking at Bakugo and Izuku. I'm quite the virtuoso. How about I help you until you're just a bloodstain? He said aggressively, interrupting his friend who was also about to offer help. Well, I'd prefer if you helped me, Izuku. The brunette looked at her boyfriend, who nodded and kissed her head. At lunchtime the group of friends sat down to talk mainly about the practical exams. I'm intrigued to know what the practical exam will be like, Izuku said while eating. Me too, Hiro. Aizawa-sensei didn't tell us anything about that, Tsuyu said, putting a finger to her chin as usual. Studying for the test while keeping our bodies in shape. Izuku ducked his head when he heard something behind him, dodging an elbow strike and punching his attacker in the stomach. If you try to surprise me, be more stealthy. I have enhanced hearing, Izuku told Monoma, who almost spilled his food. I heard you beat the hero killer. Monoma said, recovering from the blow. The way they hog the spotlight has only multiplied since the sports festival. Right, Class A. The boy had a strange look on his face. It's not just unexpected attention, it also comes in the form of trouble. Izuku was starting to get annoyed. Iida had been badly hurt because of it. So scary. One day we'll get caught up in their messes and get hurt. That's so terrifying. Izuku and Bakugo stood up, ready to hit him, but someone else got there first. Kendo struck Monoma in the neck, knocking him down as he grabbed the tray the blonde man was holding. I'm sorry about that. This good guy, you know, is rotten, said the redhead, placing the tray on a table. Anyway, I was going to hit him anyway, Bakugo replied, sitting back down. By the way, I heard they don't know what the practical exam will be like. They told me it'll be the same as the entrance exam, fighting robots. Izuku and Bakugo sighed at Kendo's words. How do you know that? Izuku asked the girl from Class B. I know someone in the upper grades, so I asked them about the exam, Kendo explained. Are you stupid? You threw away the advantage we had. It was the perfect opportunity to overtake that awful Class A. Monoma exclaimed to the girl from Class B. I already told you we don't hate them, Kendo reminded him, hitting him again. Why do you seem disappointed? The bi-colored boy asked Bakugo and Izuku. I expected something better. The robot thing is really simple, Izuku said, disappointed that all the improvements could end too quickly. They underestimate how far we've come. It's annoying, Bakugo grunted. After returning to class and explaining the exam to her classmates, the day ended, so the brunette hurried out of the school where Izuku was already waiting for her. Sorry to keep you waiting, Izuku, the boy just smiled and they both started walking to the station. Shall we go to my house? It's the closest one, the boy asked, taking his girlfriend's hand. Sounds good. Will your mother be there? The girl asked. It wasn't that she minded, but her boyfriend's mother was an imposing figure and she didn't know about their relationship yet. Yeah, I think she had the day off, Izuku replied. The girl nodded, a little nervous, which amused the boy. Don't worry about mom, she's less aggressive than she seems on the news, he said, trying to reassure his girlfriend. Izuku doesn't exactly reassure me, the boy said, rolling his eyes at his girlfriend's attitude. What if I buy you a box of mochi to calm you down? Izuku smiled when he saw his girlfriend's eyes light up, but then quickly shook his head. It could even be those strawberry mochi we bought the first time we went out. Uraraka was using all her willpower not to say yes to her boyfriend. She didn't want to seem interested. Come on, I'll buy them for you. It's on the way to the station. Before Ochako could say anything, the green-haired boy led her to the shop. Izuku, it's not necessary, she said as they walked calmly alongside Izuku. Come on, don't lie to me, Ochako. Just the mention of mochi makes you feel more relaxed, the rabbit teased her, making her blush. Knowing she couldn't convince her boyfriend, she simply let him. Besides, she couldn't deny that she wanted those mochi, they had quickly become her favorites. Once they bought them, they headed back to the train station. Uraraka wasn't eating the mochi, she was just looking at the box. Is there a reason why you're not eating? Izuku knew how little self-control his girlfriend had when it came to mochi. "I'm going to keep it until I get to your house," she said decisively, and Izuku's eyes widened. "You don't have to worry about it, but it's okay," Izuku said, taking the box and putting it in his backpack. They both continued on their way. Fortunately for Izuku, no media outlet recognized him, so they had no problems with that. "Do you think we should tell your mother we're dating?" the brunette asked, seeing her boyfriend's house a few blocks away. "It's your decision, Ochako. Either way, I know my mother will adore you," the boy assured her as he touched his girlfriend's cheek. "I can do this," Ochako said to herself as the two of them approached the door. "If it makes you feel better, I can go in first and tell her you're here," the boy suggested, and Uraraka agreed. The boy unlocked the door to enter his living room. The first thing he saw shocked him. On the sofa, his mother, dressed only in underwear, was on top of Ryaku. Although Izuku couldn't see the blonde very well, he knew she was completely naked because there were clothes scattered around the sofa, including underwear. The two women looked at Izuku and both blushed. Izuku slowly backed away as he closed the door. Before it closed, the boy spoke. "I'm going to help a friend study. I'll be back tonight," she said with a blank stare, closing the door completely. "And, I think Ryaku began nervously, trying to form a coherent sentence. Rumi was also about to say something. They didn't change their positions. The door opened again, just a little, enough for Izuku's voice to be heard. "And please, I beg you, next time you do this, do it in your room, Mom, or tell me not to come over, please," Izuku pleaded before closing the door again. "Are you okay, Izuku?" Ochako asked, seeing her boyfriend's face. "If only, can we go to your house?" Izuku asked the brunette. "Sure, Izuku, but what happened? Don't you even want to change?" The girl watched her boyfriend shake his head and start walking back to the station. During the train ride, the green-haired boy seemed more relaxed. Uraraka simply took out her box of mochi and ate one. After all, they wouldn't be going to her boyfriend's mother's anymore. "Are you feeling better now?" the brunette asked when she saw her boyfriend with a calmer expression. "Yeah, don't worry, it's strange that you're not nervous because we're going with your parents," Izuku said as he took one of the mochi. "I'm living in an apartment. My parents don't come around very often. They only came for the festival, so I don't think they're here," Ochako replied calmly. "Well, I wouldn't mind meeting them," Izuku said as he bit into the mochi. "Maybe later, Izuku. For now we're fine like this," the girl said, sounding a little nervous. "Let me guess, overprotective parents. I mean, with a girl as pretty as you, it wouldn't surprise me at all," the boy said, much to Ochako's embarrassment as she hid behind the box in her hands. "Only my dad would know. Mom would probably be happy I got a boyfriend and would ask a lot of questions," explained the brunette, still hiding behind the box. Izuku didn't speak anymore. He didn't want his girlfriend to turn into a blushing mess, at least not now, although he had to admit he liked how cute she looked when she was nervous. He took another mochi from the box and held it near his girlfriend's mouth. She looked at her smiling boyfriend and smiled back, taking a bite of the snack. When they arrived at their destination, they put the box back in Izuku's backpack and walked towards Uraraka's apartment. "What happens if someone touches your ears?" the girl asked. Neither of them knew how they had gotten into this conversation, but they didn't care. "Nothing really, other than that they help with my enhanced hearing. They're not that special, and well, I can move them at will," Izuku replied, twitching his ears. "The real problem is this thing," he pointed to his tail. "It's weird, but it feels really strange if you touch it. I act on instinct and hit you." He rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "I'd never paid attention to your tail before. It's weird but I never thought about it until you mentioned it," Uraraka said, tapping her cheek with a finger. "I think it takes a backseat when my ears are more striking and I can burst into flames," Izuku said, shrugging. "That makes me wonder, if for now you're only using fire on your arms and legs, can your hair get burned?" Ochako asked, thinking what had just come to mind. "No, I don't know," Izuku said thoughtfully, igniting his index finger and about to touch it to his hair. "No, don't try it, Izuku," Uraraka said, stopping his arm as she guided him to the door of her apartment. As soon as the door opened, They both heard voices, but the lights were off. They approached the direction the voices were coming from and heard something break. The two looked at each other and nodded, ready for a fight. They reached the source of the voices, so they both acted. Izuku quickly ran, grabbing someone by the neck and slamming them against the wall. Ochako knocked the other person down and positioned herself over them, pinning them to the ground. Ochako. A woman's voice reached the girl's ears. As she got closer in the darkness, she could see that the person beneath her was her mother. Mom. The girl turned to look at her boyfriend, who wasn't hearing what was happening because he was so focused on the man. Izuku, they're my parents. She said to stop Izuku from attacking. Huh. The boy let go of the man and lit a flame in his hand to provide light, looking at the brown-haired man. Okay. Sorry about that. Ochako told me you weren't supposed to be here, but on the other hand, what were you doing out in the dark? We thought you were thieves or something when we heard something break, he asked. Ochako turned on the light, so he extinguished his flame. This is a terrible first impression, the boy lamented, mocking himself. If your first instinct was to help my daughter, that was a good first impression, the man said, holding his neck, which made Izuku smile. And about the darkness, we wanted to surprise Ochako, replied the brunette's mother. The girl pouted because her parents wanted to scare her. By the way, who are you, boy? She asked the rabbit. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Izuku Usajiyama. He introduced himself politely until his girlfriend interrupted him. He's my friend, he came to help me prepare for the exams, Ochako said. Izuku looked at her confused, but seeing the brunette's expression, he decided not to say anything. Before her parents could say anything, Uraraka dragged Izuku to her room. The green-haired boy waved goodbye to his girlfriend's parents before she closed the door. They're cute, don't you think? The woman said to the man who looked at her confused. Seriously, you didn't notice? She asked mockingly to her husband. Notice what? They seem like good friends, and the boy seems kind too. He apologized as soon as he realized his mistake, although I admire that it was something very painful, the man replied, again holding his neck. Honey, they're calling each other by their first names. The boy seemed about to say something when Ochako interrupted him, and she seemed very nervous. It's obvious they're dating. Mr. Uraraka thought for a few moments, processing the information. The man approached his daughter's bedroom door, but the woman stopped him by pulling his ear. Don't even think about it, the woman said, dragging her husband away. Inside the room, the two teenagers were studying. Izuku was helping Ochako understand things while she reviewed her exercises and occasionally answered questions her boyfriend asked her as a mini-test. They stayed like that for a while until Izuku closed his book and stretched. He wasn't used to being still for long periods outside of school, he usually studied a little and then trained. Let's take a short break, Izuku sighed. He never thought helping with studying would be so boring. Uraraka approached Izuku and sat on his lap while hugging him around the neck. For her it had also been boring, although she had to admit that it was useful. She closed her eyes wearily, soon feeling the warmth emanating from her boyfriend's body enveloping her, but the heat began to increase too much, making her uncomfortable, and then it became too much. Why? The brunette asked, pouting. Her boyfriend always did that to make her leave, usually when there was a risk of someone seeing them, but she had locked the door so there was no risk. There are still things to study. I won't let you fall asleep unless you tell me the real reason you asked me for help. Uraraka blushed at her boyfriend's smile. He had her. I don't know what you're talking about, said the girl, arms crossed. Izuku shrugged and reopened his book. The brunette didn't want that, she wanted more time. It was just to spend the afternoon with you, Uraraka confessed, looking away. Her boyfriend closed his book again. Was it so difficult? You didn't have to make up an excuse, Izuku said, opening his arms, and the girl threw herself at him and snuggled up to him. They both put their books aside to enjoy their time together, but unfortunately the mochi ran out and they were hungry, so they left the room. Oh, hi guys, I made dinner. Are you staying for dinner, Usajiyama? Mrs. Uraraka greeted them. If it's not too much trouble, I'd be grateful. Izuku was about to refuse, but then he thought about it and realized he still didn't want to go home. The Urarakas ate together with the rabbit boy, Izuku under the gaze of Mr. Uraraka. Other than that, Everything was peaceful until his girlfriend's mother spoke. "So, how long have you been dating?" the woman asked, waiting for her daughter to tell them, but that didn't happen, so she spoke up. Uraraka choked on her food, so the green-haired boy approached her worriedly. He simply took some water and assured his boyfriend that he was fine. "We've been dating since the sports festival," the boy replied before his girlfriend could say anything. The brunette looked at him with a disbelieving and slightly annoyed expression. "Ochako, we've been calling each other by our first names since we arrived, and you've been acting strange. I'm sure you've noticed." The brunette turned to her mother, who nodded and smiled, making the girl blush. "And by the way, can you stop looking at me like that?" she asked her girlfriend's father. "I know she's your daughter and that you're acting protectively, but I recently faced the hero killer, and his killer instinct. He'll need more than just a look to intimidate me. It's just awkward." The man stopped looking at Izuku when Ochako and his wife gave him a threatening glare. "How have you two been?" asked the brunette's mother. "Well, a little stressful, but at least the holidays are coming," Izuku said, thinking mainly about the press. Now he understood why his mother hated it so much. "You still have your final exams, Izuku," Ochako reminded him. Izuku nodded, but he wasn't really worried about them. "It's late, young man. I think you should leave or you'll miss the last train," said Mrs. Uraraka, checking the time on her cell phone. "Oh, that's right, thank you for dinner, Mrs. Uraraka. See you tomorrow, Ochako," the boy said before kissing his girlfriend and walking to the door. "I'm surprised that the boy isn't ashamed to kiss you in front of us," the woman said, smiling at her blushing daughter. "Take this. He seems like a nice boy, but now you live alone. If I can't prevent something from happening, at least take care of yourselves." Ochako, confused, took what her father gave her. She didn't know what it was until she held it in her hands. "Dad," the girl exclaimed, blushing as she saw the condom in his hands. She didn't even want to think about why he had it in the first place. Izuku stood outside his front door. His Aunt Ryuku's car was still there. Now that he thought about it, could he even call her aunt anymore? He pushed that thought away and took a breath before opening the door a crack. "Just come inside, brat," his mother's voice sounded somewhat nervous. Izuku went completely inside his house. The women were sitting on the sofa, apparently watching television before the boy arrived. He sat on another sofa near them. "Izuku, what happened this afternoon?" "I mean," this time it was Ryuku who spoke. "Listen." Rumi was about to speak but didn't say a word. "What the hell am I supposed to say?" She hadn't expected to have this conversation with Izuku. She really hadn't expected to have a partner again or go out with anyone. "Mom, you don't have anything to say or explain," Izuku smiled. "What happened this afternoon was very surprising, but I always knew she helped you even before I was born. Besides, she was always like a second mother to me. If you're happy, I don't care." Rumi sighed as she smiled. "Just come here, brat." Rumi approached her son and pulled him into a hug. Izuku saw Ryuku and pulled her into the hug as well. "So you met your in-laws?" Bakugo asked as they both walked out of UA in their suits. "If, by any chance, weren't they supposed to be there?" Izuku replied as they all left with the rest of their classmates. "Do you know how much I would have laughed if you had told me that day?" the blonde man asked mockingly. "That's why I didn't tell you," the rabbit boy replied simply, standing next to his companions. There were several teachers in front of the bus that would take them to the area where the exam would take place. "All right, the practical exam is about to begin," Aizawa said, looking at all his students. "Obviously, you can also fail this test, so if you want to go to the training camp, you'd better not put on any pathetic performances." As cold as ever, he looked at everyone. Why are there so many teachers? Juro wondered to herself as Hagakure counted them. "I have no doubt they did their research before the test, so they must have some idea of what's coming," Aizawa said. Mina and Kaminari chimed in, saying it would be just like the entrance exam. "I'm afraid not," Nezu shouted, emerging from Aizawa's scarf. "Due to various reasons, we're changing the content of the test starting today," he said, climbing down from Aizawa's shoulders. "We'll be focusing our tests on fights with people to simulate a real battle as closely as possible." You'll form pairs and face off against the teachers. The mammal of dubious species announced. The pairings in which teacher you'll fight have already been decided based on your skill, your grades, and your familiarity with us. Now, let's list the fights. Izuku looked at all the teachers present, analyzing how he could possibly beat them. First, Todoroki and Yaoyorozu will team up against me, Aizawa said with a smile, clutching his scarf. Meanwhile, you Sajiyama, you'll team up with Bakugo. The two friends looked at each other and smiled. And as for your opponent, he trailed off as All Might appeared. It'll be me. At the hero's shout, both of their smiles turned into serious faces. Cooperate and show what you're capable of. Izuku looked at his teacher with a serious expression. Let's announce the teams and opponents right away. Nezu told the students. Sato and Kirishima vs. Smintos. Asui and Tokoyami vs. Ectoplasm. Iida and Ojiro vs. Power Loader. Yaoyorozu and Todoroki vs. Eraserhead. Aoyama and Uraraka vs. Number 13. Ashido and Kaminari vs. me, the principal. Tanako and Jiro vs. Present Mike. Thoru and Shoji vs. Snipe. Mineta and Siro vs. Midnight. And finally, Yu Sajiyama and Bakugo vs. All Might. He announced the teams. Tanako, the least trained, seemed the most worried. The time limit is 30 minutes. You must put these handcuffs on your teacher or allow someone to escape the area, he explained, showing them some yellow handcuffs. It'll be different, this time they'll face someone much stronger, said Present Mike, and Jiro mocked him. What do you think, nerd? Bakugo asked after smiling, watching them make fun of the voice quirk user. We could beat them easily, Izuku said, looking at Present Mike and Power Loader. Some might struggle, he glanced at Aizawa and Ectoplasm. But against All Might, he trailed off, leaving Bakugo with the implication. We'll manage it one way or another, idiot. Bakugo received a nod from his friend. If their abilities are very different, it's best to run away and ask for help, isn't that right, Todoroki, Usajiyama? Aizawa said, alluding to the hero killer. We'll put their decision-making skills to the test. With those rules, they'd think the best thing to do was run away, All Might said. That's why the support staff made these ultra-compressed weights. We'll carry half our body weight. It's simple, but it adds energy and complicates movement, All Might explained as he put them on their wrists and ankles. Each team will take the exam in the prepared arenas. Those waiting can watch the matches or think about strategies, Aizawa said as everyone boarded the buses to head to the exam area. Will you guys watch too? Uraraka asked, entering the surveillance room and finding Bakugo and Izuku. Recovery Girl was in the chair. We're the last ones, we have plenty of time, Izuku replied, smiling. In my case, there's no point in trying to talk to him, she said, remembering Aoyama's striking poses in front of a mirror. I helped train that shitty-haired guy, he better pass this, Bakugo said, watching the fight begin. The three watched as Smintos erected walls while Sato and Kirishima broke through them, trying to advance. They won't succeed, Izuku said as Bakugo cursed under his breath. What do you mean? The girl asked, looking at the screen. They have a limit. Smintos can create walls infinitely. They'll lose energy before they can even get close to him, Izuku explained as Bakugo cursed Kirishima for wasting his time. After a few minutes, the walls surrounded the two students who no longer had any energy, the cement rushed towards them, and when it receded, they were both lying on the ground. Wow, I've had my work cut out for me since the first fight, said Recovery Girl, getting up from her chair. I hope Frogface does better, Bakugo said, watching the screen. I trust her, but fighting someone who can multiply is complicated, Izuku said, seeing that the fight was about to begin. The battles continued until Yaoyorozu and Todoroki's team was about to finish, so Uraraka was about to leave. Good luck, Ochako, I know you can do it, Izuku said as she was leaving the room. The brunette looked at her boyfriend again and smiled at him before leaving, allowing Suyu to enter the room. It's Ochako-chan's turn, do you think it will be difficult? Suyu asked her friends. Roundface is a good fighter, but she needs to get closer, she's not a good idea against 13, Bakugo said seriously. Being able to team up with Aoyama is key this time, Izuku said. Uraraka and Aoyama challenged each other to be stealthy while 13 searched for them around their battlefield. The best thing we can do now is make sure they don't catch them while we get out of here, the girl said to her partner. Although it's difficult to hide my gleaming shine, Aoyama said, causing the girl to break out in a cold sweat. Moving carefully, the two slowly approached the exit that would give them victory and allow them to pass the exam. They're doing well, it doesn't hurt to be careful with something like this, Izuku said, watching them escape. Tisk, it's not like it's that great, like subduing the enemy, Bakugo said, but he wasn't shouting. Although it's a good plan, I guess, he continued, watching the screen. However, Aoyama-chan's outfit isn't very good for stealth, Hiro, the girl said, receiving a worried nod from Izuku. Ochako and Aoyama hid behind a wall while watching 13, waiting for him to move away so they could go unnoticed. Once they were out of the heroine's line of sight, they both began to move toward the exit. As they advanced, the reflection in the eccentric blonde's armor came close to where the astronaut-suited heroine was standing. So there they are, he said when he saw the reflection and turned around to find them. I told you so, Hiro, Tsuyu said to her friends, looking at the screen. Izuku frowned slightly. Don't blame Aoyama-chan, Tsuyu said, trying to stop Izuku from wanting to hit the blonde boy. 13 raised his hand and one of the hatches on his finger opened, so he began to absorb both teenagers. We were so close, Uraraka shouted as they grabbed onto a railing, just like Aoyama. I told you my magnificent brilliance couldn't be hidden, lamented the boy in the armor. This isn't the time, Ochako shouted at the blonde boy. I have to think of something. What would Izuku do now? She thought, worried about failing the exam. Hey, Aoyama called to her, do you ever think about what Izuku Midoriya would do? The girl blushed but then shook her head. There was nothing wrong with thinking about him, he was her boyfriend and the person who had helped her become stronger. Aoyama, I have an idea, give me your hand. The girl pleaded as they gripped tightly and extended her hand. The blonde boy was confused but gave her his hand. Ochako pulled him apart, causing him to let go and head straight for 13. Ochako released herself a little later. Fire now, Aoyama understood and fired his laser at the heroine. 13 was forced to dodge the laser, therefore deactivating her quirk, just what Ochako wanted. Just as the heroine's quirk deactivated, Ochako and Aoyama fell. The girl rolled on the ground to get up and run before 13 recovered. When the heroine turned towards the students, she saw Ochako very close. The brunette threw a punch at her head, which the heroine dodged. Taking advantage of the moment, Ochako grabbed 13's arm and knocked her down, placing her other hand on her chest to prevent her from getting up. 13 tried to use her other hand to get Ochako off her, but using her laser to propel herself, Aoyama arrived next to them to grab the heroine's arm and subdue her. I've got you, said the blonde man as Ochako put the handcuffs on the heroine. That's my mochi, Izuku whispered with a proud smile. Unfortunately for him, his friends were close enough to hear him, and they both looked at him mockingly with grins. If you say anything, I'll incinerate you, he threatened, though he had a slight blush on his face. No, you won't, at least not against me, the girl mocked her friend. Bakugo didn't react. It wasn't like he minded fighting her, but he preferred to save his energy for All Might. Damn it, Izuku said, pulling up the hood of his jacket and tucking his ears through the holes to hide his blush. The fight between Mina and Kaminari had begun. The principal was humiliating them both even without them having to fight. Iida and Yaoyorozu had also come to watch the fights. The director destroyed what he wanted by calculating the chain reactions it would cause, which quickly cornered the two students until time ran out. It must be really frustrating for them not being able to do anything, Yaoyorozu said, recalling her own experience at the festival. At that moment, the door opened and Ochako entered. Did Mina lose? Ochako asked, approaching her boyfriend. Yes, but most importantly, you won, Izuku said, hugging her and downplaying his teammates' defeat. Thanks, Izuku, Uraraka said, returning the hug. But you shouldn't underestimate our classmates, she scolded, and Izuku shrugged with an amused look. I'm not downplaying them, it's just that you matter much more to me than any of them, he said affectionately, playing with his girlfriend's hair, which made her blush at the comment. Get a hotel, idiots, Bakugo said, mainly to get Iida and Yaoyorozu's attention. An alarm sounded, indicating that the fight between Jiro and Tanako was about to begin. This worries me a little. Jin has even more sensitive hearing than I do, Izuku said to his half-fox friend. Ears too. I think that's specifically why they pitted them against Present Mic, Bakugo said, looking at the screen. Let's try to avoid a fight with Present Mic and go through the door, Jiro said to the dark-haired girl with red streaks, who nodded. She would have preferred to fight, but it wasn't convenient. Get on my back, she told the rocker, who looked at her confused. I'm faster than you, just do it. Jiro nodded, climbing onto Jin's back, who was wearing her gym uniform since she hadn't designed a costume. The fox girl began to run through the trees with ease, advancing with Jiro on her back while with Present Mic. Come on, hurry up, I don't like being in the woods, said the pro hero, standing right in front of the exit. He let out a shout that echoed through the forest. As Jin ran, the scream made them stop, and the two girls covered their ears. Damn enhanced hearing, complained the dark-haired girl. Don't you have any ideas? Jiro asked when the scream stopped. I can't do much if we don't get closer. I'm a hand-to-hand combatant, the dark-haired woman replied, starting to run again. You must hurry, Present Mic said desperately from the doorway. Come on, he shouted the last part again with his quirk. My ears. Both girls complained as the blonde hero continued shouting for them to hurry up. At this rate, he'll make us deaf, Jiro said, covering her ears again. Jin had lowered her, and now they were leaning against a rock. I can't think with all this noise, complained the dark-haired girl, covering her fox ears. Jiro connected one of his jacks to the speakers in his shoes, creating his own noise to counteract the hero's. Jin, on the other hand, was trying to think of something. She wasn't a strategist. She was a fighter, but she had no other option at this moment. As the hero's shouts returned, she came up with a plan. I think I have an idea, but I need to concentrate. Do you think you can give me enough time? She asked worriedly as she saw Jiro's ears starting to bleed. I'll try it, it's the best we have for now. I plugged the jack back into the speaker. Jin closed his eyes as he concentrated. Little by little, black clouds of darkness gathered around him, some changing his clothes and even his height. Okay, I'm ready, Jiro heard her teacher say. Turning around, she saw Aizawa with a determined look. Tanako? Jiro asked, and the girl who looked like Aizawa smiled. It was rare to see Aizawa smile like that. Okay, now I need you to make your sound waves progressively weaker, so it sounds like you're getting weaker, the girl asked politely, and Jiro nodded to do as she requested. What could have happened? Did he just not take it anymore? The hero wondered, and for a moment he stopped attacking. After a moment, she heard movement in the bushes. She prepared to scream, but before she could, she saw Aizawa come out carrying Jiro in his arms, who appeared to be unconscious. That's enough. You failed the test, Aizawa said in a bored tone. And the other girl? The blonde boy asked, not seeing Tanako. All Might took her while I was busy letting you know, he replied disinterestedly. I told you it was too much for them to face us, said the hero, turning away. Whatever, Present Mic, Aizawa said, walking behind him. Wait a minute, the blonde boy turned around to look at Aizawa. Since when do you call me by my full hero name? He asked suspiciously, making Aizawa nervous. Now Jiro, Tanako said. Jiro jumped out of her arms, sending sonic waves at Present Mic as black smoke surrounded the girl, returning her to her original form. Jin ran towards him with his hands transformed into claws covered in darkness. Before the hero could do anything, the girl destroyed the device on his neck with a swipe and grabbed his face so that he couldn't open his mouth, while with her other hand still in claw form she pointed at his neck. Jiro approached when Present Mic was motionless to put the handcuffs on his wrists, thus passing the exam. Wouldn't that be cheating? Iida asked, referring to Tanako's deception. In a fight, you must use all your knowledge to win. What she did was use that knowledge strategically. It's perfectly allowed and legal, said Recovery Girl. I didn't know Tanako-san could do something like that, Momo said. She doesn't use it much, it only works on her and dissipates as soon as she gets hit or takes any damage, Bakugo explained nonchalantly. The following fights were quick, taking advantage of Hagakuri's invisibility. Shoji drew Snipe's attention so that his partner could handcuff him. Midnight quickly neutralized Zero. Everyone thought Mineta had given up, but he surprised everyone by trapping Midnight so he could escape and take Zero with him. Although Izuku didn't like Mineta, he had to admit that this time he had outdone himself. The green-haired boy felt a light tap on his arm from his best friend. "Come on, nerd, it's our turn," he said to Izuku, who nodded as they both left. "Good luck, Deku-kun." Iida and Yaoyorozu were still there, so she couldn't shout her boyfriend's name. "Thank you, Uraraka," the boy said, waving goodbye with a smile. Ochako knew her boyfriend was strong and trusted he would pass the exam, but she couldn't help worrying. After all, he and Bakugo would be facing the symbol of peace. The large gates leading to the fake city opened and both boys entered. Izuku walked along the main street with Bakugo, his hands in his jacket pockets, closing his eyes for a moment before speaking. "You know there's little chance of winning in a fight," he said calmly, glancing sideways at his friend as his ears twitched. "But it's stupid to think he'd let us escape so easily," the blonde continued calmly, glancing sideways at his friend. 30 minutes, we have to get it in 30 minutes, said Izuku, stopping as did Bakugo. 30 minutes to pass this exam, he said, stopping beside her. To the sides, Izuku said, jumping as Bakugo propelled himself with explosions to the opposite side, avoiding the air current generated by All Might's punch. They both returned to the center when All Might arrived walking through the smoke and debris generated by his attack. "We must fight to get out of here," the two friends said at the same time, standing in front of the peace symbol. The fire spread through Izuku's legs and arms while small explosions erupted in Bakugo's hands. The real battle was about to begin, the most difficult exam. The two strongest students would face the symbol of peace and had to defeat him to pass. Days before, next up are Usajiyama and Bakugo. "I'm entrusting them to you, All Might," Aizawa said in the teacher's lounge, slightly surprising the blonde boy. "I paired them up because of the strength they both demonstrate. They make a great team. I want to see how far they can go together," explained the black-haired man in charge of Class A. "I know you're both very skilled and that we'll have those things the support course made to limit us, but don't you think it's excessive?" Present Mike asked, earning a bored look from Aizawa. "They would easily defeat you even without the limitations. They are fast and agile physical fighters. They would also easily defeat Midnight, and they would find a way to beat the rest of us even with the limitations. The only one who would truly give them a difficult test is All Might," Aizawa explained. "You're very sure of them, aren't you?" Midnight said to the dark-haired man. "They make a good team. They're a bit egocentric, but they know when to take things seriously. I want to see how far they can go, and All Might is the best way to push them to their limits," Aizawa said. Everyone nodded in agreement, although Present Mike seemed a little annoyed at being called weak. "Okay, let's continue with the rest of the students," the principal said to all the teachers. Present, Izuku and Bakugo stood in front of All Might, both glancing at each other and nodding slightly. "We can't face him, we have to leave now," Izuku said as he jumped back. All Might lunged towards Bakugo since he was the closest, but Bakugo didn't move from his spot and put his hands in front of him. Stun grenade. The ash blonde unleashed an explosion of light that blinded All Might for a few seconds. Bakugo leapt through the smoke his explosion had generated to attack All Might, but the hero only grabbed him by the face, holding him in the air. Even in that captured state, Bakugo attacked with repeated explosions that had no effect on the muscular blonde. "Is that all you've got?" All Might demanded as he slammed the teenager to the ground. "With those weak, consecutive blows, you won't accomplish anything," he said, removing his hand from his student's face. "I'm just the distraction," Bakugo said, taking a breath. All Might looked confused, but before he could do or say anything, he saw a flash before feeling a flaming kick hit his face. The strong blow made him stumble back a little, allowing Bakugo to get up and stand next to his friend. "Are you okay?" Bakugo asked seriously, worried that his friend had used too much power from the start and hurt himself before things got really tough. "I'm fine, there's not even any pain." Izuku raised his thumb with a serious look on his face as he nodded. "You shouldn't be so distracted," the blonde boy yelled, punching Izuku and sending him crashing into a wall. He quickly approached with a metal fence ripped from the ground and used it to pin Izuku against the wall before turning to face Bakugo. Without wasting any time, Izuku grabbed the fence that imprisoned him while igniting his fire to melt it and free himself. All Might, on the other hand, had arrived where Bakugo was. The ash blonde tried to attack him with an explosion, but as soon as he put a hand in front of the hero, he punched him in the stomach. Bakugo spat saliva as he was sent flying by the powerful blow. Izuku increased his fire to melt whatever was imprisoning him faster, but careful not to overheat. It wasn't a good idea to be paralyzed while facing the symbol of peace. The blonde teenager struggled to his feet while All Might simply walked calmly to stand beside him. "You're too clever. You really made me believe you two disagreed. It was commendable, but still you didn't." He continued speaking until Bakugo interrupted him, still unable to fully stand up. "Shut up, All Might. No matter what you say, we won't give up. We'll defeat you here and now," Bakugo said, showing his face, which still had saliva and a little vomit on it. "Nitro charge," Izuku murmured as green lightning appeared on his legs, which were imperceptible as they were also covered by fire. "I hope you don't regret those words," All Might said as he prepared his fist to strike the ash-haired Jover. Before he could hit him, Izuku moved quickly and in a fraction of a second grabbed Bakugo by his suit to drag him away from there. "Damn, we need another plan," Izuku said, clutching his legs, still not entirely used to his new movement. "It was a good plan, considering we came up with it while walking and didn't talk about it," Bakugo said seriously, trying to think of something. "I knew it wouldn't hurt him much, but I was hoping that kick would stun him a little more," Izuku said, frustrated, while also trying to think of something else. "We got too confident, but I know we can win this, because I'm not crazy enough to let half the exam be taken by my dad and half by me," Bakugo growled. "I have no idea. Do you have any suggestions?" Izuku asked calmly, but still wary of All Might catching them. "Can your jacket generate heat?" Bakugo asked, seemingly ignoring the question. Izuku nodded. He'd ordered it that way for the comfort of the victims he was saving. "How hard can you hit at maximum strength?" Izuku didn't quite understand, but from his friend's expression, he knew he was forming a plan. "If I hit him once with fire and one for all at my maximum power, fractures appear that can heal quickly. If I hit him twice, my arm breaks," the boy explained seriously. He didn't know what his friend was planning, but it seemed like something good. "Give me your jacket. I have a plan that might work," Bakugo ordered. Izuku nodded as he took off his jacket to give it to his friend before he could start talking. All Might trotted along as he searched for his two students, approaching the exit, since he thought that if they were both hiding it was because they were trying to escape. As he continued walking, the two boys watched him pass from an alley and nodded. While Izuku stealthily moved away, Bakugo jumped out of the alley. "Where are you looking?" the teenager shouted, making the hero turn around. The hero shielded himself from the explosion, which didn't cause him a scratch, but the boy continued attacking with one hand until All Might caught him, holding him by the face again. "Did you really think attacking me for yourself would be a good idea?" Only then did the older blonde realize that Bakugo was missing one of his wristbands. Instead, Bakugo had his hand wrapped around Izuku's jacket. The ash blonde released the jacket, which fell to the ground. Bakugo struck his opponent, the hero, with an open palm directly in the face. "You're really easy to fool," the boy said, struggling with the hand on his face. "Now, Deku," he shouted, and All Might turned his head as he released Bakugo to try and block the green-haired boy who had Bakugo's wristband on his right arm. Before the hero could defend himself, Izuku used his flaming left fist to strike him right where Bakugo had placed his hand. The powerful blow combined with the explosion generated directly in All Might's face due to Bakugo's sweat, launching him towards a building he had previously destroyed while releasing Bakugo. "Damn it," Izuku hissed, wincing at the pain in his arm, but as he said, it wasn't broken yet. "Let's go already, nerd," Bakugo shouted, propelling himself forward with his explosions. Izuku nodded and followed him, running with his flames ignited. "They are very clever," All Might said to himself as he left the building. "It's really dangerous if I give them the chance to think." The hero stared for a moment in the direction the two students had run. "They threw me into a building I had already destroyed before. They minimized the damage. I taught them that from day one. They've learned well." He put his hand to his mouth and coughed up a little blood. "In that case, Their teacher must also make an effort, he said just before running towards the two teenagers. Damn it, it attacked us from here, Izuku said, looking around as he ran. It's obvious that All Might isn't defeated yet. As soon as he catches up to us, I'll use my wristband, Bakugo began to explain, and Izuku nodded. Yes, and then, said All Might, coming between them. Bakugo aimed towards him, but All Might punched the boy's wristband, breaking it, before also punching Izuku in the stomach. The hero kneed Bakugo in the chin, sending him flying towards a building next to the street where the three of them were running. Kachan. Izuku jumped to try and catch him, but still ignoring the fire, All Might grabbed him by the leg. Bakugo propelled himself out of the building to try and attack All Might, but All Might used Izuku as a weapon to slam them both to the ground. In the surveillance room, everyone was concerned when they saw the cloud of dust that rose up after that blow. When the dust settled, All Might could be seen lifting a stunned Izuku by his left arm, while stepping on Bakugo's back to keep him on the ground. They're cunning, but cunning was required in this exam where they face powerful enemies, All Might said as Izuku tried to break free, Ian giving him an annoyed look. What's with that face, Usajiyama Shonen? He received no response from the boy, who was still hanging on by his arm, twitching. Using so much power to escape, but you need to be together for that, or use Bakugo Shonen's wristbands, right? All Might said, reaching for the wristband on Izuku's right arm. You left my legs free, Izuku said just before moving his legs so that a fiery ball would hit the blonde hero in the face. In response to the attack, All Might threw Izuku in front of him. The boy got up and looked at his arm, the wristband was still fine. Izuku began to increase the fire on his legs and left arm, avoiding igniting his right arm so as not to explode his friend's wristband. Are you going to risk it? All Might asked, seeing the boy's intentions. Your arm is fractured, you'll be paralyzed after attacking me. Do you really think you can win with just one more blow? Izuku growled at All Might's words, but he didn't really have another option. Right now, he had to land a blow powerful enough, at least to free Bakugo so he could escape. Just shut up and don't do anything impulsive for now, nerd. Bakugo's voice boomed. The gloves are only for using my full power without any risk, he said with an angry expression. Once he said this, he generated a powerful explosion with just his hands, so strong that All Might jumped to avoid it. The ash-blonde boy got up from the ground, his hands trembling. But facing you, we can't avoid taking some risks, Izuku continued as the fire on his limbs subsided. And that's why, they both shouted as Bakugo grabbed the rabbit boy's shirt collar. We're not going to hold back anymore. They both shouted again as, still in pain, Bakugo propelled himself and Izuku into the sky. All Might landed on his feet to look up where Bakugo, still holding Izuku, began to spin on his own axis, generating a whirlwind of explosions and smoke. Howitzer! Bakugo shouted as the speed of the whirlwind and the power of the explosions increased. The symbol of peace prepared a strike so that the air pressure would knock them down, but before that, something shot out from the whirlwind. It was Bakugo's wristband, which exploded very close to his face, forcing him to cover himself. Comet! Bakugo shouted as a huge explosion erupted, from which a fireball shot out. All Might recovered and managed to see that what had been thrown was Izuku, whose arms and legs suddenly became as intense as he had ever seen before. Overheat! Izuku shouted as the flames increased even beyond what All Might had seen, showing how much he had improved. Due to the speed of the impulse, the weights that slightly limited his movements, and the sudden wave of fire that briefly blinded him, the number one hero could not react in time when Izuku was already in front of him. Upon seeing him, he could see faint green flashes, a sign of the use of One for All, just before receiving a powerful blow. The blow was truly powerful. The hero could feel the powerful flames making direct contact with his skin while simultaneously receiving Izuku's increased strength, added to the power granted by One for All, and made even more powerful by the momentum from Bakugo's explosion. All Might was sent flying by the blow to his face, crashing through several buildings, which he had previously destroyed, further minimizing the damage that would have been done to the city if it were a real one. Izuku stood on the ground breathing heavily as a large amount of smoke billowed from his body. His right arm, the one he had used to strike, was broken and covered in burns, as were his left arm. Bakugo fell to the ground, clutching his wrists in pain. One of them even looked dislocated or perhaps broken, but he endured it and got up to approach his friend. "Let's get out of here now," Bakugo said as he carried his friend on his back, ignoring the fact that Izuku's skin was burning hot and slightly stinging. "Leave me alone. If he gets up, you won't be able to leave fast enough with me," Izuku told his friend with difficulty. "You're an idiot if you think I'll leave you here. We're very close to the exit. If he gets up, we'll knock him down again. I still have one hand that isn't dislocated, and you still have one arm that isn't broken," Bakugo replied with a smile, making Izuku laugh as he nodded. "We'll pass this stupid exam, and we'll do it together. It'll be the first step to becoming the best," Bakugo said with a determined look. In that case, Izuku made an effort to move and get off his friend's back. "I want to actually take the step, not have you take it for me." Izuku walked beside him, feeling some pain but enduring it. Meanwhile, All Might moved the rubble that had buried him before sitting down and coughing up some blood. "He has a great future ahead of him," All Might said, wiping the blood from his nose. "With the two of you together, I'm sure nothing can stop you." The blonde man stood up with difficulty, covering the burn on the side of his face that covered his entire cheek with his hand. Team Usagiyama and Bakugo passed the exam. "The practical exam matches for Class 1A are over," announced the robotic voice as the boys left the area. In the surveillance room, Tsuyu and Uraraka celebrated their friend's victory, and in Uraraka's case, her boyfriend's, as they watched the two leave, although both were very worried about their well-being. Having a broken arm from fighting Stain was one thing, Izuku said as Recovery Girl tended to him, but having it all messed up and burned is a real shitshow. The old woman finished her work and walked away from him. "Well, you got a little carried away, Izuku," the boy heard his girlfriend's voice enter the room. "Aren't you two supposed to have already gone home?" the ash-blonde boy asked as he saw Tsuyu and Uraraka enter. "They weren't the only ones here, bro," Kirishima said, entering the room with Todoroki and Jiro. "I thought what I did was difficult, but you guys really had it much harder," Todoroki said with a serious expression. "What the hell are you doing here?" the blonde boy asked the purple-haired girl. After all, she wasn't part of his group of friends. "This is the last time I worry about you, you damn idiot," Jiro said exasperatedly until Izuku spoke. "Don't take it personally, he's just surprised you're here," Izuku said, letting Ochako hug him. Jiro saw them both but didn't pay them any attention. She knew she shouldn't interfere in their lives. "Fine, whatever," Jiro said, crossing her arms. "How are you?" she asked the two boys. "The nerd got the worst of it. I only had a broken wrist," the ash-blonde man said calmly. "Well," Recovery Girl said, "I'd be fine, you don't need to worry. The important thing is that we passed the exam and now we're all going to camp," Izuku said, relaxed, until he remembered and turned to look at Kirishima. "Well, almost all of us. Sorry, Kirishima," the boy apologized, trying to lift his broken arm, but Ochako stopped him. "Don't worry Usagibro, you can still have fun without me, although I would have loved to go with you," Kirishima said dejectedly. "You just wasted my time, you damn shitty hair," Bakugo yelled, trying to get up, but Jiro stopped him. "Calm down. If you try to hit him, you'll only hurt your wrists more," Jiro told him. The blonde clicked his tongue and relaxed. At this, Izuku and Tsuyu exchanged knowing smiles. After Recovery Girl let them go, everyone went home to rest until the next day. Izuku calmly entered his classroom after going to the infirmary to have the cast removed from his arm. Now he only had a bandage hiding his burns. "Guys, I hope to hear your stories about how much fun you had at camp," the pink-haired girl said to her classmates, standing next to Sato, Kirishima and Kaminari, while sobbing. "Didn't we already talk about this, Kirishima?" Izuku asked, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. "You know how Aizawa is, there'll probably be a last-minute change or something," Izuku said, trying to reassure the four of them. "If you say it out loud, you'll attract bad luck," Siro told him, also approaching the rabbit boy. "If we fail the exam, we won't go to camp, and since we didn't pass the practical exam," the electric blonde said melancholically, "if you don't understand, you're just a bunch of stupid monkeys." He tried to poke Izuku in the eyes, but Izuku moved and kicked him in the stomach. "First of all, I'm a rabbit, and second, What's with you and Minetta's fascination with getting beaten up by me or someone else? Are you masochists or something? The green-haired boy asked, looking at Kaminari kneeling on the ground clutching his stomach. Calm down, Kaminari, I don't know either. My team was able to pass because of Minetta, but I was asleep the whole time, so I still don't know how I'll be graded on the exam, Shiro explained as the little pervert listened with a smile. Ochako had approached Izuku and they were talking quietly until Kaminari quickly stood up again. If you're going to feel sorry for us, at least bring us some souvenirs. Kaminari shouted as soon as he got up from the ground. When the bell rings, you must take your seats, Aizawa said, bursting into the classroom and making all the students sit in silence. Many of you performed well on your exams. Unfortunately, some of you didn't pass the final exam. He stood in front of all his students, Ian looking bored. Those who failed were dejected. And regarding the camping trip to the cabin in the woods, everyone is going. The adult wore one of his typical smiles. A last-minute surprise, shouted the four who had failed. I told you so, Izuku mocked them with a smile. Can we really go? Mina asked excitedly to her teacher, who nodded, returning to his bored expression. Yes, surprisingly none of you failed the written exam. In the practical exam, Kirishima, Ashido, Sato, Kaminari, and Shiro failed, Aizawa said. The black-haired boy just looked depressed, even though he already knew he wouldn't be graded because of Minetta's victory. We teachers make sure the students win, otherwise, some of you would have been stuck from the start, Aizawa explained. Wait, if they wanted us to have a chance, why pit Bakugo and Izuku against All Might? They were badly injured because of it, Tsuyu asked, receiving support from Uraraka. With them it was a little different, their teacher began calmly, still looking at the girl. Usajiyama and Bakugo have improved a lot. Since the sports festival, they've shown great skill and determination. Everyone remembered how, in their fight, the two of them destroyed the Smentos wall to keep fighting. What I wanted with them was to push them to their limits so they could go further, he said seriously. The whole class was a little surprised because the exam had a different purpose for the boys. Basically, you wanted to see how far they were capable of going, you wanted to see their plus ultra, Kirishima commented excitedly with a sharp-toothed grin. To simplify things, yes, the adult said, now looking at the dyed-haired boy, but there are still things to improve. The camp is for improving their skills, and those who failed need it even more, so telling them they wouldn't be going was a rational lie. He smiled again, making the 5 failed students shout in dismay and start to celebrate. If Ua deceives us twice, our trust will fall, Iida said, standing up from his seat and waving his arms. I thought about that, but I didn't lie about everything, Aizawa began, watching the failing students celebrate. A failure is a failure. I'm preparing extra lessons for you, which will be much harder than at school. He quickly discouraged the 5 who were now depressed. The class ended normally after that, just like the rest of the classes past. Izuku was just drowsy from Recovery Girl's quirk most of the time, but he managed to stay awake. Classes ended and Group 1A was in their classroom talking about the camp, although Izuku was more entertained playing with his girlfriend's brown hair. He only knew that at one point everyone started talking about things they were lacking, and he thought he should also prepare some things and supplies. How about we take a break after finishing our exams? What do you say we go shopping together? Hagakure suggested to the rest of the class. Sounds good, it'll be the first time we meet outside of school, Kaminari said happily, smiling. Are you coming, Bakubro? Kirishima asked, smiling and showing his sharp teeth. Whatever, Bakugo replied dismissively. He preferred to go out with his group alone, not with the rest of the extras from his class. What about you, Todoroki? Are you coming? Izuku asked, looking up from his girlfriend's hair. I'm going to visit my mother in my free time, sorry, he apologized. Izuku just nodded while Minetta told him he was a bore. The day passed normally. As they walked to the station, Bakugo, Tsuyu, and Izuku were arguing. Kirishima and Uraraka didn't quite understand. They only knew it had something to do with Jiro and that the green-haired boys were making fun of the ash-blonde boy. The next day, Izuku was getting ready to go out with his classmates when he got to the door and saw his mother watching television and smiled maliciously. Mom, I'm going to be with my friends for a while. You have the house to yourself, you could call Ryaku and do whatever you want. The boy still found it strange not to call the dragon heroine, aunt, anymore, but he wasn't going to miss the opportunity to tease his mother. You'll never let me forget it, will you? The rabbit heroine asked with a slight blush, while her son shook his head. You'll regret this when you get a girlfriend, brat, Rumi threatened her son. Then I won't introduce you to Ochako, the boy shrugged, Ian smiling, unaware of what he had said. To whom? His mother asked with a smile, which made Izuku understand what he had done. Nobody. Izuku stormed out of the house, slamming the door behind him before running off as if he were being chased. Rumi just stayed behind, watching TV and thinking about how to make fun of her son. Izuku arrived at the Kayashi shopping center where he would meet his classmates. He soon saw them and approached them. After everyone arrived, they started walking. Izuku and Ochako walked a little behind, holding hands without being seen. We're all looking for different things, shall we decide on a time to meet again? Hiroshima asked when everyone was talking. Okay, Mina shouted from the crowd of students. Alright, let's meet at 3, said the dyed-haired boy cheerfully. Everyone agreed before disappearing. They're fast, Izuku said mockingly, still holding his girlfriend's hand. What are you going to buy, Ochako? He asked his girlfriend, who pulled out a list. I think I have enough time, shall we go together? The brunette asked. Izuku approached to look at the list and sighed in disappointment. Sorry, I'm going the other way. If we go together, we won't have time to get back, the boy said, sounding disappointed. I would have liked to go together, but we can go get something to eat after we're done, the girl suggested with a smile. Aren't I supposed to be the one asking for dates? Izuku asked playfully, bringing his face closer to the brunette's. Aren't boys supposed to make the first move? If I remember correctly, I kissed you first. Ochako blushed but refused to remain silent. She also moved her face closer to his, their eyes just inches apart. Ouch, okay, you've got me there, Izuku mocked himself, agreeing with his girlfriend who smiled proudly. Well, see you later, Izuku, the brunette said, kissing the rabbit boy's lips, which was unusual because he was always the one who kissed first. For a moment Izuku froze, wondering what had happened to his girlfriend to make her act like this, or if perhaps she was an imposter, but all those thoughts vanished when the brunette's face turned bright red. The girl stammered a little before putting an arm over her flushed face and running off while waving her other arm maybe as a goodbye. Izuku stood there for a moment before laughing. Awesome, someone from UA. Give me your autograph. Izuku's ears twitched. The vaguely familiar voice didn't sit well with the green-haired boy. You're the champion of the sports festival, and you're also the one who helped defeat the hero killer, right? The man asked, placing an arm around his shoulders. Who would have thought I'd find you here? I feel like there must be a reason, something like destiny. Izuku turned to look at the man who had 4 fingers around his neck. Anyway, from your perspective, we haven't seen each other since the attack on Ua, right? Why don't we grab something to drink, Izuku Usajiyama? Izuku glared at the man with pure hatred, recognizing Tamura Shigaraki's face. You're an idiot, Izuku whispered, his fist radiating heat until a small flame ignited. Are you sure you want to do that here, Usajiyama? Shigaraki asked mockingly before looking around. Look at all these people and think, before you stop me, how many of them are going to die because of our fight? Izuku clicked his tongue as the fire on his fist subsided. Act normal, like we're friends, don't make a sound, and breathe. I want to talk to you, that's all. If hurting people isn't enough, if my 5 fingers touch you, you'll turn to dust in less than a minute, Tamura threatened the boy. What the hell do you want to talk about? Izuku asked in a serious and cold tone, his face furrowed. Why don't we sit down? The villain asked, seemingly friendly, guiding Izuku. I hate everything, but what bothers me most is the hero killer, he said calmly once they were both seated. Weren't you guys working together? Izuku asked, looking around. There were fewer people, but it was still risky to start a fight. I didn't accept it, but things ended up this way. That's the problem. People admire the hero killer. He completely overshadowed the attack on USJ and the Nomus I released, the villain said with distaste. Nobody pays attention to me. In the end, he only destroyed what he didn't like. So what's the difference between him and me, Usajiyama? He brought his face closer to Izuku's, who remained very serious. Meanwhile, Ochako was leaving a store smiling. She had found most of the things she needed there, and at a low price but of good quality, so it took her much less time to complete her list. With nothing to do, she headed towards the meeting point. Maybe she could find Izuku and continue shopping with him before everyone else gathered again. What's the difference? Izuku wondered, trying to lean back, but the hand on his neck prevented him, so he huffed in annoyance. I don't understand and I don't accept what you are, but even though I don't agree with the hero killer either, I understand him. He started with all might, to create a just society according to his beliefs. When he saved me, I understood that at least he didn't destroy things just because he wanted to. He didn't leave everything in vain like you. Even though what he did was wrong, at least he had an ideal he clung to. When I faced you, I just wanted to finish you off. Every word that came out of your mouth only made me angrier. When he spoke, it was strange, but I understood what he was talking about, Izuku said indifferently, his expression serious. I feel a weight lifted off my shoulders. Izuku felt the grip around his neck tighten, only growling slightly. I feel like I finally understand everything. Why the hero killer bothers me so much, and why you irritate me so much. It's all because of All Might, Ian said with a strange smile. Yes, that's it. That's what it's all about, after all. Why was I so worried? Everyone smiles because he smiles for no reason, as if he could save them all. As he spoke, Izuku's temperature began to rise, almost bursting into flames under the villain's grip. Don't resist. Do you want to die? Do you think it's right for these people to die? It's ironic. I'm his opposite, but the hero killer's ideals help me move forward, he said, tightening his grip even more. Izuku. Ochako's voice reached the green-haired boy's ears. For the first time since encountering Tamura, he felt fear that something would happen to his girlfriend. A friend. No, the brunette thought, seeing the villain's hand on her boyfriend's neck. Tamura turned to look at her with a crazed expression. He also saw his boyfriend, who seemed to be pleading with his eyes for her to leave. Let him go, he said seriously, ignoring his boyfriend's pleas. Leave right now, Izuku whispered to Tamura, who looked at him. Feel it, my neck is about to burst into flames, he said threateningly. His grip on Izuku's neck loosened slightly, as Tamura could feel the green-haired boy's skin burning. All I have to do is put my other finger on your neck, the light blue-haired man replied with the threat. You think you're faster than spontaneous combustion? Izuku asked seriously, his gaze deadly. That would burn me up, and the fight would let you kill civilians. I don't want either, and you don't want prison or a charred hand, so get out of here now. He threatened again, this time flicking fire on and off in his hand to demonstrate his speed. Ochako listened attentively, vaguely recognizing the USJ guy, so she decided to go along with what her boyfriend was doing and simply remain silent, ready to act if necessary. After a frown, Tamura spoke. Were you with a friend? I'm sorry, said the villain, letting go of Izuku, who clutched his neck in annoyance. I'm leaving now, he smiled kindly at the green-haired boy, mainly so other civilians wouldn't suspect anything. If you follow me, I'll get angry. He started walking away. Ochako approached and crouched down to her boyfriend's level. Wait, Shigaraki, the boy said, drawing the villain's attention. What the hell are you and all for one looking for? He asked aggressively, his voice a little hoarser than usual. I don't know, he replied dismissively, but you should be careful, because the next time we meet will be when I decide to kill you, the villain declared before continuing on his way. As he walked away, Izuku began to cough. Even faint traces of smoke came from his mouth. Are you okay, Izuku? She asked worriedly. She had never seen him cough up smoke before, only smoke coming from his legs and arms. Yes, it's just too hot in my trachea, Izuku replied in a deep, pained voice. Call the police. Ochako nodded and took out her phone. When the police arrived, along with the rest of their colleagues, they began to interrogate Izuku and Ochako and investigate the surroundings, but they were unable to find the villain. They took Izuku to the police station. Ochako wanted to go with him. At first they refused, but after Izuku gave her a death glare and said he wasn't going anywhere without her, they allowed it. Izuku smiled at that, since she had ruined the date they had planned. They both stood before the detective investigating the League of Villains. From what I hear, they don't seem to have a clear leader, the man said, scratching his head with the pen in his hand, but they still aim to kill All Might. He paused for a moment. Well, thank you, Usajiyama, Uraraka. Ochako was confused as to why he asked her if she hadn't said anything, but she thought it was just politeness. I wish I had caught that damn son of a bitch, Izuku said angrily, fiddling with a pen between his fingers. Ochako made him put the pen down when she saw it starting to melt. Many would have been frightened and panicked, but thanks to your composure, you saved your life and the lives of many civilians, Detective Tsukauchi congratulated the young rabbit. The man led the two lovers outside where the first thing they encountered was All Might. Izuku panicked and covered his girlfriend's eyes. What's wrong, Izuku? The brunette asked her boyfriend, confused. Don't worry, young Usajiyama, I assume you've already told him I'm All Might, said the blonde. Izuku opened his eyes in fear. Is that man All Might? Uraraka asked, shocked, having managed to see the man. Didn't you tell him? All Might asked, confused. Of course not. Izuku didn't want to shout, but he was too agitated at the moment. As you told young Bakugo, he explained it to me. Don't worry, it's fine to surround yourself with trustworthy people, All Might said, understanding his student's reasons. You made things worse, and I didn't even tell him about your true form, just one for all. Now it was his turn to be silent for a moment. Now I made things worse, Izuku shouted as All Might tried to calm him down. Ochako was very confused. She didn't know what was happening. She knew that her normally calm boyfriend was agitated and that All Might was blinded and skeletal, but she didn't even know what that one for all thing was that the boy had mentioned. Young Uraraka, could you help us calm Usajiyama Shonen down? The confused girl nodded and cupped her boyfriend's cheeks. Izuku, calm down, everything is fine, but I'm really confused and I'd appreciate an explanation, the girl said, looking into her boyfriend's red eyes. Izuku nodded with a sigh, but before he could speak, they heard the sound of a car skidding in Ryaku's voice. Be more careful, shouted the blonde, getting out of the car with Rumi. All Might quickly became muscular, the brunette's confusion increased. How had he done that? I'll explain later, it's a secret, I can't talk about it in front of my mother, the boy whispered. Uraraka nodded. She understood it was a secret she probably shouldn't know and that they had revealed by accident. Izuku was initially worried about the detective too, but apparently he and All Might knew each other, so he didn't dwell on it. Are you all right, brat? Rumi asked, taking her son's head in her hands along with Ryaku and moving it from side to side to examine his neck. Mom, I'm fine, Izuku said, trying to get his mother to let go of him. Meanwhile, All Might and the detective walked away, talking about the League of Villains. I'm glad you're all right, kid. I was worried about you, Ryaku said, hugging the boy. Rumi joined the hug when the blonde pulled her close. Izuku was about to tease them when the blonde spoke again. Who is she? He asked, seeing the brunette smiling nervously. Izuku didn't want to talk about it now. Today had been a day filled with mixed emotions. The last thing he wanted was for his mother to bother him, but he knew he had no escape, so he sighed. Ochako. Rumi smiled maliciously at her son at that name. She is. They are my mother's. Izuku also smiled maliciously. If he was going to fall, he would take them down with him. Ryaku blushed and looked away as Rumi playfully hit her son on the head, a slight blush rising to her cheeks as the boy laughed. Are you Izuku's girlfriend? Ryaku asked as she watched mother and son argue. Why yes, we started dating after the sports festival, Ochako replied. She wasn't sure if Izuku was just teasing her or if the heroines were actually dating, but she felt much more at ease talking to the blonde than she would have felt talking to Mirko. What's he like? The blonde asked the brunette, who looked confused. Well, he was never good at interacting with girls, he always ignored them. The blonde even remembered Bakugo telling her that Izuku had once almost hit a girl because she annoyed him by asking about his mother. It seems strange to me, he gets along very well with Tsuyu and with me. He's really kind and behaves very nicely, although I think he spoils me a bit too much sometimes, the brunette said somewhat quickly and embarrassedly. Izuku being affectionate, that seems a little strange to me. Ryaku then looked at Rumi and smiled. Never mind, I don't think it's as weird as it seems. Ochako looked at her and cleared her throat. Excuse me if this is an awkward question, but are you and Miss Mirko dating? Ochako asked. She wasn't sure if she should ask, but she had many doubts and wanted at least some answers. Yeah, sort of. We haven't made it official, but we do go on dates and stuff. I guess she's more into acting, the blonde replied, and the moment Izuku had discovered them flashed into her mind. Although maybe I should be more discreet. Izuku blushed. He'd teased her so much about it after she'd gotten over her little trauma. By the way, did anything happen to you at the mall? The heroine asked, realizing that if she was there, it must be for that reason. No, don't worry, I only found them after Izuku was alone with Shigaraki for a while. Uraraka sighed. They had separated, and that probably allowed the villain to capture her boyfriend. How long do they keep doing that? She wanted to change the subject and saw her boyfriend arguing with Rumi. Oh, just a few minutes. Ryuku looked at both of their faces and sighed. Maybe an hour. She sighed wearily. She had tried to stop them on other occasions, but it was almost impossible. I guess there's nothing to be done, the brunette said, somewhat relieved that she didn't have to talk to her boyfriend's mother yet. She wasn't ready. I suppose, the blonde began, before the police station door opened again and All Might appeared, peeking out. Excuse me, Mirko, Yukio, I'd like to speak with you, the man said with his characteristic smile, but even that didn't stop the argument. About what? The blonde asked, turning to look at the top hero. Something about the League of Villains, All Might said, this time ending the discussion. All right, what are we waiting for? The white-haired woman took Ryuku's hand and began to drag her towards the police station. Wait, why so suddenly? Ryuku asked until she remembered. Oh right, it's something that puts Izuku in danger. With that, she let herself be dragged inside. You have no idea how grateful I am to you right now, All Might, Izuku said out of nowhere, slightly confusing the blonde boy. Don't think you've gotten away with this, Izuku. You'd better take her out to eat one of these days. His mother threatened just before crossing the threshold. I guess that gives us more time, the boy said, putting his arm around his girlfriend's shoulders as they started walking. Where are we going? The girl asked. It was late, and she thought they would leave in her boyfriend's mother's car. To the train station before the last one leaves. Believe me, those hero talks don't last long. Izuku smiled. His girlfriend nodded, resting her head on the green-haired boy's shoulder. They both continued walking to the station to go home. Even with what had happened today, they were both still excited to go to the school camp. Classes at UA after the mall incident had been held, and a decision had been made that Aizawa was about to inform his students about. Therefore, due to the recent incident, it has been decided to be more cautious regarding enemy movements. Professor Aizawa took a sheet of paper and tore it in half, and the new destination will be revealed on the day of the trip, he announced to his students. I already told my parents, Shiro said. The school can't say for sure where that information is leaking to, Momo said as someone else shouted that they were lucky it wasn't cancelled. You should have finished him off right there, Bakugo said boredly, referring to Izuku. I would have loved to, but there were too many civilians around who could die in a battle, Izuku replied. Besides, he could be arrested for that. We're forbidden from using our quirks, Hagakure said. Izuku nodded. Although he had been caught using his quirk before, this time would probably be worse, as it was a fight that would endanger people. Classes with Aizawa ended, thus beginning summer vacation and the next day, the UA camp. Unfortunately we didn't have heroism class today, the boy lamented as he stretched before getting up from his seat. I would have liked to kick someone's ass before the holidays, Bakugo said, grabbing his things. Well, we're supposed to train at the camp too. Maybe there will be fights as well, Ochako said, approaching her boyfriend. Do you want to go out and do something today? Kirishima asked, changing the subject. That would be nice. My parents have the day off today and can take care of my siblings, Suyu said, tapping her chin with a finger. Sorry guys, we have unfinished business, Ochako said cheerfully, hugging Izuku's arms since the rest of her classmates had already left. Unfortunately, we have some unfinished business, Izuku sighed, his ears drooping. Why does Uraraka seem excited and you don't? Asked Shoto, who had been silent for some time. I'm going to introduce myself to Izuku's mother, Ochako replied as they started walking out of the classroom. After getting over my initial nerves, I'm excited now. She's the tallest hero in the top tier, after all. She smiled brightly. Is that the only reason you're so worried? You know Aunt Rumi will accept her, nerd, Bakugo mocked, and Izuku sighed. It's not that, I've been making fun of her since, you know. His mother's relationship with Ryaku wasn't something he hid, but it wasn't public either, and Izuku still felt uncomfortable talking about it because of the memories of how he found out. However, Rumi had told the Bakugos because they were close friends. Are you afraid he'll use this opportunity to get revenge on you? Bakugo asked with a superior smile. Izuku nodded with a sigh. Well, I guess I'll see you guys later. I'll go see if Tetsu can do something, Kirishima said before walking away. The rest of the small group of friends said their goodbyes before continuing on their way towards the outskirts of Ua. Shoto said goodbye to them and the four boys continued walking in comfortable silence, all heading towards the train station. Upon arriving at the station, they simply sat and waited, chatting about unimportant things, until the train arrived and they all boarded. You'd better take a seat, the rabbit boy said to his girlfriend and her friend when he saw only 2 empty seats. Suyu sat down, as did Ochako, while the boys stood there simply talking to them. The first stop was Suyu, who said goodbye to them, giving her place to Izuku for the rest of the way. The brunette rested her head on her boyfriend's shoulder for the remainder of the journey. Upon arriving at the station, the three got off the train and walked towards the green-haired boy's house, while Bakugo went to his own. See you later, nerd. By the way, Yukyu's here. The blonde man pointed to the woman's car before continuing on towards his house. I wish at least one of them wasn't here, the green-haired boy complained nervously. How bad can Izuku be? The girl asked, taking his hand and guiding him to the door. I hope not too much, Izuku said with a sigh. The couple entered the house with Izuku's key. As soon as they entered, Izuku saw his mother smiling maliciously. Good afternoon, Mrs. Usajiyama, said Ochako, trying to break the tension between mother and rabbit son. Don't be so formal, girl. If you manage to make Izuku interested in you, you're someone special, Rumi said, lightly tapping her son's head. Just ignore her. I just haven't made any friends before besides Suyu, Izuku explained, trying to stay calm. Have they arrived? Ryaku asked, coming down the stairs with wet hair. Yes, they're here, Blondie. Hey, do you want to remind Izuku how he learned to look where he's jumping? The white-haired girl said with a smile. No, Izuku shouted, blushing, before jumping towards his mother, trying to knock her down. Oh, I remember now, I was distracted and, the blonde started to speak before Izuku jumped towards her. He got stuck in a tree, Rumi finished when Izuku turned to look at her. She smiled and shrugged. You can't stop both of us, besides, you're fighting with us in front of your girlfriend, she said, pointing to the girl who was laughing a little. I hate them, Izuku said, covering his face once he moved away from Ryako. You should have thought about that before, kid, Rumi teased. By the way, that time I was wearing one of my merchandise shirts and an all-might sweater, she added thoughtfully. Izuku tried to jump towards her again, but Ochako took his hand and smiled at him, giving the boy some reassurance. That's right, and in his desperation to get down, he lit his fire and burned them. He cried for hours. Ryako finished telling the story. All of Izuku's confidence vanished when he saw his girlfriend trying to hold back her laughter. He simply took a piece of paper from his backpack and burned it to calm down a little. The night continued exactly the same. The boy was embarrassed by his mother's, while Ochako tried not to laugh so as not to make him feel bad. Izuku ended up turning most of the napkins to ash that night. What? There are failing grades in Class A. While Classes A and B were standing in front of the buses, Monoma started talking. Isn't that weird? Isn't that strange? Isn't Class A supposed to be better than Class B? All this while Uraraka and Kirishima were stopping Izuku and Bakugo from attacking him. Come on, I'm really stressed from dinner last night, I need to let off some steam. He seems like a good punching bag. Izuku struggled a little because he didn't want to hurt his girlfriend. On the other hand, Bakugo was attacking Kirishima, but the dyed-haired boy resisted with his hardening. Kendo punched Monoma in the neck, causing the blonde to fall to the ground. I'm sorry, the orange-haired girl said, grabbing the unconscious boy by his shirt and dragging him away. While other girls from Class B apologized for Monoma, a green-haired girl approached Izuku. Hey, I'm Setsuna Tokage. You were amazing at the festival, Usajiyama, right? The girl asked, approaching him. Izuku nodded with a slight smile. Your abilities are incredible, could you show me some other things rabbits do? The girl started to approach with a strange smile, and the boy just tilted his head, confused. Deku-kun, it's time to go, Ochako said before Izuku could ask what she meant. The boy simply left with her. Do you know what he meant? He asked doubtfully. I'll explain later, Ochako said, wondering to herself how her boyfriend, who loved to tease her so much, didn't know what she was talking about. The trip started peacefully. Izuku and Bakugo were simply talking, the blonde asking questions and making fun of what happened yesterday when he took Uraraka home. The bus will stop every hour. After that, Aizawa began, but no one paid any attention. Anyway, their days of lazing around are numbered, the teacher thought, letting his students enjoy what little time they still had. After an hour's journey, Aizawa announced a rest stop. Izuku got off, as did his classmates. Mineta ran off looking for a bathroom. While the others were asking where Class B was, Izuku saw a car and frowned slightly. There's no reason to make unnecessary stops, Aizawa said boredly as Mineta begged him for a bathroom. Hello Eraser. It's been a while. A female voice was heard. The first to react were Bakugo and Izuku. No, 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 no. Bakugo shouted while repeatedly shaking his head. In the crosshairs with glowing eyes, shouted a brunette woman in a cat-inspired outfit, winking. Sharply cute and feline. A blonde in a similar outfit also shouted. Wild, wild, Pussycats. They shouted this time in unison, striking a pose. I present to you the professional heroines, members of the Pussycats, Aizawa said. Of all the heroes, did it have to be the team of that old pedophile? Izuku shouted before the blonde put her gloved hand in his face. I'm 18 at heart. Izuku grabbed her face too, igniting his flames slightly, just to make her back away. The place where they will stay is at the base of the mountain, the brunette woman pointed in that direction. Huh, so why did we stop here? Uraraka asked aloud. We should hurry and get back to the bus, Shiro said, sounding a little nervous. It's 9:30 right now, if you hurry it will be close to 12, Mandalay said ominously. Oh no, Kirishima said, understanding everything. Let's get back to the bus quickly. The dyed-haired boy started running. Kittens who don't arrive before 12:30 won't get any food, Pixie Bob said as he bent down. Seeing her do that, Izuku quickly jumped up to take Tsuyu and Ochako in his arms, and Bakugo did the same with Jiro. Sorry guys, your school trip starts now, Aizawa said without any interest or regret. An avalanche swept the students down the cliff. Izuku managed to avoid it by jumping ahead, while the others fell. With difficulty, Bakugo stabilized himself with one hand to slow his fall while carrying Jiro, while Izuku simply landed on his feet before setting the girls down. This is private property, so feel free to use your quirks. You have 3 hours to reach the building on foot through this forest of magical beasts. Mandalay shouted from atop the cliff. While the others recovered, Izuku cautiously looked around as Mineta searched for a place to urinate. Wait, dwarf, Izuku shouted when he saw him walk away a little. Right where Mineta was going, a beast appeared. It was enormous, seemingly eyeless, and its lower fangs were colossal. Damn it, Bakugo said before propelling himself towards the beast, as did Izuku, Shoto, and Iida. That's a crazy plan you have, Eraser, the brunette woman said to the man. The plan is to accelerate their learning, to one reserved for the second year, so everything is destined to get more complicated from now on, Aizawa began to explain. With the villains increasing their activity, the first years will be known for defending themselves. I'll leave the rest to you, Pixie Bob, although I understand that Usajiyama and Bakugo know you, he told the blonde. Oh, don't worry, I'm excited and I have new tricks. The blonde exclaimed excitedly, smiling. We have to go, Kota, Mandalay said to the boy who had remained silent. How stupid, said the boy with an annoyed expression just before following the woman. This is for releasing rage. Izuku shouted, decapitating an earth beast with a kick. Alright, ready to hunt. Jin said, his dark claws out. I don't think you should be so excited about this, Uraraka said with a nervous smile before refocusing on the earth beasts. Maybe the earth isn't very good for fire, Izuku said after throwing a fireball and doing very little damage. Focus and help, nerd. Bakugo yelled as he attacked another beast. Alright, we'll finish this quickly, Nitro charge. Izuku ran at high speed, cutting through some of the beasts. A beast greeted him with its mouth open to bite him, but Uraraka made it float, and Izuku propelled the beast forward with an Ian kick. Release! Shouted the chestnut-haired girl, and the beast fell on top of another, crushing them both into a mound of earth. I'll burn down the entire forest if necessary, Izuku shouted after falling on top of a humanoid beast and punching through its head. I don't think we need to go to such extremes, Usajiyama-kun. Iida said, dodging a blow from a beast. The beasts launched rocks that emerged from their own bodies. Izuku stood in front of Hagakure and, using his fire-enhanced strength, stopped a terraforming. Deku-kun. The girl called to her boyfriend, and when the green-haired boy turned around, she pointed upwards. She had touched the balls that the beasts had thrown at them. The boy understood and jumped to kick them while setting them on fire, turning them into small meteorites. They're finally here, shouted Pixie Bob as he saw the students emerge from the forest. I hate you so much, old woman, Izuku complained, smoke billowing from his body as he glared angrily at the blonde. 2 hours, my ass. Zero complained. Well, that's by our standards, Mandalay said. This is bullshit, try fighting those things. Apparently old dogs, or in this case cats, can learn more tricks, Izuku said, still bothering the blonde despite being tired. Hehehehe. It took less time than I thought, everyone did well, especially you four, even though I already expected it from you two, Pixie Bob said, pointing at Shoto, Iida, Bakugo, and Izuku, speaking to the latter of the two friends. You didn't hesitate for a second, I want you for myself in 3 years. The blonde was apparently trying to kiss one of the four. As Izuku avoided the woman, he managed to see the dark-haired boy. The boy was watching them intently. Izuku frowned at the boy's expression. It seemed familiar, similar to Todoroki's before the sports festival. Is there a problem, kid? Izuku asked calmly and sincerely. He's my nephew, Korra, come and say hello. They'll be staying all week, the brunette woman replied. What's up, kid? Izuku said, waiting for a reaction. The two looked at each other for a few seconds. Before Izuku could react, caught off guard, the boy punched him directly in the testicles. Izuku groaned as flames shot up his arm as he took a deep breath. I'm seriously considering hitting that kid, Hiro, Tsuyu said. Ochako heard her. I'm not going to act stupid out there with a bunch of losers who want to grow up to be pathetic heroes, the boy said before walking away. Izuku was using all his willpower not to unleash a burst of flames on the boy. Aizawa noticed this and turned to look at him, ready to deactivate the green-haired boy's quirk. Calm down, Deku-kun, he's just a kid. Ochako approached him and took her boyfriend's hand. She got stares but tried not to pay them any mind. Enough talk, go get your luggage. Once you're settled in, go to the dining hall for dinner, then take a bath and get some rest. Tomorrow the real challenge begins, so hurry up, Aizawa told them once Izuku seemed calmer. After getting their things and leaving them in their rooms, the boys went to the dining hall as Aizawa told them. During dinner, the black-haired boy's behavior caught Izuku's attention while the other students ate desperately. If you think about it, it's not all about food, it's not what we want or need, Mineta said, looking at the wall that separated them from the girls. What the hell are you planning now, you little idiot? Izuku asked, frowning. You'll see, even today it can happen when the gods smile upon us, an hour when boys and girls are bathing, it's an accident, a happy and pleasant accident, said Mineta, pressing his ear to the wall. Izuku started to get out of the water as Iida scolded Mineta for completely ignoring him. As the dwarf climbed the wall, Izuku ignited his fist, ready to leap and strike him. I'll kill you, you wretch. Before he could attack, Kota appeared at the top of the wall. Learn to be a decent person before you try to be a hero, he said, shoving Mineta, who fell backward onto Iida's face. While Izuku was attacking Mineta with flames, who went to hide underwater, he heard the girls talking, thanking Kota. Izuku turned around to thank the boy, but saw him falling off the wall, so he jumped to catch him. "Are you alright, kid?" Izuku asked, but the dark-haired boy was unconscious. "Damn it, I'll take him to his aunt," Izuku announced before looking directly at Mineta. "If you ever do something like that again, I'll burn you so badly you'll be reduced to ashes." He unleashed another burst of flame before leaving to find Mandalay. "It seems she fainted from fear of falling," Mandalay said to Izuku while Kota lay on a sofa. "Eraser said something about an incarnation of lust, so I assigned Korra as a guard. Girls these days are well developed, you know." Izuku briefly shifted his thoughts to his girlfriend before shaking his head to clear them away. "I've noticed, Kota doesn't seem very enthusiastic about heroes. It's strange. I've been surrounded by people who want to be heroes or admire them since I was born. I know there are plenty of people who criticize heroes, but it's still a little odd for me that someone so young has this aversion to them," Izuku said, looking at. "Yes, probably if I had had a normal upbringing I would also admire heroes," Mandalay mentioned, and Izuku raised an eyebrow with a confused look. "Mandalay's cousins, Kota's parents, they used to be heroes but they died in the line of duty," Pixie Bob said, noticing Izuku's confusion. "As heroes, they died protecting civilians. It was an honorable death, but for a child who barely understands his surroundings, it wasn't good at all. His parents, his world, they left him, and the world celebrated them, they were praised for their actions. I'm sure he didn't like us either, but he has no one else now. From his point of view, heroes are nothing more than incomprehensible and unpleasant creatures," the brunette woman spoke. Izuku remembered how worried he used to be about his mother when she was late coming home. Izuku left the room to get dressed. Once changed, he headed to the bathrooms. Before turning the corner, he heard two voices. "What the hell are you doing in the hallway wearing just a towel?" Bakugo asked, emerging from the men's locker room already changed and seeing the purple-haired girl. "We girls heard that Kota fell and Usajiyama took him to Mandalay. All of us girls left," she replied, seemingly unconcerned about only using towels. "That doesn't answer my question," Bakugo said seriously. "What does it matter? It's not like anyone really cares to see me." Jiro rolled her eyes dismissing it. "You're thinking about those idiots, the dwarf and the electric rat. They're just stupid. Don't worry about what they care about." He seemed to hesitate for a second before speaking again. "You're beautiful, no matter what they think." The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Before any words could leave his mouth, the blonde boy walked away from the place, seemingly relaxed. As he turned the corner, he encountered Izuku, who was smiling mockingly. They started walking, and a moment later, when Izuku and he were far enough away, the rabbit boy started laughing loudly. "Shut up already, you damn nerd," the blonde boy yelled, hitting him on the head. Okay, I only have two things to say," Izuku said, calming his laughter and taking a breath. "First, where did your interest in Jiro come from?" the boy asked. "Things have changed a lot since we entered UA. It's not like the people we knew in middle school. If it were the same, you probably wouldn't even be friends with Roundface." "I don't really know where the interest came from," Bakugo explained as best he could. "Whatever you say, I suppose it's true, but still, why on earth did you think to call her beautiful?" he asked, laughing and mocking him. "I only did what you do with a round face," he yelled angrily, creating small explosions. Izuku started laughing again. "You forgot the small detail that Ochako and I are already dating," he said with a mocking smile. "She barely talks to you, I'm not even sure you're friends, and you called her beautiful. You skipped a lot of steps there," he scoffed, laughing between words. Bakugo wasn't willing to continue the conversation, so he kept walking in an annoyed manner, ignoring his friend's mocking comments. The boys were woken up early. By 5:30 in the morning they were already facing Aizawa in the forest. Izuku was simply mocking Ochako by trying to fix her completely messy hair. "Good morning, we're about to begin a rigorous reinforcement training regimen. This trip is to improve your quirks and help you obtain your provisional licenses," the teacher told them. "This is just preparation for facing real villains and dangerous situations." The adult looked at Shoto and Izuku as he mentioned villains. "That said, Bakugo, throw this." He tossed him the ball from the first day. 750.5 meters was your record that time. Let's see how much you've improved, he said seriously, without any expression. His teammates started cheering for Bakugo. The ash blonde got into position and prepared to throw the ball. Shiny. I throw the ball forcefully. 756.3 meters, the teacher announced Bakugo's score. In these 3 months, you have gained experience and grown, but it has been mainly emotional and technical. Your quirks themselves haven't improved much. Now we will focus on the physical. Starting today, we will improve them. I will force you to pass your limits, so don't disappoint me. He smiled sinisterly at his students. The students from Class B left the place where they had been sitting to stand in front of their teacher. Improve our quirks, the entire Class B asked in surprise. Class A must have already started, so let's go. They've already had their moment to shine, but this time it's our turn. Shouted their teacher, the blood hero Blood King. She talks about improving our quirks. We have 20 abilities. What will we improve and how? Asked Setsuna Tokage, the girl with green hair. Muscles give way before they get thicker and stronger. Your quirks are the same. Keep using them and you'll get stronger. In other words, he opened the path to where they would train. We'll push you beyond your current limits. Class A was seen training. Sato and Yaoyorozu ate to strengthen their quirks. The boy became stronger, and the raven-haired girl kept creating objects. Uraraka floated, enduring the nausea caused by her quirk, while Bakugo plunged his hands into hot water before generating a large explosion and repeating the process over and over again. Mineta and Siro kept using their quirks, generating too much tape or constantly pulling balls out of their heads, both enduring the pain. Kaminari was generating too much electricity atop a pillar of earth to avoid harming anyone else, while in a cave, Tokoyami could be heard trying to control Dark Shadow. Ojiro struck Kirishima's tough skin with his tail while he had to endure it, while Todoroki tried to regulate the water temperature by activating his 2 quirks at full power. What is this hell? Asked the students of Class B. This is just the beginning, replied his teacher. We normally adjust training based on physical growth, but there's no time for that, Aizawa told everyone. There are 40 of us, could only 6 teachers supervise all of us? Asked the president of Class B. That's why they're here, Aizawa said, looking at the group of Pussycats. On target and shining brightly, Mandalay said as an introduction. We came to lend a helping hand. The next one was a green-haired ragdoll. Appearing out of nowhere. Now it was the only male member of the group, Tiger. Sharply cute and feline, Pixie Bob exclaimed finally. Wild, wild Pussycats! Shouted the entire group of heroes, striking their poses, while in the background Bakugo cursed, creating huge explosions. With my search quirk, I can monitor 100 people at once, including their location and weak points. Ragdoll announced. I can create suitable terrain for each of you with my earth flow. Said Pixie Bob. And with my telepathy, I can advise and instruct multiple people at the same time. Mandalay said. I'll be in charge of kicking you, punching you, and other violent services, Tiger said with an intimidating face. Those with physical combat skills, follow me. Tiger's training has begun. Izuku was seen overheating. All right, now come at me. Overcome your limiting paralysis and don't even think about stopping your fire. He yelled at Izuku, who fought through the paralysis, still forced to continue using his fire, which was burning him slightly. The boy lunged at the man, who easily dodged his attack because of how slow Izuku was at that moment. You're too slow. Your muscles must still be suffering to withstand all your fire. The man yelled before punching Izuku, sending him flying into a tree. Faced with the powerful level of fire, the tree caught fire and in a few seconds had been reduced to ashes. Izuku got up, activating the nitro charge and running at high speed towards Tiger, who dodged Izuku's constant blows. Well, you take things seriously, said Tiger, who had received a few blows, but then stood still when the green-haired man attacked him again. But you still lack stamina. A sharp pain shot through Izuku's body, which the burly man took advantage of to strike him again. The boy got up from the ground while screaming, generating an abysmal amount of fire. Yes, push him. We'll destroy that underdeveloped quirk. Tiger shouted, encouraging Izuku. The arduous training continued for hours, Izuku still trying to move quickly after using his overheat, which was difficult for him. Hours later it was time to eat and the 40 students found only a large quantity of ingredients and their teachers in the food area. Like we told you yesterday, if you want to eat today, get off your butts and make your own food, said Pixie Bob and Ragdoll. While the students complained and then Iida encouraged them, Izuku covered his burns with bandages. Todoroki, you Sajiyama, can you help with the fire? Mina asked, and they both nodded. Guys, if you keep depending on others, you won't learn anything about doing it yourselves, Momo said. Jiro just stared at her without saying anything, since she was busy making a lighter. Nah, it's teamwork, said Izuku, helping to light the fire along with Todoroki. After finishing preparing dinner, Izuku stayed behind to serve the dishes before walking over to his friends to sit with them, but before he did, he saw Kota walking away. Izuku sighed before following the path he had taken. The dark-haired boy was sitting on the edge of a cliff near a cave in the mountains when Izuku arrived where he was. Hey kid, I brought you this, Izuku said, calling his attention and showing him the plate of curry. What are you doing here? The boy shouted. You didn't eat, so I brought this. I advise you to cover your footprints if you want this to be a secret, Izuku replied calmly, pointing to the boy's footprints on the ground. I don't need anything. What part of, I won't play dumb, with you guys don't you understand? You're not welcome in my secret base, Kota said, and the green-haired boy looked around. Hey, it's a good place, Izuku said calmly, ignoring the boy's aggression. They're so pathetic. Getting excited about improving their quirks, the kid said out of nowhere as he stood up. Do you really want to take it this far just to show off your stupid quirk? The rabbit boy stared at him for a few seconds. Your parents are the hero's water horse, aren't they? Izuku asked, his face a little more serious. Did Mandalay open his big mouth? The younger one asked, annoyed. Nah, I just figured it out. I learn a lot about heroes from my mom. It was really tragic. Izuku placed the curry plate on a rock and sat on the edge of the cliff, waiting for the boy's reaction. Go to hell. You've all gone mad. You all kill each other calling yourselves heroes and villains, showing off your quirks, that's why you end up dead, he said, sounding angry and on the verge of tears. Izuku was silent for a few seconds before laughing a little. Are you making fun of me? The boy shouted, even more angry. No, you're right, I guess you can see it that way, Izuku said calmly, closing his eyes. When I was a kid, I thought the same way. The only reason I wanted to become a hero was because I wanted to fight, he confessed, smiling. But I realized there are many things I didn't understand. I grew up, and my conviction became saving people so they can live their lives in peace. That's why I want to improve my quirk. He took a pink sheet of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and looked at it with a smile. Although Kota wanted to appear disinterested, he couldn't help but be curious. He slowly approached from behind to see a note written in messy handwriting. What is that? He asked, puzzled. Izuku snapped out of his thoughts and showed it to him. A girl I saved from a thief found out I was at UA from the news and sent this letter. The teachers gave it to me later. Izuku smiled as the boy read the letter. If you want to say something, just say it, the little boy said seriously. Huh, I'm not trying to tell you anything, it's just that the girl tells me how happy she is. It's the first time anyone's done something like this for me. That's why I always carry her with me. It's another little boost to keep going, Izuku explained before putting the letter away again. No matter how hard you try, there will always be deaths, the boy replied, trying to hold back his tears. He sat down next to Izuku, moving a little further away. I know, Izuku replied with a heavy sigh. For every person you save, others may be suffering. But if I can save at least one life, I'll give it my all. I want to believe that many others want that. They both remained silent for a few seconds before Izuku sighed and stood up. But I guess I'm no one to tell you what to think. See you later, kid. Izuku picked up the plate of curry again and placed it in Kota's hands. It's not the best curry, but it's not bad. Izuku waved goodbye before continuing on his way back to camp. Kota remained silent, on the verge of tears, looking at the curry dish in his hands. In the distance, some silhouettes could be seen on the top of a hill, looking towards the UA camp. Let's go right now, said a large, hooded figure. It's not time yet, we shouldn't rush it, someone wearing a gas mask replied. Yes, stop trying to be the boss, continued a dark-haired man with scars. This time we'll only send a warning. Those heroes will be gunned down for the sake of a better future, he said, looking around the place. Even so, I hate this, said a girl holding some kind of face mask over her face. It's not cute at all, she complained. Even a clandestine designer made this. They serve their purpose regardless of how they look, replied the man in the gas mask. Besides, that guy gave you another quirk, you're the least entitled to complain, said the boy with the scars. Are you jealous? The blonde asked, placing a finger on the man's chest. Stay away from me, he said threateningly. Oh, don't worry, I can't do anything like that to you, but like this. The girl separated her finger slightly and a small sphere formed at the tip of her finger. The one with the scars slapped her hand. The girl just sneered a little as her finger dripped slightly, so she wiped it. Just shut your mouth, we'll act when, a voice interrupted him. When we're all here, I apologize for the delay, said a portly man. Along with that person was a subject completely tied up except for his mouth, who was murmuring things, and a man with a reptilian appearance. On the third day of camp, the students from both classes were training again, Izuku still trying to reduce the effects of overheating on his body. After a few hours they were allowed to take a break. Izuku sat down and emptied a bottle of water over his head to cool down a bit. Are you okay, Izuku? Ochako asked, sitting down next to him and giving him another bottle of water. Yes, just the warm-up, thanks Mochi, Izuku replied, quickly kissing his girlfriend's cheek. Don't do it in front of the class, the blushing girl protested, looking away while making sure no one had seen them. Izuku just smiled before taking a drink of water to rest a little before they were made to train again. Hey everyone, you all look really tired, but let's talk about tonight's event. Pixie Bob announced excitedly, we're having an interclass courage challenge. After all that hard work, you can play. See, hard work pays off. She smiled at everyone. I had completely forgotten, said the president of Class B. Great. More terrifying activities, Jiro lamented. A party in the dark, Tokoyami said ominously. I'm much more interested in the interclass part, Monoma said with a strange look. Now that all that's been said and you've had your break, Tiger called out, get back to training right now. He ordered, and everyone quickly returned to their training. Following the man's orders, everyone returned to their training. Izuku hit Tiger a little harder, but the blows were easily returned by him. After the day's training ended, all the students went back to preparing their dinner. Izuku and Shoto were helping to light the fire until Todoroki decided to speak. Hey Midoriya, you talked to that kid yesterday, didn't you? The bi-colored boy asked the green-haired boy. Yeah, it wasn't anything really, he just doesn't like heroes, you know. He doesn't really like quirks. I understand his reasons, but I don't know, I guess I can't let someone so stubborn get away with it, the green-haired boy replied, smiling at Shoto, who also smiled slightly. Is it in your nature to meddle in other people's business? The bi-colored boy asked, laughing slightly. As long as it's to help people, I guess I don't mind, she shrugged. You're the kind of person who never gives up on helping someone, even if they don't want or think they need help, the bi-colored boy pointed to himself. If that kid really needs help, you'll help him somehow. Izuku chuckled a little as he nodded. Thanks for the support, friend, Izuku said before walking off to help someone else with the fire. After finishing cooking and eating, all the students washed the utensils they had used, most were eager for the evening's activity. The test of courage, shouted the pink one excitedly. Before that, and with all due respect, I must say that the group of failures. Aizawa began sarcastically, drawing Mina's attention, will have refresher lessons with me, starting right now. Mina's face showed complete shock. Impossible, said the failing students before being dragged away by their teacher. Yes, it's awful being you guys, but this morning's training wasn't as productive as I'd hoped, which means we need to prepare and repeat everything, Aizawa said as he continued dragging the five of them along. No, please forgive me, let me play at least once. Mina cried, writhing. I'll never forget your sacrifice, Kirishima. I had fun because of you. Izuku mocked, giving a military salute as he left the sharp-toothed boy. Class B will go first, and Class A will form pairs that will go out every 3 minutes. Halfway along the route, there are cards you must bring back as proof," announced Pixie Bob. "This will be fun," Izuku said calmly, arms crossed. "A party in the dark," Tokoyami said. He said it again, Ochako said, standing next to Izuku. "Seriously, dude, you're making me nervous," Izuku chimed in. The group of heroes explained the rules while Izuku watched Kota walk away, probably to his hiding place. While Izuku considered following him, Ojiro called him over to draw lots for the pairings, leaving Izuku alone. "Fine, whatever," Izuku sighed. The minutes passed until it was time for Ochako and Tsuyu to go. "I'm a little nervous," Ochako said, walking towards the forest with Tsuyu. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the track, Kendo and 2 of his classmates from Class B were talking. Bakugo and Todoroki were amazing, they were just like, "Oh." The only boy scoffed. "Hey, do you smell that?" Kendo asked a few seconds later. "Doesn't it smell like something's burning?" he asked, looking around. "Now that you mention it, all this smoke appeared very suddenly," the other girl remarked with a serious expression. "Maybe Bakugo or someone else got scared and activated their quirk by accident," the boy began, before collapsing to the ground. "Honanuki," she shouted before covering her nose with her hand. "Yui, don't breathe the smoke, it's poison." She enlarged her hand and covered it completely. Meanwhile, Ochako and Tsuyu were walking somewhat nervously along the path when a jet of water passed between them with such force that it cut the brunette's cheek. They both turned around quickly and found themselves facing a blonde girl with strange equipment who was pointing at them with her finger from which a few drops of water were coming out. "I'm sure Miss Kitten is a cutie, right?" said a portly person, squashing the head of an unconscious Pixie Bob. "I thought we had taken all the precautions, so why is the enemy here?" Mandalay thought, looking at her friend. Tiger positioned himself in front of his students as a protective shield while Izuku increased his body heat. "Greetings Ua Academy, we are the first attack team of the League of Villains," said a guy who looked like a lizard. "What the hell are these guys doing here?" Ojiro asked aloud. "It would be a shame if my hand slipped and squashed this cute little head, wouldn't it?" said the portly person, pressing the blonde's head slightly. "Feel free to have your opinions on that," he shouted mockingly. "Over my dead body, you fucking son of a bitch." Tiger replied aggressively. "Hey idiot, I have something to say too," Izuku shouted, standing in front of Tiger, even though Tiger tried to stop him. "And what is a boy?" I shouted defiantly. "Nitro charge 20%, I shouted before, in a sudden flash, running towards him and kicking him back several meters. I unleashed a burst of flame as it hit the air, forcing him to cover. I kicked a fiery ball at the lizard, knocking it down, before extinguishing its flames and grabbing the woman to jump powerfully backward, ending up behind Tiger. "That was dangerous, Usajiyama," Iida shouted. "This isn't the time for that, square," Izuku retorted, gently laying the woman down on the floor. "Even 20 is still too much for me, but that was enough for now." He held her legs before getting up again. "You brought Stain's reign to an end," said the lizard, gripping the hilt of his sword. "I haven't introduced myself properly. My name is Spiner, the one who will continue Stain's legacy." He drew his sword, which was actually inscribed by many other swords. "Tell it to someone who cares," Tiger said angrily. "That woman has been obsessed with marriage, even at her age she never gave up. Branding a woman like that with such an issue is something that should be punished." He said seriously. "Heroes like you don't deserve to see life through rose-colored glasses." Spiner shouted, launching himself into the attack. "I've already given the instructions. Let's leave the protection of the rest to Ragdoll. We'll defend this place," she shouted, jumping into the fight alongside the man. "Everyone go. Avoid conflict at all costs." "Understood. President, you're in charge," the woman told Iida. "Understood, let's go," he shouted, but Izuku stood still and took the letter out of his pocket. "Go ahead and take care of this for me," I said, handing the letter to Iida. "Usajiyama-kun, what do you think you're doing, Usajiyama-kun?" Iida asked, putting away the note Izuku had given him. Izuku ignited his flames as he gazed towards the mountain where the black-haired boy's secret hideout was located. Usajiyama, Ojiro shouted, trying to get his attention. Mandalay. The rabbit boy called to the heroine's attention. I'm going to get Kota. I know where he is. Before she could answer, Izuku ran at great speed. Each footstep left a faint burn mark on the floor. He had a bad feeling and needed to reach the boy as soon as possible. Kota was in his hiding place, the boy slowly and fearfully backing away as he heard Mandalay in his head asking him to come back. I was looking for a panoramic view, and you're a face that wasn't in the files, the large, hooded figure said, approaching the boy. But don't worry, you've got a stylish cap, kid. Swap this boring mask of mine for me. As the newest member, I'm going through a rookie period, which includes, but isn't limited to, wearing this stupid mask, the man said, pointing to the mask on his face. Kota, frightened, started to run, but the man who removed his mask jumped towards the stone wall to propel himself forward and land in front of the dark-haired man, making him fall to the ground. To motivate myself a little, I'm going to take it out on you. I yelled as my arm became covered in muscle fibers. You are, the boy recalled the news of his parents' deaths. A distinctive feature is a large scar across his left eye inflicted by the waterhorse duo. Mom, Dad, he cried out in fear, remembering his parents' murderer. Before the man could hit the child, an orange flash quickly appeared in front of the dark-haired man. Izuku stopped the blow with both hands, his fire ignited, but the blow still made him stagger back, so he activated one for all. He's almost as strong as the Nomu, the boy thought before letting go and jumping back, grabbing Kota and putting him behind him. Why? Kota said when he saw Izuku standing in front of him. I remember your face from the file list, the man said, looking at Izuku. I have no backup. My phone is smashed and there's no one here. She turned to look at her phone which had been smashed on the floor. Everything is alright, Kota. I'm going to save you no matter what. She turned to look at the villain with a determined look while her arms and legs were on fire. Meanwhile, Bakugo and Todoroki were walking through the forest with the bicolored boy carrying a boy from Class B. Shit, Bakugo said, covering his mouth because of the poisonous gas. Is the gas also the work of the villains? Shoto asked. It's best if we move away from the goal and go to the facility. Let's leave things at the midpoint with Ragdoll, the bicolored boy suggested, remembering the heroine. Bakugo simply nodded and they continued walking until they came across a man dressed in black kneeling down. Who was supposed to be in front of us? Bakugo asked, looking at the man. Oh, how beautiful. No, I shouldn't, I have work to do, but I can't leave him alone. Ah, the man murmured to himself in a terrifying way as he stood up. Tokoyami y shoji, Dijo Todoroki con un rostro serio. Ah, don't seduce me anymore, I have work to do. The man revealed a severed hand before turning around and showing that his only free part was his mouth, which he kept open. Damn it, we have to face this depraved bastard, Bakugo said, uncovering his mouth as he looked at the villain. Returning to Kota's hiding place, the man saw Izuku standing protectively in front of the boy behind him. You're going to save him no matter what. You say. Ha 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 ha. The man mocked the green-haired boy. Excellent. Just as I expected, the true emotion of a hero candidate ready to show off that face of justice anywhere and anytime. Izuku remained silent. Kota had tears in his eyes as he moved slightly away from Izuku because of the scorching heat of his flames. Are you the famous Usajiyama or not? How convenient. I've been ordered to start ending your pathetic life. The man's right arm began to be covered in muscle fibers. That will be right after I take my time torturing you. He removed the suit that covered him. Let me see you bleed. The muscle fibers in his right arm grew even larger, and he lunged at Izuku. Just before he could be hit, Izuku jumped, dodging the blow that hit the ground, only to then fall and hit the villain's head with both legs. Izuku tried to jump again, but Muscular grabbed his leg, seemingly unconcerned about being burned by Izuku's fire. The villain threw Izuku, slamming him violently against the mountain wall, creating cracks. Oops, I almost forgot, he lunged, about to hit Izuku again. If you know, answer me, where is that Bakugo kid? After all, first and foremost, there's a job I have to finish. He punched hard, which Izuku barely managed to dodge. That I have to finish. Izuku quickly got to his feet. Kachan, what did these idiots want from him? Izuku wondered mentally. Can't you just say, I don't know. Is that good enough for you? Fine. Then, Muscular emerged from the dust kicked up by his punch. Let's play. Before the green-haired boy with white tips could react, the villain delivered a block that sent him crashing back into the rocks. The rabbit's head hit the rock, making it bleed and spit out a little blood from the force of the impact. It fell to the ground, curling into a ball, as the blonde man approached. Ha 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 ha, he laughed as he approached Izuku. Blood, it's getting good. Now we're really having fun. He moved closer to the boy in a threatening manner. What was that you said? I'm going to save you no matter what. Then why are you running away now? You're really getting on my nerves, kid. Izuku growled in annoyance as he stood up. Just screw you. In a flash, Izuku returned to Muscular, delivering a powerful, flaming punch that sent the villain reeling back slightly. That was a better hit than I expected. Even so, the villain had simply blocked with his arm. And the speed was truly incredible. But you still lack strength. He punched Izuku, who blocked with both arms but was still propelled backward. My quirk is muscle enhancement. It allows me to increase the muscle fibers under my skin, granting me speed and strength. Izuku quickly got to his feet. I dodged a blow from the villain before using a flame attack, but the man simply covered himself again with a single arm. The damaged fibers were simply covered by others. What do you have? Weak punches and a little fire. You're inferior to me in every way. He grabbed Izuku's arm and lifted him close to his face. You're nowhere near as good as me, he said, swinging with fire in his legs, kicking her in the face. A slight crack appeared in the villain's fake eye. Growling furiously, he slammed Izuku to the ground, blood running down the young man's head as he struggled to get up. His head, he can't cover it with muscles, his weak point, Izuku thought, looking at the villain. You'll save him no matter what. How will you do that? Don't just spout words because you think they're right. She stomped her foot hard on Izuku, preventing him from getting up and making him spit blood again. You should be more worried about how you'll survive. She raised her arm, shouting and showing off. A rock hit the man on the head, and he turned to look at Kota, who had thrown it. Izuku saw him as he tried to gather his strength to get back up. Waterhorse, my mom and dad, did you torture them like this before killing them too? The boy asked, crying, while Izuku's eyes widened in surprise and the villain remained indifferent. What is this? Those dwarf heroes. This must be destiny. He pushed Izuku aside and approached Kota. Waterhorse, it was those two who gave me this artificial left eye, he told the boy in front of him. It's all your fault. It's because of people like you that things always end up like this. The boy yelled at the villain, who just sighed. Stupid little brats like you always try to shift the blame onto others, that's not good. For example, I don't hold a grudge over this eye, I just wanted to kill. Muscular moved closer as the boy backed away, and those two wanted to stop me. What happened was the result of our desires clashing. The ones to blame are those who try to act without having the capacity to do anything. He was ready to attack the boy. That pretty much sums up your pathetic mom and dad. Before he could attack, he heard Izuku stand up. That's how things work. Isn't that right, you little punching bag? It's your fault. He yelled at Izuku, turning to face him. Your head is vulnerable. I can't break through your defenses with force, so I must exploit my speed. The boy grabbed the villain's arm for support and propelled himself upwards. He ignited his flames and used the rock wall for leverage to propel himself back towards the man. Before Muscular could react, Izuku had already punched him in the face. Before he could react, Izuku dropped to the ground in a squatting position before jumping up and kicking him in the chin with his feet still on fire. Annoyed, Muscular tried to hit him again, but Izuku had quickly moved away and was now behind him. Kota watched with wide eyes. Izuku seemed to wince in pain every time he had to move. It was the fastest the boy had ever seen him move. Izuku jumped and delivered a powerful kick to Muscular's back. When Muscular turned around again, Izuku was gone. This time the boy was on top of him. He delivered a powerful kick to the head, which nearly knocked the man down. Muscular punched upwards in an attempt to strike him. Izuku used both hands to absorb the impact but was still launched upwards. In the air he stabilized himself to launch a barrage of fiery balls which the blonde boy blocked. Izuku landed on his feet and a sharp pain shot through his legs. He did his best to ignore it and started running again. Muscular couldn't keep up with Izuku's movements. He didn't understand how the boy's speed had increased so much. However, Izuku knew he couldn't endure much more. He was using nitro charge constantly at over 20%, and he estimated he was using almost 40 or 50%, so his legs were starting to give way. Wanting to end this, he stood in front of the villain, ready to deliver a powerful direct blow. He charged his fist with fire and unleashed one for all. So many blows and you come back for a direct fight again. It seems you don't understand that you can't do anything with such weak blows. The villain shouted, preparing his own attack. It's not about what you can or can't do. Izuku jumped, dodging Muscular's attack. For a hero, this time, he prepared to kick. Risking our lives and moving forward is our job. The fire that had always burned on his four limbs increased exponentially. Overheat. The burst of fire briefly blinded Kota and the villain. Muscular tried to defend himself but couldn't when Izuku connected the powerful kick to his face. The fake eye broke as the villain crashed heavily against the rocks. The shockwave from the fire explosion and the impact sent Kota flying, but before he fell, Izuku, with his flames extinguished, grabbed him by the shirt to avoid touching his skin and burning him. Izuku's shirt had already disappeared, burned away, and his shorts had some burns, but he was wearing his special shoes. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to send you flying," the boy said, panting with exhaustion and trembling as he fought off the paralysis that was trying to take hold of him. "Let's go to the building. It's not far from here," he said before hearing noises behind him. I quickly turned to see Muscular emerging from between the rocks as his muscle fibers disappeared into his skin. "I must admit, that hurt," the villain said, turning to look at Izuku. "Not bad at all, Usajiyama. But fine, let's have some more fun. You're mine." He started walking towards the green-haired boy, who assumed a fighting stance with a serious expression. "What the hell do you want?" Izuku shouted furiously, hoping to get Kota out of there. "I don't know shit, I just destroy everything. As long as I can let my quirk take over and have a little fun, I don't care." The man reached into his pocket. "Did you forget? It's all a game, and we're just playing. Didn't I say that? We played, but we're done with it. Game time is over. You're stronger than I thought. So now it's time to..." Several different artificial eyes fell from his pocket. "My face would be..." He placed one eye in his empty socket. "Damn it, kid." He grabbed Kota by the shirt and jumped out of range of Muscular's attack. The man turned to look at them while they were still in the air, and attacked them again, which Izuku barely managed to dodge since he was in the air. "Damn, I went too far," said the man, having destroyed part of the wall and the tiles flew through the air. However, Izuku fell to the ground just like Kota. He got up before Muscular could attack again, but he still had difficulty moving. He looked around, knowing that with the side effects of his overheating, he wouldn't be able to escape fast enough to find Aizawa. "Back off, Kota, but not too far or he'll come after you. When I confront him, I'll distract him. Run to the facility as fast as you can," Izuku said, taking a fighting stance. "Wait, you're not going to face him seriously by yourself, are you?" the boy asked, agitated. "It's useless. Your attacks didn't defeat him last time, and now it seems like it's hard to move," the boy shouted, watching the villain run towards them as Izuku ignited his flames with little power. "I'm fine," Izuku said, ready to throw a punch. He slammed his fist into Muscular's, which was much larger than before due to all the muscle fibers. "Is something wrong?" That was even weaker than before. The villain yelled at Izuku, who was beginning to give in. Izuku tried to resist but kept giving in, painfully igniting his fire at a higher intensity. "Fine, I won't let it get past me. So run far away right now." Izuku couldn't resist any longer and began to fall to the ground. "You piece of shit, this is so much fun." He pushed harder and the ground beneath Izuku began to crack. "Shut your damn mouth, you son of a bitch," Izuku yelled furiously. "Blood, I want to see your blood." With another muscular thrust, I slammed Izuku to the ground. The ground, cracking even more, began to create a crater in which Izuku tried to survive being crushed by the villain who was trying to kill him. Shit, Izuku used his free hand as well, trying to push the man's arm away, but to no avail. "Come on, I have to get out of this. I mustn't give up, I can still fight. I mustn't disappoint my mother." I mustn't disappoint All Might. I mustn't let them hurt Kachan, Ochako, Tsuyu, everyone. Izuku's flames slowly died down. Die already, Muscular shouted with another burst of energy as the fire completely died down. Izuku barely remained conscious until some of the pressure on him lessened. He saw a few drops of water fall. Water? The blonde man asked, turning to look at the one responsible for the water attack. Leave him alone, Kota demanded, water still dripping from his hands. Izuku opened his eyes when he saw him still there trying to help him. Don't rush it, you're next. Okay, I'll be right after this. I'll beat you to a pulp. So just wait, she yelled with a confident laugh until she felt Izuku get up again. As if I would allow it. Again the fire spread, as did the green rays on his body. The moment I looked away, did something happen? There's something different about this power. The flames generated by Izuku began to swirl around his arms. What's wrong? Can't you keep going? He asked as he began to exert himself again. Kill him. The lightning bolts that symbolized one for all were replaced by lines of fire running down his arms as well. This strength is too much. It's incredible strength. The fire on his limbs subsided except for that on his right arm, which increased in power. The fire not only ignited, it swirled around his arm, heading towards his fist where all the power was concentrated. The villain's muscle fibers burned and tore as the flames completely engulfed the boy's arm, making it virtually invisible. This is so powerful, so destructive. This is a... The flames began to travel up to Muscular's arm explosion. He drew his arm back again, preparing another blow while Muscular tried to protect himself by generating more muscles. Cataclysmic, he delivered the blow directly to the villain. The fire spread to Muscular, burning his muscle tissue, while the powerful blow impacted and threw the villain against the rock wall. The fire still gathered in Izuku's fist before shooting out in the form of a large fireball towards the blonde boy. Upon impact, it exploded in a huge blast while the fire on Izuku's arm subsided slightly. Kota, your parents, Waterhorse, could have left you alone, but, with their sacrifice they were able to save the lives of others. The boy remembered his aunt's words. You know absolutely nothing about me. The little boy shouted in a trembling voice, seeing Izuku holding his arm, which was completely black and charred. One day, the time will come, when you face the same thing, and then you will understand. Why go so far when you know nothing about me? The boy began to cry. Someone will risk their life to save you, so that you can call them. Why go so far? The boy lowered his head, listening to Izuku shout in victory. He definitely is, my hero. The boy thought, raising his gaze and looking at Izuku. The boy saw the green-haired boy stagger, quickly got up to help him, but Izuku kept his balance. Okay, there are still things to do, Izuku said, breathing heavily as smoke billowed from his body, especially from his arm. You're badly hurt and your arm looks terrible. You can't go on like this. The boy shouted. I had to protect you, that's why I fought him. I thought I could do it, but he's stronger than I thought. If all the villains are this strong, everyone's in danger. It seems like the students are his target. I have to warn Aizawa and the Pussycats, Izuku said seriously, looking at the road ahead. But your wounds, the boy tried to convince the rabbit, but he just smiled. I can fight with my legs, and one of my arms isn't burned yet. The boy raised his good arm to his face and made a fist. While I can still go on, I must, to save everyone. He thought of all his friends and his girlfriend. The boy watched Izuku with tears in his eyes, unable to believe how even in his condition he was still fighting to help everyone. This guy won't wake up for a while, but I need your help, Izuku called to the boy. Use your quirk on me, I need to cool down. The boy nodded and began using his quirk to soak Izuku. We might still need your help. The fire is blocking the exits. We need your quirk. I just saved you, but now we all need you to save us. Now get up. We have to get to the camp. Izuku squatted down when he felt his body wasn't hot enough to burn Kota anymore. Can you carry me with these injuries? The boy asked, hesitant to climb onto Izuku's back. Don't worry. Like I said, my legs are still fine, let's just go. The boy nodded at his hero's words and climbed onto his back. Usajiyama's face turned serious as he began to run. Even without using his fire or one for all, he was still very fast thanks to his mutation. While Cinderace and Muscular were fighting, the place where Aizawa was holding the failing students was attacked. Aizawa stepped outside and was greeted by a burst of blue fire. The teacher dodged it by grabbing onto a second-floor railing and leaning against the wall. As expected of a professional, the scarred villain pointed his hand at the hero. "That'll be useless." Aizawa erased his quirk, trapped him with his bandages before pulling him towards him and meeting him with a direct knee strike to the face. He spun him around and slammed his face against the ground, positioning himself over him to immobilize the villain. "Your targets, numbers, and positions now," Aizawa demanded of the villain beneath him. "Why would I tell you?" the villain asked seriously. "Because I'm going to do this," the teacher said, breaking the villain's arm. "Then it'll be your right arm. Let's be rational. If it reaches your legs, it'll be a big problem to carry you," Aizawa said disinterestedly. "Are you in a hurry, Eraser?" the villain asked just before an explosion and an earthquake were heard in the forest. What was that? Unbeknownst to him, the explosion had been the result of Izuku's cataclysmic explosion. "Sensei," Iida shouted when he and some other classmates arrived at the place. The distraction was enough for the villain to escape Eraserhead's confinement, but he was still trapped by the bandages. "I suppose this is the worst damage I can take. You are a teacher of heroes, after all." He stood up and turned to look at Aizawa. "Tell me, hero." Aizawa pulled at his bandages. "How important are your students to you?" The bandages pierced his body, which began to dissolve into mud. Wasn't the fire from before his quirk? The teacher wondered, confused. "I hope you can protect them all, see you later." The villain had shrunk to a puddle of mud on the ground. "Sensei, what was that?" Mineta shouted, but Aizawa ran past him and the other students. "Go inside, I'll be back soon," the dark-haired man continued running into the great forest. Izuku ran through the forest with Korra on his back. He had recovered enough to use his fire slightly. "Look over there," Kota shouted. Izuku turned around and found himself face to face with his teacher. "Aizawa," he called, calling his teacher's attention as he stood in front of him. "Usagi," he said as he lowered Kira from his back, but he saw Izuku's wounds and his completely black arm. "I have so many things to tell you." Aizawa tried to stop him, but Izuku kept talking. "But first, I need to talk to Mandalay. Please take care of Kota for me. He has a water quirk, and later he could help with the forest." Aizawa kept trying to speak, but the rabbit boy wasn't listening. "I'm counting on you." Izuku was about to run again. "Usagiyama, stop," the teacher demanded, and he stopped dead in his tracks. "Those wounds. You did it again, didn't you? Did you forget that you only survived in Hosu because you tricked Endeavor into giving you the order?" Aizawa reprimanded him, and Izuku growled in annoyance. "No, but I couldn't leave." Izuku tried to explain, but Aizawa interrupted him. "So tell this to Mandalay," said the teacher. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise, but he nodded, ready to listen to what his teacher had to say. Meanwhile, with Mandalay and Tiger, the man was fighting hand-to-hand with the burly villain who predicted his movements, while the woman fought with the reptilian-looking one. The lizard attacked the woman with its sword. It raised the sword, almost cutting the woman. A true heroine. It attacked again, but the woman jumped to avoid it. "How persistent," said the woman, and the lizard also jumped up, ready to attack her. "Let me kill you already." He was about to attack her, but his sword shattered from Izuku's flaming kick as Mandalay ducked to gather some fragments. "What?" She turned to look at the boy who had simply landed on his feet. "Kota is safe," Izuku announced to the heroine who was still on the ground. "And I have an announcement from Aizawa. Tell everyone telepathically," he requested. From what he said, it's obvious they're after the students, Aizawa thought in the forest as he ran with the child in his arms. In that case, it's inevitable. They must increase the survival rate. Defend yourselves. I'll take responsibility for the punishment. Back with Izuku, he unleashed a burst of flame at Spiner before speaking. "Students of classes A and B, in the name of the pro-hero Eraserhead, you are permitted to fight." The woman was surprised but nodded and relayed the message to all the students. Aizawa, who was still running through the forest, thought he had forgotten something. "I forgot to tell Usagiyama to come back immediately, but thinking about it, he probably wouldn't have obeyed me." He can only move because of the endorphins in his wounds. Once he achieves his goal, he won't be able to move anymore, the dark-haired man thought, frowning. Sir, Kota called to Aizawa, will he be alright? Aizawa turned to look at the boy without stopping. I hit him, yet he still ended up so hurt saving me. The boy clutched Aizawa's bandages. I didn't even apologize or say thank you. Will he be okay? The boy cried on the older, dark-haired man's shoulder. Don't worry, he fought because he has no intention of dying, but as his teacher I have to reprimand him for acting recklessly. The boy looked up. He didn't want him to get in trouble because of him. When all this is over, don't apologize to him, just make an effort to thank him, the man said as he continued running. Mandalay kicked Spiner before speaking to Izuku. Now go back to camp. Those injuries aren't normal, he demanded, but the boy refused. I still have things to do, tell them one more thing. Izuku started running back into the forest. One of their targets is Kachan. He told the woman, who nodded even though she couldn't see him. The villain who was fighting Tiger heard that and turned to look at Izuku after blocking one of the hero's blows. It's the same tremor as before. Only two of us can have a battle like this. If one of us leaks information, was the bloodthirsty Muscular defeated? Did he lose power against that kid? Then he really has to die. He deflected Tiger's attack and lunged towards Izuku. Stop right there, Magna. Spiner threw a knife at him, making him stop. What do you think you're doing? The buxom villain complained. I was on the priority list. She turned to see where Izuku had gone. That was Shigaraki's business, Spiner said. That kid is someone Stain wanted to save. That means he's worthy of being a hero. I'll follow his will. He couldn't finish speaking when Mandalay punched him in the face. The woman turned to look at her partner but also received a blow to the head from Tiger. I finally landed a hit, Mandalay said, breathing heavily. There's no other way, I have to tell everyone. She activated her telepathy quirk to address everyone. We've discovered one of the villains' targets, one of the students, Kachan. Hiroshima and Iida, who had failed the course and overheard, became worried. Bakugo must avoid combat and act independently. Did you understand, Kachan? The woman continued, and the others worried about their classmate. As if I'd do that shit. Bakugo ran towards the villain in front of him. The villain spun around and a burst of blades flew from his teeth, but a wall of ice protected him. Don't do anything reckless, Shoto told him, still carrying the boy from Class B. I have to keep going. I have to do my job, the man said, having lifted himself up with his teeth and speaking in a strange way. Did you hear that? They're coming for you, the bicolored boy said seriously to the blonde. Deku did something. First they told me to fight, then they told me not to. I should know by now that I won't just sit back and fight. He emerged from the ice wall but had to dodge the blades again. Shoto made the wall grow, but the man dodged it before retracting the blades back into his teeth. Using the blades to move, he disappeared from the sight of both young men. He's good at using his quirk to move around the environment, said the bicolored boy, looking in the direction he had gone. Even though he looks like a weakling with no strength. You wretch. The villain used his teeth again to lift himself into the air. He seems to have a lot of experience. Bakugo shouted. Meat. Give me meat, the villain said, sounding a little strange because he kept his mouth open. If you use really big explosions, you could cause a fire that surrounds us and we'll all die, do you understand? Shoto asked, seeing Bakugo ready to attack. Shut up. I already know. Bakugo yelled at him. Shoto turned around and saw that the gas was still there, so they couldn't back down and were trapped. Elsewhere, two members of Class B were running through the forest wearing their gas masks. Did you hear that, Kendo? We have permission to fight. The gray-haired boy told his classmate and class president. Wait, Tetsu, don't you understand about the gas? I asked, and the boy stopped. You say it's dangerous, right? I'm not an idiot. The silver-haired man turned to look at her. Idiot. There was nothing about gas in Mandalay's message, that means it hasn't reached them. That's weird. Gas flows in one direction, it should disperse but it stays here, plus it's denser than where we were before, the girl explained, pointing to their previous position. So what? The boy wondered, confused. It must revolve around a source like a typhoon. Someone is producing the gas at the center, someone is controlling it, Kendo deduced. I see. You're great, Kendo, the boy exclaimed excitedly. I knew you wouldn't know, that's why I came with you, the girl said. The closer we get, the denser the gas becomes. The mask's filter has a limit, it will run out quickly in dense gas, so. The girl touched the mask to her face. We have to run towards the dense gas and hit it, right? The boy shouted as they both started running. Just think of one thing, the redhead thought, but she saw the boy in front of her. Shiozaki and the others suffered because of this. I hate it. This bothers me. We have to give it our all, Kendo. I yelled at the girl. Yes, replied the girl, smiling beneath her mask. I don't dislike that, she thought proudly. Someone was standing in the center of the poison gas typhoon, as Kendo said. Someone's coming straight at me. Are there two of them? Apparently, someone was smart enough to notice. It was to be expected from a prestigious school. The short guy was wearing a gas mask with oxygen tanks. But it's sad, no matter how good his quirk is. He started searching for something, sitting down in his jacket pocket. There you are. Tetsu emerged from the gas, ready to strike him. He's still human, the villain said, pointing a gun at the silver-haired man and firing. Izuku heard the gunshot in the distance as he ran, turning to look in the direction the sound came from. I saw you during the festival broadcast, the villain said, still holding the weapon. There were two that hardened. One weapon won't work, huh? The metal boy's mask had cracked. But it doesn't matter. It all depends on how long you can hold your breath. He raised his hand through the gas. A gun, seriously, and what's with that uniform? Is he my age or even younger? He attacked again, but the masked man fired again. You think you're Terminator. You attack head-on, even though you're from a good school, aren't you smart? He pointed his gun to the side, and the boy noticed. Why don't you use your head? Otherwise, you're worthless. Tetsu threw himself forward as he fired to protect Kendo. Tetsu. The girl shouted upon seeing blood. The metal hardening was giving way, so it hurt him a little. Retreat. Tetsu demanded, the villain mocking him with a high-pitched laugh. 2 against 1, with one waiting for a surprise attack, what a bad plan. I produce and control this gas. It tells me their movements through fluctuations, so they can't hide. He began generating more gas, concealing himself. Why didn't you notice? You're UA students, aren't you? Don't ruin my image of you. He mocked, hidden in the gas. Tetsu ran furiously towards the gas. Kendo couldn't stop him. From the gas the villain shot him in the head. Idiot, huh, are you softer than before? Is it metal fatigue? You can barely breathe. Through the gas, he fired again at Tetsu, who ducked to the ground, covering his head. For guys who just harden, it all depends on stamina. They just jump without thinking. He fired again. They're going to be heroes when they grow up, aren't they? I find it pathetic. He reloaded his weapon and fired again at Tetsu, who could barely hold his breath. A world where simple minds are worshipped, just because they went to school. He fired 2 more times, one between each sentence. This isn't right, is it? He kicked Tetsu in the stomach. Damn, I can't breathe. Tetsu received another shot to the head. My vision becomes blurry and distorted. I turn to look at the villain. Tetsu. Kendi attacked the masked man, but he moved. I told you that Saturday, like you're dating, because of the flow of. The girl enlarged her hand, hitting him in the process. It doesn't matter if you know how I move. The girl said. You're so confident, considering you have such a pathetic quirk, she said, disappearing back into the gas. Whether it's pathetic or not depends on how it's used. She extended her other hand and with both created gusts of air, dispersing the gas. How much power does he have in those hands? The boy wondered, being pushed by the air currents. You're the pathetic kid. Carrying that gun shows you're useless in a fight. The girl told him. The villain tried to aim his weapon. Besides, for those simple-minded UA students. The villain noticed something and turned around. The gas thins out and I didn't notice. I pointed the weapon at Tetsu who was running towards him to attack and was holding his breath. Just when everyone thinks they can't go on anymore. Kendo said as Tetsu punched him, shattering his mask to pieces. They take another step and go even further. The metal boy's punch was so strong it slammed the child to the ground. The gas began to disperse and disappear, and when Kendo and Tetsu noticed, the boy began to breathe heavily. If a gas user is wearing a mask, you just have to break it, right, you idiot? He said to the unconscious villain on the ground before collapsing, breathing heavily. You'll pay for ruining our camp, you damned dwarf. The silver-haired man exclaimed furiously. Meanwhile, Izuku continued running through the forest, quickly searching for his friends. They were second in the test, they shouldn't be that far behind. Suddenly I hear something, and from the depths of the forest a large black hand almost reaches him. He jumped at the last second, but the black hand turned and was about to catch him, but someone grabbed him and pulled him out of range. Shoji, Izuku said, looking at his great companion. He seemed injured, part of one of his arms was bleeding. The wound on your arm, you shouldn't fight like that, said one of the mouths on the white-haired man's arms. You only think about saving your friend, said Shoji. That was, Izuku said, looking towards where the black hand had come from. Yes, a villain ambushed us and I covered us, but that awakened the quirk he was trying to control. Upon hearing Shoji's words, Izuku recalled the sounds of Tokoyami training in the cave created by Ragdoll. If we want to move forward, we must first do something about him. Both managed to see Tokoyami trapped in the darkness of Dark Shadow, whose eyes were red. Stay away from me, you'll die, pleaded the boy with the crow's head. Izuku frowned, trying to ignite his fire, but the flames were too small to control Dark Shadow. He had used so much energy in the cataclysmic explosion and still hadn't recovered. When we received Mandalay's message, we immediately went on alert. Right after, a villain came for us. Shoji recalled how he pushed Tokoyami out of the way to avoid the villain's blade-toothed attack. I shielded him and hid in the bushes, even though they cut my arm. Izuku turned to look where he had seen blood. It's not a minor cut, but I still won't lose it. I can even copy copies of the Oganos. The one they cut was one of those, but even so, it couldn't withstand it and lost control. Dark Shadow was smashing trees and roaring at the sky. He can't control it in the dark, Izuku said, standing next to Shoji. His emotions of anger and frustration drove him mad. I tried to restrain him, but he reacts to movement and sound, attacking indiscriminately. Shoji stepped on a branch, so they both jumped to avoid the attack. Forget about me, find the others and help them, Tokoyami pleaded, trying to control his quirk. Light, we need light to calm him down, can you do anything? The white-haired boy asked Izuku. I can stop him from attacking us, but my fire isn't enough to completely calm him down. I could do it with overheating, but I used that recently, and using it again, especially in my current state, would be bad, the boy said, referring to his injuries. What about throwing fire? Shoji asked. Izuku shook his head. Unlike Todoroki, I have to punch the air to unleash a flame. I can sustain it for a maximum of 10 seconds, it's not constant. The two fell silent as Dark Shadow passed by. I could do it with both arms, but... He trailed off, turning to look at his completely black arm. We have to try, Shoji said, and Izuku nodded. He emerged from his hiding place and punched the air, generating a burst of flame. Tokoyami's quirk growled and he shrank back slightly, but as soon as the attack stopped, he attacked Izuku again. Shoji quickly pushed him away once more. Damn it, if only I could. Izuku tried to move his right arm, but it was too painful and useless. Enough, it's not worth hurting yourself more. If we take him to the fire and the camp lights, it should at least calm him down enough for Tokoyami to control him, the white-haired man scolded. No matter what, I won't be someone who leaves a friend suffering, he said, looking at Tokoyami from the side of a tree. You came for your friends and Bakugo, right? I'll lure Dark Shadow and clear a path for you, he suggested. Whoa, hold on there, buddy. We're far from the camp and the light. You'll just get into trouble. Before Izuku could finish speaking, the shadow attacked them, and they both had to dodge again. I know, you know better than anyone that saving people has risks, that's why they call us heroes. You must decide whether to stay and help Tokoyami or go with the others. The choice is yours, Usajiyama, he said as they both hit again. I'm really sorry, Shoji, Izuku said, shaking his head and staring at him. On the other hand, the villain with the teeth made even more blades emerged that pierced the ice that Todoroki had used to cover himself. Damn it, I can't get near it. I have to blow it up. Bakugo yelled angrily. Don't do it, Shoto exclaimed. Just use your ice if the trees burn, the blonde man said stubbornly. The explosion will limit my vision. What if I don't stop everything? He has the advantage in movement and distance, Shoto said. Bakugo clicked his tongue in annoyance. They both focused on the villain until they heard noise and trees falling, only to then hear the voice of their part-rabbit friend. There's ice over here. They must be fighting. They heard the shout before seeing the green-haired boy next to Shoji. The two were followed by the gigantic dark shadow, which destroyed everything in its path. The villain also noticed them and tried to attack, but was crushed by the shadow's hand. I told you using your arms as decoys was a good idea. I wasn't going to leave any of them behind, the boy said, running to his side with a confident smile. Kachan, he called, waving his good arm. Shoji, Usajiyama and Tokoyami. Shoto wondered as he saw the out-of-control shadow. Turn on the lights quickly. Tokoyami has lost control, Shoji shouted through a mouth copied onto his arm. Out of control, my flames. Shoto began, but Bakugo silenced him. Wait, idiot, look at that, Bakugo said, nodding his head in the direction of the villain. No, I can't allow it, he muttered, using his blade teeth to rise from the ground. I'm the only one who can tear these boys to pieces. Don't steal it from me. His blades turned towards Dark Shadow. Don't beg, you pathetic trash, said Dark Shadow. Despite the knives piercing him, he simply held the villain with his hand so tightly that he broke his teeth. Look, said Bakugo, and Dark Shadow slammed the villain into the trees, tearing his suit and teeth apart before throwing him away, completely injured. I want to destroy more, roared the shadow until Bakugo and Shoto used their quirks to calm it down. I don't make a good team with you, Bakugo said, still generating explosions, while Tokoyami knelt down and hyperventilated. I'm sorry, thank you for saving me, said the boy with the crow's head. The villain we couldn't defend ourselves against fell in an instant, Shoto said, seeing the villain lying on the ground. Are you okay? Shoji asked as he and Izuku approached. Tokoyami was silent for a moment, remembering how he had to chase after his friends. I'm sorry, Shoji, Usajiyama. I let my anger get the better of me and released Dark Shadow. The darkness and anger fed him, and he became so strong that I couldn't stop him, he lamented, looking at the ground. We can talk about it later, that's what you'd say, right? Shoji said. Tokoyami looked up and saw Izuku smiling and giving a thumbs up with his good arm. By the way, we can confirm that the villains are after Kachan Doyo, Izuku said as he approached Todoroki. Can you make an ice layer on my arm? The bi-colored boy nodded and began to create a thin layer of ice on Izuku's injured arm. Why are they after Bakugo? Tokoyami asked. I don't know, but we have to go to the camp. The Pussycats are fighting in the clearing. We have to go through there, that way we'll get there faster, said Izuku as the bi-colored boy finished covering his arm. We don't know how many villains there are, we might find one, Tokoyami said. Shoji can detect it, and we can either avoid it or attack by surprise, Izuku said with a determined look. I don't need you to protect me, Bakugo said seriously. Look at me, Kachan. If we find another villain like the one I fought, it could be bad even with everyone here. The blonde boy paid attention to all of his friend's injuries and just clicked his tongue. We have to go, said Shoji, starting to walk along with the others. A few minutes earlier, in another part of the forest, the blonde villain they were fighting managed to cut Ochako's arm. Are you all right, Ochako-chan? Tsuyu asked the girl who was holding her wound. Yes, she only grazed me, Ochako said, looking at the villain. You know, I like this new water thing, but it doesn't let me keep the blood like the knives, the girl said, holding the knife with Ochako's blood in her hands. Jumping out of nowhere to kill us, who are you? Tsuyu asked. I'm Toga, you're both very pretty, Uraraka and Asui, she said, pointing at them with the knife as she said their names. She knows us, Ochako said seriously. Because of the sports festival. If he knows us, we're at a disadvantage, the frog girl said. There's still blood to be drawn. Normally I'd draw it from the wound, but this machine will absorb it as soon as it's applied, and it'll be faster. He took out a syringe that was connected to his equipment. Tsuyu grabbed Ochako with her tongue and pulled her away from the path. Run to the camp. We've been authorized to fight, but only in self-defense. The girl said, pulling back her tongue. Sue, you too, Ochako shouted, extending a hand towards her. Of course I. The girl was about to jump, but she had to dodge because Toga was close and managed to cut her tongue. Sue, Sue, Sue. The villain turned to look at Suyu once she was in front of her. Hero grew somewhat scared. I like the sound of it. I'll call myself that too, Toga said, taking off her mask. It's better not to. Only people I love as friends can call me that, replied the frog girl, hopping aside. The villain threw the syringe and caught Suyu's hair, pinning it to a tree and trapping the girl. So I'm your friend then. Awesome. The girl approached her, celebrating and jumping, while Suyu tried to break free. Sue, Ochako shouted, running towards them to help. You're bleeding, my friend. How lovely, the villain said, approaching her and seeing the blood in her mouth from the wound on her tongue. I like blood, she added, getting closer and closer. Stay away from her, Ochako demanded. Toga tried to attack her, but she easily dodged. Using what he learned from Gunhead, he grabbed Toga's wrist and neck to pin her to the ground while simultaneously forcing her to drop the knife. You're awesome, Ochako-chan, said Suyu, who was still hanging from the tree by her hair. Can you stop her hands with your tongue? Doesn't it hurt? Ochako asked, looking at her friend. Just give me a second to. The girl began, but was interrupted by the villain. You're great too, Ochako, the villain said, looking at the brunette. You're just like me. There's someone you love, isn't there? The brunette became a little nervous but also frowned slightly. And you want to be like that person, don't you? I understand. I'm a girl like you. You want to be like him. You want to do things like him, but it's never enough. In the end, you want to be that person. The villain had a strange smile on her face. Ochako frowned completely and loosened her grip on the villainess's neck. What kind of person do you like? I like them wounded and smelling of blood, that's why I always end up cutting them down. You enjoy it, don't you, Ocha? The villain continued talking until Ochako released her neck. The brunette grabbed the villain by the head and slammed her face hard against the ground while glaring at her furiously. The villain's chatter annoyed Ochako so much because, yes, she loved Izuku and now she was worried about him. She had felt the tremor and heard explosions and destruction. Not to mention that in the message they said Kachan and he was the only one who called him that. The only way she could get information about the villain's target was by fighting, and that's why she was so worried and upset by what the blonde was saying. You need to stop training so much with Izuku, you get aggressive when you fight, Suyu told Ochako, seeing that she was still pressing her tightly against the ground. Ochako continued pressing the villain's head against the ground until she felt pain in her leg. Toga had managed to stab the syringe from her equipment. Ochako-chan, Suyu shouted worriedly. The chestnut-haired woman continued trying to maintain her grip while enduring the pain. Ochako, Izuku shouted along with the others when they found the two of them. Izuku, guys, Suyu shouted when she saw her friend. Ochako also turned to look at them, and in the distraction, Toga broke free by jumping away. There are more people now and I don't want to get killed. Goodbye, Toga said, ready to leave. Wait, Ochako shouted, but Suyu stopped her. It's dangerous. We don't know what she can do with her quirk. The girl warned. However, they saw a flash of fire run towards the villain. The others lost sight of him except for the light his fire radiated. Toga turned around when she heard someone following her. Before she could react, Izuku grabbed her arm and threw her forcefully. Everyone saw the blonde's body fly until it crashed into a tree. The girl received a kick to the stomach that slightly burned her clothes. She pointed at Izuku with her finger and water appeared, but before she could launch it, Izuku struck her arm and the spray cut some branches. Compared to the others, your level is very low, Izuku said, kneeing him in the stomach. He grabbed her arm again and threw her down. She landed in front of Izuku's classmates, who watched as she barely tried to get up. Izuku landed hard on her back and then placed one foot, without fire, on top of her to subdue her. Did you think I'd let you go when you hurt my best friend and my girlfriend? Izuku crouched down slightly and grabbed the girl's arm, bending it almost to its limit. Make one fucking move and I'll break your arm. Everyone was staring at Izuku, impressed by how threatening he was at that moment, even Bakugo was surprised. You won't, you're just a student aspiring to be a hero, the blonde said, trying to grab her knife to stab Izuku's leg. Don't underestimate me. Izuku noticed the movement and, still with a furious expression, bent Toga's arm, breaking it. Usajiyama, I don't think this is the time for this, Todoroki said. Right, we need to get to the camp. Izuku moved away from the villain who tried to get up with her good arm. Just to make sure you don't leave. Izuku broke the blonde's legs with a kick. The villain let out a muffled scream of pain. Don't you think there could be consequences for doing that? Tsuyu asked. Izuku shrugged. I've been running and fighting all night, watching my friends get hurt. I'm too upset to think about the consequences. Izuku approached his girlfriend. Are you okay? He asked, wiping the blood from her cheek. Yes, you should worry about yourself, the girl said, looking at all the wounds on her boyfriend's body. I suppose you're right. Anyway, it's best if they come with us. We're taking Kachan to the camp, Izuku said calmly after checking that Toga couldn't get up. Bakugo, Ochako asked doubtfully. Then why isn't he with you? Tsuyu asked. Izuku turned to look behind him. What? It was right next to me a second ago. Izuku looked around until a voice caught his attention. If you're talking about him, I just used my magic to capture him, said a man in magical attire and a mask from a tree. I can take him to a brighter place than the hero's side. Izuku leapt to attack, but the magician dodged, only breaking a tree branch. Move aside. Shoto tried to attack the mage with ice, but he missed. We just want to show you that this isn't the only way to see things. You all have values that have been chosen for you, the man said before falling into another tree. It's not just Bakugo. Tokoyami's gone too, Shoji announced. You're taking the trouble to talk to us. You're underestimating us, the bi-colored man told the villain. It's a bad habit from my artist days. Bringing Tokoyami along was improvisation. Moonfish, the one with the razor-sharp teeth, was a death row inmate whose appeal was denied. If he was so violent to finish off that condemned man, I've decided he'll be good too. The villain moved 2 marbles in his hand before pointing his cane at Izuku. And you, seeing how you attacked that girl also makes me think you'd be suitable, but unfortunately, you're on the kill list. It would be foolish of me to face you, though. Even in that state, you seem to be on a higher level than me. The man stared intently at Izuku's reaction, and to his surprise, he only sneered. She's a murderer. What does it matter how much I hurt her compared to the people she killed? His response seemed aggressive, but he was actually calm. It wasn't as if he had done anything extreme, he had simply made sure she couldn't escape. Uraraka, take care of him. Todoroki handed the boy he was carrying on his back to her before attacking with a large wall of ice. I'm sorry. Again the masked man had dodged him. Tricks and running away are my only traits. I'm not capable of fighting you. He put marbles in his pocket before using his communicator, Vanguard Squad. We've captured the target. I'm sorry to end your fun, but this is where the show ends. See you at the rendezvous point as agreed. He started to walk away. Shit, Izuku yelled before the others started following him. Before running, Izuku heard movement. It was Toga struggling to move. He turned to her and saw her pointing at Tsuyu. Remembering the villain's quirk, he jumped and pushed his friend, receiving the water shock that pierced him, making him spit blood. Upon realizing this, her companion stopped. Shoto froze the blonde except for her head. Izuku, are you okay? Ochako asked, but her boyfriend stood up clutching his wound and groaning in pain. He simply nodded before running back after the wizard who had taken his friends away. On the other hand, 2 members of the League of Villains were almost at the meeting point, the dark-haired one and the one in the black and white suit. It's incredible, Mr. Compress did it. Why did it take him so long? The man in the 2-tone suit contradicted himself. He did a good job, we just have to wait for the others, said the one with the scars. His companion responded negatively before contradicting himself by saying yes. This place was supposed to be hard to find because of the fire and gas, but it's dispersed. He continued walking. In a bush, Aoyama remembered how Yaoyorozu had asked him to look after Jiro and Hagakure while she helped Class B. She peeked out from behind the bush and met Dabi's gaze, then hid again, covering her mouth as she heard footsteps. Hey, shouldn't we call that Nomu guy? He only reacts to your commands, Twice said. Oh right, a Nomu courtesy of Shigaraki, it must have killed at least one person by now, he said, using his communicator. As the green Nomu ran after Awase and Momo, it held Ragdoll's cat ear-shaped helmet in its hands. The boy ran, dragging the dark-haired girl behind him, while begging her to wake up and run so they could escape. I'm sorry, I'm fine, the girl whispered. The monster was about to attack them with a saw that came out of its back, but it stopped just centimeters from Awase's head. Momo watched him walk away, thinking they had accomplished their goal. She began to create something in her hand before giving it to Awase. Stick this to him. The boy stared at him for a second. Do it quickly, he'll leave. The boy ran and used his quirk to stick the object to the Nomu. The boys tried to keep up with Mr. Compress, but he was faster. Izuku was having trouble breathing, which meant he couldn't use his nitro charge or he would fall quickly. We have to catch him. Izuku coughed up a little blood. Ochako, make us float. He pleaded with his girlfriend. Sue, throw us as hard as you can. Shoji, correct the direction with your arms. Ochako, unleash your quirk when it's safe, Izuku explained, even though they kept running. Couldn't that worsen your injuries? You look like you can barely breathe. The brunette scolded. I can still move, so we have to do it, quickly. Izuku had a serious look on his face. Well, at least. The brunette stopped and took off her shirt, remaining only in her tank top. She wrapped it around Izuku's wound to at least stop the bleeding a little. She had a worried look, but the rabbit boy just smiled at her as Suyu took the three boys in her tongue. Make sure you bring them back safely, Suyu said before throwing them. The three boys flew through the air straight towards Mr. Compress, and upon crashing into the villain, they all landed right at the rendezvous point. Hey, 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 I know those kids. Who are they? Twice shouted upon seeing them, contradicting himself again. Izuku, who was on top of Mr. Compress, raised his gaze furiously, seeing the two villains in front of him as the flames on his healed arm ignited. To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and please hype this video. Now we will see you in the next video.